Chapter 3666. In the Hidden Fog sect, core elders were also considered inner sect elders. However, ordinary inner sect elders didn't have a ranking. They were only called inner sect elders. Only the core elders of the inner sect had a ranking, such as the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and so on. In the past, the person who came to Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duan Ling Tian and ask him to become his disciple was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Second Elder. The Hidden Fog sect's inner sect Second Elder was a core elder with a relatively high status within the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, this didn't mean that the Second Elder was the strongest core elder. In the Hidden Fog sect, there were many core elders of the older generation who weren't listed in the elder ranking. But they weren't elders. Instead, they were respected as grand elders. I understand. Listening to Tang Chun's explanation, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He smiled and said, "Elder Tang Chun, the truth is that you don't need to explain so much. I can understand. After all, in the eyes of the sect, compared to the Zhong family, I'm nothing." As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth seemed to curl into a wisp of self-ridicule. "Duan Ling Tian, don't joke around." Tang Chun shook his head and said, "Just now, that Zhong family member's attitude towards you changed. I am well aware that it wasn't because of me. There is someone behind you, right?" As Tang Chun spoke, he looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian and asked with deep meaning. In order to extinguish Duan Ling Tian's anger, the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. To be able to force someone to kill his own son, it could be seen how determined that person was, and that person was the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir. This also meant that in Zhong heir's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was someone that he and the Zhong family couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And Duan Ling Tian's own strength definitely wasn't enough to make the Zhong family fear him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Tang Chun to guess. There was someone behind Duan Ling Tian, someone who could make the Zhong family bow and lower their heads. In response to Tang Chun's question, Duan Ling Tian only smiled. However, this smile appeared to be unfathomable in Tang Chun's eyes, further confirming his guess. "But, just now, they really did want to kill you. Knowing that you have an extraordinary identity, they wanted to kill you." Tang Chun did not care much about Duan Ling Tian before this. Now, he dared not neglect Duan Ling Tian, because he already knew that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful trump card behind him. It was a trump card that could force the Chong family to lower their heads and force the second son of the Chong family to kill his own son. Furthermore, he also knew that his actions earlier had chilled Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although Duan Ling Tian was still polite to him on the surface, he could sense that there was a sense of unfamiliarity between them. They were no longer as close as before. For this reason, he was trying to salvage his relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Regardless of the trump card behind Duan Ling Tian, since it could force the Chong family to compromise, it meant it was worth it for him to take the initiative to befriend Duan Ling Tian. They've set up a spirit formation outside the room. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit formation is used to block communication. At that time, they discovered I was only a higher deity, so they wanted to kill both of us in one fell swoop. That way, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, as long as they can't trace it back to them, they'll be fine. However, they didn't expect the person beside you to be me, Tang Chun. After I revealed my strength and cultivation base, they recognized me and opened the formation to ask for help. After all, the formation would prevent them from communicating with the outside world. Then, the old master of the Chong family, Chong Tianqing, sent me a message asking me to show mercy. He even promised me some benefits. "I'll give you half of the benefits when I get my hands on them." After all, to a certain extent, I owe half of the benefits to you. Tang Chun's words conveyed two meanings. It was because of him that Duan Ling Tian was able to survive. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his background was, he would have been assassinated by the Chong family. Apart from that, he was willing to share half of the benefits with Duan Lingtian even though he could obtain some benefits from Chong Tianqing. It could be said that Tang Chun's actions were very sincere. You're right, Elder Tang Chun. How could Duan Lingtian not understand Tang Chun's words? Duan Lingtian will remember Elder Tang Chun's kindness for saving my life this time. I'll definitely repay you in the future. As for the benefits Chong Tianqing gave me, you can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to you, Elder Tang Chun. I believe that the great gift the Chong family will give me won't be inferior to what Chong Tianqing gave you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Tang Chun wanted to persuade him some more, but he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. In the end, he didn't insist. After all, he also felt the pain of giving away those things. Although he didn't feel that things had returned to how they were before, Duan Lingtian personally said that he remembered his kindness for saving his life and would repay him in the future. This allowed him to relax. At the very least, Duan Lingtian didn't resent him. In the future, when we reach the sect, I'll repair my relationship with him. Haste makes waste. If I continue now, I'll only go too far. Thinking of this, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to repair his relationship with Duan Lingtian for the rest of the journey. And as Duan Lingtian followed Tang Chun out of Skywind City and headed towards the Hidden Fog sect, the mansion of the Zhong clan was not calm either. Inside the Zhong family's ancestral hall, Zhong Kuqi's body was lying on a white bed, and 4 people were standing in front of the bed. They were none other than the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Heir, fourth master, Zhong Si, Zhong San, and the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Zhong. You died for the clan. The clan won't forget you. I'll arrange for your name to be inscribed in the clan's genealogical records. I'll mention that your death played a part in the clan's extermination, and that your death ensured the survival of the clan. Looking at Chong Kuqi's body lying on the white cloth bed, Chong Kuqi said word by word. His voice echoed in the completely sealed ancestral hall. Second brother, my condolences. Chong San put his arm around Chong Heir's shoulder and comforted him with a serious expression. Don't worry, third brother. I can handle it. For the sake of the legacy of the clan, Er's sacrifice is worth it. Although Chong Heir said this, his voice was trembling violently because of the suppression. Second brother. Chong Kuqi looked back at Chong Heir and said, I've already activated the layers of formations outside the ancestral hall. No matter how big the commotion is, the people outside won't be able to detect it. You don't have to suppress yourself anymore. Vent your emotions appropriately. Almost at the same time, Zhong Heir's robe suddenly exploded. A turbulent divine power swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind blew, causing all the decorations in the ancestral hall to sway. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the ancestral hall. Then, Chong Heir stepped out and collapsed in front of Chong Kuqi's white cloth bed, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Father is useless. I can't avenge you. Father is useless. Chong Heir continued to growl, his voice growing louder and louder, then gradually fading away. Chong Heir then put on a clean robe again, and his whole person returned to his previous appearance. His body no longer trembled from suppressing his emotions. He walked up to Chong Kuqi and squeezed out a smile. Big brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Chong Kuqi placed a hand on Chong Heir's shoulder and nodded. We all believe that can understand you. Even if had a choice. I believe that he would have sacrificed himself for the sake of the family, Chong Kuqi said. Chong Heir smiled bitterly. Chong Heir laughed bitterly in his heart. He was very clear about his son. He was definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for the family. If he had a choice, he would never commit suicide. That was why he had taken action personally. He was worried that if he was too late and his son begged for mercy, his heart would soften. Big brother, don't worry, I'm really fine. We can always have another son, but once the family is gone, we're all done for. Chong Heir forced a smile on his face and grinned. Big brother. Chong Er then asked Chong Kuchi, that Duan Lingtian's second request is obviously to blackmail our Chong clan. What kind of gift should we prepare for him? When the word gift was mentioned, Chong Er's face couldn't help but darken, his eyes flashing fiercely. It would have been fine if he had made a request, but he didn't. That's the most troublesome part. Zhongda said with a sigh, before coming to the ancestral shrine, I've spoken to the old master about this matter. The old master's intention is to give half of the divine stones in the clan to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, we'll give half of the divine weapons, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs to him as well. The patriarch also knows about the incident at the Zhou clan's auction. According to his speculation, that girl should be from an emperor-level faction. An emperor-level faction. Originally, when Chong Er, and Chong Er heard that they were going to give Duan Ling Tian, they were all very reluctant, as they felt that it was too much. However, when they realized that Duan Ling Tian was backed by an emperor-level faction, they immediately gave up on the idea of giving Duan Ling Tian compensation. Worldly possessions could be fought for if they were gone. But once the family was gone, everything would be gone. Big brother, I have no objections. Chong Er was the first to express his opinion. I have no objections either. Chong Er also expressed his opinion. As for Chong Er, he also said, I believe in the patriarch's judgment. Old Er, the patriarch wants me to tell you, after that Duan Ling Tian goes to the Hidden Fog sect, he will further investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. If Duan Ling Tian really has a background that our Chong clan can't afford to provoke, then that's fine. But if he doesn't, then no matter how much he eats from our Chong clan, the patriarch will make him spit it out. Chong Er said to Chong Er. Chong Er's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, if he doesn't have such a background, I will kill him with my own hands. I will tear him to pieces and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 36-67. On the way to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian confirmed with Tang Chun that the Hidden Fog sect's next core disciple assessment would be held in half a year. If you enter the sect now, you will be an inner sect disciple. After becoming an inner sect disciple, you will enjoy all the treatment an inner sect disciple can enjoy. Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian, normally, even if you have the vice sect master's recommendation, you will have to wait until the core disciple assessment begins before you can enter the sect. But this time, the vice sect master has recommended you twice in a row. The first time was to recommend you to become a core disciple of the sect. The second time was to recommend you to enter the sect ahead of time and become an inner sect disciple. After all, according to the sect's rules, after a student of the Hidden Fog Academy becomes a 10-star student, they will need to stay for a certain period of time before they can enter the sect. This is the first time the vice sect master has recommended someone to enter the sect ahead of time since he became the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. And because it was the first time, the sect quickly agreed. If it was the second time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After listening to Tang Chun, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but think of the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. He never imagined that Murong Suifeng had done so much for him in secret. He didn't doubt Tang Chun's words. After all, he would be able to find out for himself when he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. There was no need for Tang Chun to lie. The sect's encampment is up ahead. Under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a mountainous forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became and the more it blocked his line of sight. In the past, it was not like Duan Ling Tian had never been to a sect or clan's estate that was covered by a formation. However, those sects and clans' estate only had a few layers of fog at most. But now, under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Ling Tian passed through dozens of layers of fog. Moreover, the fog became thicker and thicker. His visibility was less than 100 meters and his divine sense was restricted as soon as he extended it. It was clear that this fog was condensed by an array formation. We're here. It wasn't until he passed through the 99th level of fog that Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with light. Tang Chun's voice also sounded out, telling Duan Ling Tian that they had arrived at the hidden fog sect station. Duan Ling Tian looked over, and what entered his eyes was no longer lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, but a vast grassland instead. Moreover, on the grassland, there was an extremely enormous floating island that floated in the horizon, and it was like the gathering of celestial beings. The area of the floating island was very large. At first glance, Duan Ling Tian felt that it was at least as large as 1,000 Skywind cities. There were buildings, natural mountain ridges, and barren hills on the island. It was clear that this was the hidden fog sect station. And outside the hidden fog sect station, the floating island was surrounded by a layer of fog. The scenery within flashed in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes, faintly discernible. The 99 layers of fog I brought you through just now is the sect's protective array formation. If you aren't someone from the sect, it would be impossible to pass through those array formations so smoothly. Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian, I have an inner sect elder status token on me, so I can bring people in and out, but I can only bring 3 people in at most. And this is because I am an inner sect elder. If you are an outer sect elder or an inner sect disciple, you can only bring 1 person in. As for outer sect disciples, they don't have the qualifications to bring anyone in. They can only come in alone. Of course, core disciples have the same treatment as inner sect elders. They can bring 3 people in. If there are too many people, you can only notify the others in the sect and have them come out to help you. If you force your way in, you will trigger the attack of the sect's protective array formation. Anyone below the Divine Emperor realm will undoubtedly die. Even an ordinary Divine Emperor will be severely wounded. As Tang Chun spoke, Duan Ling Tian realized just how terrifying the 99 layers of fog they passed through were. To be more accurate, it was how terrifying the hidden fog sect's protective array formation was. Besides the sect's protective array formation outside, there is another sect's protective array formation within the sect. Look at the thin layer of fog around the sect station. It seems ordinary, but the truth is that it is the embodiment of the sect's protective array formation. Those who don't have an identity token can't enter this place. Although I can bring you through the outer sect's protective array formation, I cannot bring you through this array formation. If you want to pass through this array formation, you must obtain the permission of the sect protection hall. Speaking of this, Tang Chun earnestly explained, the so-called sect protection hall is a hall that protects the sect, and that hall's duty is to protect the sect. The people in the sect protection hall are all diehard loyalists of the sect, or perhaps, they are death warriors. As Tang Chun finished speaking, he vigilantly glanced around. Then, he finished speaking with a sound transmission to Duan Ling Tian. They are all people who have made heart demon blood oaths to pledge their loyalty to the sect. If they dare to betray the sect, only death awaits them. If outsiders wish to enter the sect, they must be personally led in by a high-level core elder or above. As for everyone else, they must obtain their permission before they can bring others in. As Tang Chun spoke to hear, Duan Ling Tian gained a certain understanding of the Hidden Fog sect protection hall. The Hidden Fog sect controls entry and exit very strictly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Chun. He smiled and said, it can even be said that they are overly cautious. Did the Hidden Fog sect suffer losses in the past because of this? It is said to be so, but as for the truth of the matter, I am not sure. Tang Chun nodded and then shook his head. But the sect's measures are indeed stricter than those of other Divine Emperor level influences. In fact, those Divine Emperor level influences are not as strict as our sect in this aspect. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Hidden Fog sect must have suffered losses in the past. However, Tang Chun actually didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. It seemed that the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect weren't willing to mention this matter, so even an inner sect elder like Tang Chun didn't know. Duan Ling Tian, I have already contacted the people in the sect protection hall. Wait a moment, someone will come out to lead us in. Tang Chun said to Duan Ling Tian, once you enter the sect and go through the procedures to become an inner sect disciple, you will be able to bring your identity token and freely enter the sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, the two of them waited here. After several dozen breaths of time, a figure flashed out from behind the mist on the floating island in front of them. After several transformations, the figure appeared like a ghost in front of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. His face was grave and stern. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Elder Duan Lingtian, is this the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student you brought back?" "Yes." Tang Chun nodded. At the same time, he introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, this is the Sect Protection Hall's 3rd Hall Master." At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian that there were a total of 10 Hall Masters in the Sect Protection Hall, and each Hall Master had 100 Deathsworn subordinates. Of the 10 Hall Masters of the Sect Protection Hall, 2 were Divine Emperor powerhouses and the other 8 were outstanding Upper God Kings. As for the group of Deathsworn in the Sect Protection Hall, the weakest was a Lower God King. There are 1,000 God King level Deathsworn in the Sect Protection Hall. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was startled. After all, these were Deathsworn and not ordinary Hidden Fog Sect disciples. 3rd Hall Master. Duan Lingtian greeted the newcomer in a timely manner. But the newcomer didn't respond. He said indifferently, "Take out your Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student identity token." Duan Lingtian withdrew his identity token when he heard this and passed it over to the other party. After the newcomer confirmed it, he nodded and stretched out his hand. An invisible force swept out and covered Duan Lingtian's body. "Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." As the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body. In the next moment, he found himself being led through the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect protection array and officially entered the Hidden Fog Sect's encampment. Tang Chun followed behind them. "Thank you, 3rd Hall Master." Tang Chun looked at the 3rd Palace Master of the Sect Protection Palace and thanked him. However, the 3rd Palace Master did not even look at Tang Chun as he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun's eyes. The people of the Sect Protection Hall are indifferent by nature. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Tang Chun smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to handle the inner sect disciple entrance procedures." Tang Chun called out to Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian to handle the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect disciple entrance procedures. And, with Tang Chun, an inner sect elder personally leading the way, the procedures were very efficient. In less than an hour, everything was done. "Duan Lingtian, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll call someone over to take you to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area." After handling the procedures, Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. Not long after he spoke, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. To be precise, it was a beautiful figure. This was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a beautiful face. Although she couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian's 2 wives or Huan, she was still a rare beauty among ordinary women. Wuyan greets granduncle. After the woman appeared, she respectfully bowed to Tang Chun. But, from the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. "Ha! Wuyan, Grandmaster has other matters to attend to. I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you." Tang Chun smiled at the woman, his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. "Duan Lingtian just arrived. Show him the way." Tang Wuyan was a junior of the family behind Tang Chun. She was also the most outstanding junior after Tang Chun and the only one to enter the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect. As for the other juniors, even if they were men, the one who did the best was only an outer sect elder of the Hidden Fog Sect. After speaking to Tang Wuyan, Tang Chun looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled and said, "Duan Lingtian, this is my grandniece, Tang Wuyan. She is also an inner sect disciple. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Next, she will take you to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area." Chapter 3668. Wuyan, take good care of Duan Lingtian. If you neglect Duan Lingtian, I won't forgive you. After Tang Chun said this, he left. At the same time, when he left, the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He had asked his grandniece, Tang Wuyan, to come over on purpose. Did he really have something to do? Of course not. He just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandniece. When he left the Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Zhong family's restaurant to eat, he wanted to introduce his grandniece to Duan Lingtian. He was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's future and felt that Duan Lingtian would lead their Tang family to greater heights and further heights in the future. However, Duan Lingtian said that he already had a wife and children. Moreover, he clearly wasn't interested, so he didn't say anything. Later, when he saw the Zhong family's people humble themselves in front of Duan Lingtian, the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Heir, killed his own son in order to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. At that moment, he knew that his understanding of Duan Lingtian was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Because of this, when he brought Duan Lingtian back to the Hidden Fog sect, he planned to matchmake Duan Lingtian and his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. He was very confident in his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, the number of female disciples was less than the number of male disciples, let alone outstanding female disciples. As for his grandniece, Tang Wuyan, she was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of female disciples. Most importantly, his grandniece was very beautiful. She was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 beauty in the inner sect, and many male inner sect disciples were jealous of her. There were even some core male disciples who came to his door, wanting to marry his grandniece. He naturally wanted his grandniece to marry a core disciple. This was because any core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would have an excellent future. They would definitely be much better than him. But the problem was that his grandniece, Tang Wuyan, didn't like them. His grandniece, Tang Wuyan, was a strong and unyielding woman. At least, he couldn't decide her life. Unless there was a man she liked, no one could force her to do anything. If she really had to be forced, she would rather die. Because of this, although Tang Chun wanted to find a good home for her and make the family behind her better, he also knew that he couldn't force this grandniece of his. It could be said that it had been a long time since he had arranged a blind date for his grandniece. This time, if not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was really outstanding, he would not have thought of introducing his grandniece to Duan Lingtian and matchmaking them. Smokeless, there's one thing that granduncle wants to make clear to you. Duan Lingtian told me himself that he has a wife and children. If you mind this, then just be friends with him. There's no need to try to get close to him. When Tang Chun left, he did not forget to remind Tang Wuyan. When Tang Wuyan heard Tang Chun's voice transmission, she didn't say anything. Tang Wuyan didn't like any man. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her was good-looking and had a good temperament, in this world where the strong were respected, this was not the most important thing. Tang Wuyan liked men who could conquer her in all aspects. If a man could make her fall in love, she wouldn't let him go even if he had many wives and children. In her eyes, it was normal for a powerful man to have many wives and concubines. As for whether she would be neglected after she got together with that man in the future, she was confident in herself. She was confident in her appearance and her strength. She, Tang Wuyan, was not a vase. She believed that no matter how many women the man she liked had, she would be the one that her man couldn't live without. The other women were destined to be green leaves, complementing the fresh flower that was her. Come with me. Tang Wuyan glanced at the man in front of her indifferently and greeted him indifferently. Then, she led the way. Duan Lingtian didn't react to this. He followed behind her calmly and didn't say a word along the way. However, he thought more highly of Tang Wuyan in his heart. He didn't even need to guess to know that Tang Wuyan's appearance here was Tang Chun's doing. Tang Chun had mentioned his grandniece when he wanted to introduce her to him. It must be this woman in front of him. If Tang Wuyan had approached him passionately, he would have looked down on her. Now, seeing that she was ignoring him, Duan Lingtian was secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought more highly of her. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with women who were throwing themselves at him. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Although Tang Wuyan wasn't so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian, she wasn't silent either. After walking for a while, she introduced the surrounding buildings to Duan Lingtian. These buildings were either a hall in the Hidden Fog sect that was in charge of a certain aspect or the residence of a core elder or inner sect elder. In the Hidden Fog sect station, the residence of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups wasn't gathered together. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the entire Hidden Fog sect was the same no matter where they were. Therefore, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were the same no matter where they lived. This also led to the residences of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups being distributed in every corner of the Hidden Fog sect station. That's the second elder's residence. When Tang Wuyan brought Duan Lingtian over a spacious building that resembled a small palace, she introduced it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, this isn't just the second elder's residence. It is also where he cultivates. In fact, most of his disciples cultivate here. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his heart stirred. He remembered that when he was still at Hidden Fog Academy, there was a person who claimed to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. This person wanted him to become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but Duan Lingtian refused. Then, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to attack Duan Lingtian, but the person behind him stopped him in time. How many second elders are there in the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Just one. Tang Wuyan said, within the Hidden Fog sect, there have always been a total of 19 core elders. The second elder is one of them. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are only 19 core elders. Apart from the 19 ranked core elders, there are some other core elders. They are grand elders in the sect, and their status is even higher than the 19 ranked core elders. At the very least, they are on par with the vice sect leader. Among the highest elders, there are a few who are even stronger than the sect master, and they are basically the sect master's elders. In addition, there are also 19 protectors in the sect. Their status is equal to the vice sect master and some highest elders. They are above the 19 core elders. After listening to Tang Wuyan, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that this small group of buildings surrounded by walls was the honorable master of the person who called himself Tu Feng. He was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Perhaps that Tu Feng also lived here. With our speed, we can reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in at most a quarter of an hour. Tang Wuyan said to Duan Lingtian. If they directly rushed to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, it would only take a few dozen breaths of time. But now, they had to introduce some of the buildings to Duan Lingtian, so it would naturally take a lot of time. Thank you for your trouble. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. At the same time, the moment they moved, he glanced at the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's residence from the corner of his eye. A familiar figure stepped into the air and looked in his direction. It's not that Tu Feng. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person wasn't the aggressive Tu Feng of the past. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, feeling that he was being too sensitive. Then, he continued to follow Tang Wuyan. And now, the person who stepped into the air was indeed not Tu Feng. However, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was familiar. It wasn't because he was being too sensitive, but because this person had indeed appeared in front of him before. This person was the one who had followed Tu Feng to look for Duan Lingtian. The grey-robed youth standing behind Tu Feng was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother, another disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. That is Duan Lingtian? A wisp of surprise flashed through the young man's eyes, and then he sent a message. Huang Li, send a message to Tang Wuyan and ask her who that young man behind her is. Well, don't tell her that I asked you to ask. Tell her that someone saw her with a young man in purple and told you. Huang Li was also an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. She had a good relationship with him and was also on good terms with Tang Wuyan. Meng Xinghan, don't tell me you've also fallen for Wuyan? Huang Li teased, otherwise, why would you suddenly ask me to ask about this? You're thinking too much. I just feel that the purple-clothed youth behind her looks familiar. I want to confirm his identity. Hurry up and help me ask. I'll treat you to a meal later. Meng Xinghan was the fourth disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother. Meng Xinghan didn't wait long before he received Huang Li's message. Meng Xinghan, I've asked, the purple-clothed youth behind Wu Yan is a 10-star student from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He just reported to the sect today and became an inner sect disciple. I never thought that Vice Sect Master Murong would allow a 10-star student from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy to enter the sect in advance. It is said that Vice Sect Master Murong also recommended him to become a core disciple. In half a year, he will participate in the core disciple assessment. You said he looked familiar, is it him? Huang Li asked. Thank you. Meng Xinghan thanked Huang Li and no longer paid attention to her. He stepped into the air and landed, but he didn't return to the building he came from. Instead, he went to another building. Eldest senior apprentice brother, are you free now? Chapter 3669. Fourth junior brother, what's the matter? A figure stepped into the air from the building in front of Meng Xinghan and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If Duan Ling Tian was still here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Tu Feng, the one who had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy to recruit him as a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder but was rejected by him. At that time, after he rejected him, Tu Feng showed a very unfriendly attitude. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die before he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you remember that 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian? He's Duan Ling Tian, the person who became the strongest 10-star student in the Hidden Mist Academy as soon as he entered the academy. He even accumulated more than 120,000 points during the 10-star test. Not only did he break the Hidden Mist Academy's record, but he even surpassed the previous record by 3 times. Meng Xinghan asked. Although he and his senior brother, Tu Feng, had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City to look for Duan Ling Tian before the 10-star student trial began, they were still shocked when they heard about Duan Ling Tian's performance in the 10-star student trial in Skywind City. Moreover, according to their idea, that was the best opportunity for the God King level family to kill Duan Ling Tian. But in the end, Duan Ling Tian was still alive and well. Of course I remember. Tu Feng's eyes flashed. I heard from Master that Vice Sect Master Murong recommended him to enter the sect in advance and become an inner sect disciple. At the same time, he recommended him to participate in the core disciple assessment. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Although Tu Feng's tone was calm, the depths of his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sword. Eldest senior brother. Meng Xinghan said with a dignified expression, that Duan Ling Tian is now an inner sect disciple of our Hidden Fog Academy. Even if you are dissatisfied with his previous response, it's best not to act against him. You also know the rules of the sect. Meng Xinghan knew that this eldest senior brother of his was famous for having a violent temper, and he was deeply afraid that his eldest senior brother would come looking for Duan Ling Tian to vent his anger once he was displeased. I know. Tu Feng replied impatiently. Did you come to me just to remind me? Yes. Meng Xinghan smiled bitterly. He had come to look for his eldest senior brother not only to tell him that something unexpected had happened to Duan Ling Tian, but also to remind him not to make a move against Duan Ling Tian without permission. Once things got out of hand, perhaps even their master would not be able to save him. I'm not that stupid. Tu Feng disdainfully said, since that Duan Ling Tian has come to the Hidden Fog sect, I, Tu Feng, have plenty of methods to deal with him. There is no need for me to personally act. Moreover, he isn't worthy of me personally acting. Although Tu Feng wasn't a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he was still a relatively famous existence amongst the inner sect disciples. A part of the reason he was famous was because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. But a greater part of the reason was because of his strength. He was a god king powerhouse amongst the inner sect disciples. A lower divine king who was less than 10,000 years old was rare even among the inner sect disciples. That's good. Meng Xinghan relaxed as he heard this. All right. If there's nothing else, you should cultivate diligently and try to break through to the God King realm as soon as possible, otherwise, that Duan Lingtian will catch up to you soon. Tu Feng waved his hand at Meng Xinghan and then left by himself. He didn't return to his residence but instead went far away. Meng Xinghan looked at Tu Feng's departing back, a helpless look in his eyes. He knew that this eldest senior brother of his was definitely looking for someone to deal with Duan Lingtian. He understood his eldest senior brother's personality better than anyone else. He was the type that couldn't suffer any losses. Last time, he had lost face because of Duan Lingtian, so he held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. He had always been unwilling to accept this. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, things weren't so bad. It was difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. But now that he was here, he naturally wouldn't miss any chance to deal with Duan Lingtian. I hope eldest senior brother won't make things worse. That vice sect master Murong rarely places so much importance on a person. For him to recommend Duan Lingtian twice in a row shows just how much he values him. Meng Xinghan sighed and returned to his residence. He and Tu Feng were both disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Their residence was in their honored master's residence. Duan Lingtian followed behind Tang Wuyan, following her all the way to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Along the way, Tang Wuyan patiently introduced and explained to Duan Lingtian. That is fourth elder's residence. Most of fourth elder's disciples also live in that place. The upper echelons of the sect basically let their family or disciples live under the same roof. This is more convenient for communication and also more convenient for teaching. The inner sect disciples that live in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area are basically all inner sect disciples that haven't joined any of the upper echelons of the sect. There are some inner sect disciples that the upper echelons want to accept as disciples. But they either think they already have an honored master and aren't willing to join anyone else. Or, they are arrogant and think that the person who wants to accept them as a disciple isn't qualified to be their honored master. Of course, there are even more inner sect disciples that don't have high status in the upper echelons because of their ordinary performance. As for the upper echelons of the sect, they are self-aware and know that the inner sect disciples might not take them seriously. Thus, they don't go and ask for humiliation. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyan glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed, "Your Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who is also our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master Murong. I don't think he mentioned accepting you as a disciple." Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Dean Murong Suifeng didn't mention accepting him as a disciple. Do you know why? Tang Wuyan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, she continued, "With your talent and comprehension, not to mention vice sect master Murong, even many grand elders and guardians who have the same status in the sect as vice sect master Murong, or even higher guardians, want to accept you as a disciple after your results in the 10-star trial at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy came out." Why? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, this was also what he was puzzled about. When he first met Murong Suifeng, he was already prepared for the possibility that Murong Suifeng wanted to accept him as a disciple. He also thought about how to refuse. But, in the end, Murong Suifeng didn't say a word. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that Murong Suifeng found out about his response when Tu Feng came to find him? However, based on what Tang Wuyan had just said, it didn't seem to be that simple. Vice sect leader Murong used to have a disciple whom he doted on very much. However, that disciple died prematurely in the end. After his disciple died, he swore that he wouldn't accept another disciple. Of course, he didn't swear a blood oath. Tang Wuyan continued, even if he didn't swear a blood oath, according to my granduncle, he wouldn't go back on his words. My granduncle knows vice sect master Murong very well about this. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyan's eyes glinted with respect for Murong Suifeng. Then, Tang Wuyan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, when the news of your arrival in the sect spreads out, I'm afraid many guardians and grand elders will want to accept you as a disciple. When the time comes, you have to think carefully about which guardian or grand elder you want to become a disciple of. However, my advice to you is, try your best to become a disciple of Wind City. That way, you'll be better taken care of. After all, you're from Wind City. Tang Wuyan was Tang Chun's grandniece. Although she was not born in Wind City, Tang Chun had taken Wind City's side in the sect. Therefore, when she entered the sect, she was labeled as a member of the Wind City faction. If you join another sect, you'll naturally be taken care of. However, they might doubt your loyalty. After all, you're from Wind City. Of course, what I've given you is just a suggestion. It's up to you to make the final decision. In the end, Tang Wuyan added, I hope my words won't affect you. No matter what you choose, it's your freedom. The Wind City branch won't target you just because you joined another branch. After all, you're from the same sect. After hearing Tang Wuyan's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. After crossing the mountains in front, we'll reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Tang Wuyan led Duan Lingtian through a building and arrived in front of a mountain range. She looked at the towering mountains in front of them and spoke to Duan Lingtian. In the sect, there are thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, only 10 to 20% are disciples of the upper echelons. Most of the inner sect disciples usually stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. There are also some who go out to gain experience and haven't returned. There are also some older ones who are helping the sect manage some businesses outside. Usually, there are only 1,000 or so people who stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. After Tang Wuyan finished speaking, she led Duan Lingtian over the mountains and arrived at a vast hilly area. In front of them was a hilly area. It was uneven and complicated. And in every corner of this hilly area, there were stone and wooden houses. Moreover, these stone and wooden houses were all different. They didn't look like they were built by the Hidden Fog sect specifically for inner sect disciples. The residences here are all built by the inner sect disciples themselves. The cobwebbed areas are unoccupied. You can clean them up and live there. You can also build your own house. Tang Wuyan said, as for the other things that inner sect disciples need to pay attention to, you can look through the memory jade slip that inner sect disciples receive when they go through the sect entrance procedures. You'll be able to understand it clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. As Tang Wuyan spoke, she took out a soul bead and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian received the soul bead, he also handed over his own soul bead. I'll have to trouble you today. If there's anything I can help you with, you can also look for me. Chapter 3670. Along the way, Tang Wuyan patiently introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Furthermore, other than the introductions, she did not talk about anything else with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that Tang Wuyan was not interested in him. It was probably because of Elder Tang Chun's instructions. He heaved a sigh of relief and accepted Tang Wuyan's guidance. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Tang Wuyan smiled faintly but did not reach out to take Duan Lingtian's soul orb. It was as if she had no intention of contacting Duan Lingtian again. Keep it. You never know when you will come to me for help. Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not like to owe people favors. Although this journey was a piece of cake for Tang Wuyan, Duan Lingtian knew that most people would not trouble Tang Wuyan to personally lead the way. Along the way, he could clearly feel the pride in Tang Wuyan's bones. She was one of the most prideful women he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. Of course, he knew that Tang Wuyan was leading the way mostly because Elder Tang Chun wanted to matchmake them. However, he was not the only one who did not cooperate. Even Tang Wuyan, Tang Chun's grandniece, did not cooperate. All right. In the end, Tang Wuyan accepted Duan Lingtian's protection. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to do so. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It was rare for him to personally give away his soul orb, but he was almost rejected. Then I'll leave first. Before Tang Wuyan left, she said to Duan Lingtian, quickly look through the memory jade slip that contains the inner sect disciples handbook that you obtained at the place where you went through the formalities earlier. That will help you avoid unnecessary mistakes. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded in response before he watched Tang Wuyan leave. Only then did he turn around and descend to the hill where the inner sect disciples cultivated. After that, he found a stone house that was filled with cobwebs and chose it as his place to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and with the help of his divine power, a gust of wind raged. Immediately, the stone house that was originally covered in cobwebs was swept clean. Even the most stubborn of dust could not stop the wind caused by his divine power. After sweeping the stone house, he entered the stone house. At the same time, he took out a square disc array that he had just received from the place where he had gone through the formalities. This disc array was something that every inner sect disciple could receive. It was used to place in one's own training area. Not only could it prevent others from disturbing one's training, it could also protect oneself. The array formation set up by this array disc could only be broken by existences above the God King level. Even if it was broken, it would alert the inner sect elders who were in charge of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Once the inner sect elders were alerted, they would immediately rush to the location where the array disc was broken. Inner sect disciples handbook. After sitting down on the stone bed, Duan Lingtian took out the memory jade slip that he had just received. He extended his divine sense and fused it with the jade slip. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded his mind. As for him, he carefully and earnestly read through it. This inner sect disciples handbook mainly introduced some very basic things. For instance, the rules of the hidden fog sect as well as some rules of the inner sect. Once one violated these rules, they would be punished. These were like the laws of Duan Lingtian's previous world. However, these laws only applied to the land of a country. As for the hidden fog sect's rules, they only applied to the hidden fog sect disciples and elders. There were many things recorded in the inner sect disciples handbook. Duan Lingtian spent several hours reading through it. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the hidden fog sect. The hidden fog sect is only a divine emperor level sect, yet they are so rich and overbearing. An inner sect disciple can receive 10 divine stones every month, and there is no threshold. In addition, those who don't receive it this month can accumulate it until next month. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Although he had more than 100,000 divine stones in his hands and didn't care about 10 divine stones a month, when he thought of the number of inner sect disciples in the Hidden Fog Academy, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. In a month, the Hidden Fog Academy gave out tens of thousands of divine stones to the inner sect disciples. Just 1 month. Moreover, this didn't include the core disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, protectors, grand elders, and so on. However, the cultivation environment here is indeed better than the Hidden Fog Academies. In addition, every half a year, the inner sect disciples have a celestial stairway struggle. It is targeted at God Spirit level inner sect disciples and God King level inner sect disciples. Those who rank at the top will receive generous rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very practical for the participants. They can choose from many things, or ask for something of equal value. After carefully reading through the Hidden Fog Sect semi-annual Celestial Stairway Struggle for the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, there is still half a year before the Hidden Fog Academy's core disciple assessment. Before that, I should still be able to participate in the Celestial Stairway Struggle. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian impatiently left the stone house and walked out. Then, he saw a figure flying out of a wooden house in the distance. He immediately went up and blocked the other party's path. What's the matter? His eyes flashed with a wisp of vigilance as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Hello. Duan Ling Tian knew it was wrong to block the other party's path, so he was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to ask you, when is the next celestial stairway struggle? Celestial stairway struggle? Now, the person who was blocked by Duan Ling Tian was a young man with a medium build. When he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he frowned. You're a new inner sect disciple that just entered the inner sect? In his opinion, even if he didn't know the inner sect disciples, he would at least have an impression of them. However, he didn't have any impression of the person in front of him. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the other party was a new inner sect disciple just based on this. He only thought so because Duan Ling Tian asked about the time of the celestial stairway struggle. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The next celestial stairway struggle will be in 4 months. The young man frowned impatiently. Now, I've told you what you wanted to know. Can you move aside and stop blocking my path? Sorry. After all, he was in the wrong. Facing the other party's impatience, Duan Ling Tian repeatedly apologized and moved aside. However, his mind had already completely shifted to the celestial stairway struggle in 4 months. There are still 4 months. In these 4 months, I have to strive to become a higher god. If I can become a higher god, even if I snatch first place in the celestial stairway struggle, I won't attract too much attention. Although Duan Ling Tian was confident that he could seize first place in the celestial stairway struggle with his middle god cultivation, he still felt that it would be too high profile. At that time, even the hidden fog sect master might be alarmed by him. In contrast, he would also attract jealousy and suspicion, leading to some unnecessary troubles. There might even be people who would try to kill him. After all, although a sect like the hidden fog sect was rich in cultivation resources, there was still a limit. If he took a share of the spoils, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be happy about it. He wasn't afraid of other inner sect disciples. But, what if it was the elders behind them? On the surface, the elders behind them wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but what about behind their backs? If it's possible, it seems that I have to find a backer in the hidden fog sect. It's impossible to take them as my master. After all, I already have a master. It's impossible for me to take a second master. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Duan Ling Tian returned to the stone house and began to cultivate. He cultivated until someone disturbed him. Although this person didn't forcefully attack the array disc, it still woke him up from his cultivation. For a time, Duan Ling Tian also awoke from his cultivation and walked out of the stone house. Outside the stone house, 2 figures stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. But, there was a dark haze between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. The young man wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he even seemed a bit dull. But, his eyes were bright and spirited, like a torch. Are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 complete strangers in front of him and asked with a frown. Are you new here? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian asked back. This stone house is where my big brother cultivates. After a while, he will return. Since you don't know anything, I won't bicker with you. You can move out. The middle-aged man lightly said. Your big brother's cultivation place? If he had just arrived and hadn't flipped through the inner sect disciple handbook, Duan Ling Tian might have felt apologetic and moved out of the stone house. But now, he didn't plan on leaving. This was because the inner sect disciple handbook clearly stated one point within the inner sect disciple's cultivation place: as long as it is covered with cobwebs, anyone can use it. There is no such thing as seizing another's place. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. Then, he impatiently said, this stone house was built by my big brother himself. You're new here, so you should hurry up and move out. Why should I? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man and asked again. Since the other party was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, it was impossible for him to not know the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. But now, he actually disregarded the rules and acted recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't been here for long and the other party had already come looking for trouble. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. What? You don't want to move? The middle-aged man's expression turned cold and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You are just a puny intermediate god. Do you want to compete with a higher god like me? At this time, the seemingly dull youth beside the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Compete? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man without a change in expression. He asked again, are you sure? Chapter 3671. Facing Duan Lingtian's strength and unyielding attitude, coupled with the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. Although he was an inner sect disciple and a higher deity at that, in truth, his strength could only be considered as the weakest among the higher deity-level inner sect disciples. Even some of the more powerful intermediate deity-level inner sect disciples could fight him to a draw. He wasn't a fool. Would someone who could become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect be so stupid as to seek a beating? How could an intermediate deity-level inner sect disciple be so confident in facing a higher deity-level inner sect disciple like him? Who are you? At this moment, not only did the middle-aged man have a little more fear in his eyes, but even the seemingly dull young man beside him also had a look of bewilderment in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a timely manner. You don't know who I am and you dare to disturb my cultivation? Duan Lingtian sneered, the person who sent you to cause trouble for me, didn't tell you who I am? Now, even if he used his butt to think, Duan Lingtian could already guess who sent these two people to make things difficult for him. It had to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng, who he had rejected in the past. Or, did Tu Feng not tell you who I am? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two. In the next moment, he saw their expressions change. They looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. Although they hadn't been sent by Tu Feng, they had indeed come because of him. Tu Feng had been chatting with one of their senior brothers who usually acted as a follower. He had mentioned that he wanted to deal with an inner sect disciple who had just entered the sect and had asked their senior brother for help. They had privately discussed and decided to act first and report later. They would deal with that inner sect disciple first and then go to their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng to ask for credit. At that time, their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng wouldn't be stingy. It was just that they had thought this matter was in the bag. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so calm when facing them, as if he didn't fear them at all. This made them feel uneasy. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the two and grinned, a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the two people's expressions changed again. You are Duan Lingtian? You're that 10-star student, Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Skywind City? It was apparent both of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. When they heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, horror dawned on both of their faces. Their eyes and expressions were filled with panic. Duan Lingtian, the monster from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results in the 10-star student trial at Wine City's Hidden Mist Academy had long spread throughout the Hidden Mist sect. Even they had heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that the Hidden Mist Academy had a new student. He was less than 3,000 years old, but his cultivation was at the intermediate god level. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. It had to be known that even they had only comprehended 2 or 3 types of dual profound meanings of the law they were proficient in. Moreover, they were much older than Duan Lingtian. They knew that although they were all higher god level, if they really fought, they might not be Duan Lingtian's match. Even if they joined forces, they might only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. However, such an existence would definitely go further than them in the future. Now, they had offended him. Even if they joined forces, they could deal with him, but what about in the future? As long as he didn't die prematurely, they would be crushed sooner or later. When that time came, it would be their unlucky days. Moreover, as long as they stayed in the Hidden Mist sect, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger. We were too naive. Thinking about it, how could a person who could make Senior Brother Tu Feng personally find trouble with Senior Brother Qi is an ordinary inner sect disciple? We can only blame ourselves for not hearing Senior Brother Tu Feng say Duan Lingtian's name. The two looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. They really regretted taking the lead and finding trouble with Duan Lingtian. If they had known it was Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't have come even if they had 10 times the courage. I am indeed from Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at the middle-aged man. You just said that I wanted to compete with you? Now, I will answer you, yes. I want to compete with you. When Duan Lingtian's lips curved up in a faint smile, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, his face turned bitter and he helplessly said, Junior Brother Duan, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously, please don't take it seriously. In the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, as long as there are spider webs everywhere, anyone can live in it. The stone house you live in, no matter who it used to be, is now empty. If you live in it, no one will be able to snatch it from you. The middle-aged man said. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man was so anxious that he was about to cry. At the same time, he hurriedly looked at the young man beside him. Hurry up and testify for me. Junior Brother Duan, that is indeed the case. We were just joking with you. At this moment, the young man, who had originally looked dull, was no longer dull at all. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I don't think you're joking. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even deeper. Tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, I won't hold it against you. This time, both of them looked at each other before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. They transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian and explained everything that had happened. Junior Brother Duan, I was foolish. I shouldn't have looked for trouble with you. Junior Brother Duan, you have to be careful of Senior Brother Qiyu. Among the inner sect disciples at the Divine Spirit Realm, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind. Under Duan Lingtian's enticement, both of them revealed everything. They said what they should and should not say. Qiyu? He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was puzzled earlier. Even if Tu Feng wanted to look for trouble with him, he wouldn't look for cowards like these two. As it turned out, these 2 cowards had taken the initiative to look for trouble with him in order to curry favor with Qiyu and Tu Feng. Junior Brother Duan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Sorry for disturbing you earlier. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the 2 of them bade farewell to each other before they fled without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the stone house to continue cultivating. His goal was to break through and become a higher deity as soon as possible. That way, even if he performed better in the Heavenly Stairway battle, it wouldn't be too shocking. At the same time, he wouldn't attract too much attention. There are still several months before the Heavenly Stairway battle begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to make a breakthrough. After all, I haven't completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass yet. This time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in cultivation. He even activated all the array formations on the square array disk he received. Even if there was a commotion outside, as long as it wasn't too big, it wouldn't be enough to wake him up. And if there was a big commotion, it would be attacking the array disk. He didn't think that anyone would dare attack his square array disk. The consequences of attacking the array disk were something that even God King level inner sect disciples like Tu Feng wouldn't be able to bear, let alone those God Spirit level inner sect disciples. In the Hidden Fog sect, it was a great crime to disturb a fellow disciple who was in seclusion. After all, in such a situation, it was very likely that the fellow disciple would suffer from cultivation deviation. If light, they would be seriously injured, and if heavy, they would die. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't wake up for the next few months. However, although he didn't wake up, he still arranged a small array formation to wake him up at a specific time. It was similar to the alarm clock on Earth in his previous life. And this small array formation was something he learned after coming to the Hidden Fog Academy. In the last month of his stay at the Hidden Fog Academy, besides cultivating, he also read many memory jade slips in the Hidden Fog Academy's library. Among them, there were some practical small array formation jade slips. It was easy to arrange a small array formation. As long as one was willing to put in some effort, they could learn how to arrange it. Hua Duan Lingtian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, completely forgot about the time. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass in his body and tried to break through to the higher god level. Only when he was awakened by the sound did he stop cultivating. It's time. Duan Lingtian was woken up by the little formation that resembled an alarm clock that he had set up. The time he had set up was the morning of the heavenly stairway battle among the inner sect disciples. He did not set an earlier time. In other words, he didn't have time to continue cultivating. I'm just one step away, thinking of his cultivation progress before he was awakened. Duan Lingtian felt helpless. If he hadn't been awakened, with his cultivation progress, it would have taken him a few days at most to break through the final bottleneck and become a higher god. But now, he was interrupted. Even if he continued cultivating, he probably wouldn't have the chance in a short period of time. After all, many things required a spurt of energy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian put away the array formation disc and flashed out of the stone house. He could see many people walking out of their residences and heading in the same direction. However, some of the people who saw him coming out looked at him with strange gazes. Sensing these people's gazes, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a message came at the right time. Duan Lingtian, you're finally out. This message came from Tang Wuyen, the grandniece of inner sect elder Tang Chun. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. All the arrays in the array formation disk that he activated included an isolation array formation for communication. Therefore, no matter what messages were sent from the outside, Duan Lingtian couldn't receive them. Chapter 3672. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Tang Wuyen knew he had come out. After all, many inner sect disciples had seen him come out. Among them, there must be some who knew Tang Wuyen. He only needed to send a message to Tang Wuyen, and Tang Wuyen would know he had come out. Book/web 3 months ago, Chiyu, who's ranked in the top 10 among the godly spirit stage inner sect disciples, challenged you, but you didn't respond. 2 months ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond. A month ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond, Tang Wuyen said. Many people think you don't have the guts to accept the challenge. Of course, there are also some people who think you're in closed-door cultivation. That's why you didn't respond. After all, if you're in closed-door cultivation, you won't be able to receive messages. However, it seems like someone's deliberately trying to make people think you're afraid of Chiyu and don't dare to accept the challenge, Duan Lingtian, Tang Wuyen said. Tang Wuyen advised, Duan Lingtian, no matter what those people think, you don't have to care. Don't be affected by them. Just be yourself. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian could tell Tang Wuyen was worried he would be affected by this matter. He could not help but feel speechless. Duan Ling Tian had walked step by step from the mundane realm to the Devata realm, and then to the realms of gods. How could he be affected by such a small matter? All right. Although Duan Lingtian's reply was simple, Tang Wuyen could hear the indifference in his tone. She knew Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the rumors. The Heavenly Stairway battle will begin in a month from today onward. Are you interested in going to watch the show? Or do you want to give it a try? Tang Wuyen asked. I'm going to give it a try. Duan Lingtian replied. I hope you can do well, Tang Wuyen said. Tang Wuyen wished him well. After Duan Lingtian thanked her, she fell silent. She didn't say whether she would go or not. However, it didn't matter to Duan Lingtian whether Tang Wuyen would go or not. He didn't even think about it. He glanced at where the group of inner sect disciples were heading and followed them. Needless to say, they were definitely going to the Stairway to Heaven competition. This was because the Celestial Stairway competition was a grand occasion for the inner sect disciples. Many of them hoped to get a good result in the Celestial Stairway competition. Fighting for the rewards was secondary. Showing off was the most important. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with information. In the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook, there was a detailed record of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Celestial Stairway battle sounded like one had to climb up the Celestial Stairway. However, in reality, it wasn't that simple. The Stairway to Heaven competition was a test left behind by the hidden fog sect's ancestors. When it first appeared, it was to train the sect disciples. But later on, it gradually became a place for the inner sect disciples to compete with each other. And this sort of competition was something that the hidden fog sect was happy to see happen. In fact, they even actively promoted it. They prepared extraordinary rewards for every Celestial Stairway competition. In particular, the first place of every Celestial Stairway competition would receive a reward that made others green with envy. This time, it was the same. In this Stairway to Heaven competition, it is said that the first place of the Divine Spirit realm will be rewarded with a nature pill. As for the first place of the Divine King realm, it is said that the first place will be rewarded with a royal calamity fruit. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could hear the voices of the inner sect disciples who were also traveling nearby. Of course, they were talking to their companions and not to Duan Ling Tian. But with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he heard everything clearly. Nature pill? Hearing this inner sect disciple's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that the hidden fog sect would give out a nature pill to the first place of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The nature pill was a divine pill used by gods. It had no effect on those above the Divine King realm. One could become a Divine King after 9 nature pills. This was also the introduction of the nature pill in the plane of gods. No matter how lousy a higher deity's innate talent was, after taking 9 origins pills, they would still be able to become a god king with a 100% chance of becoming one. As for those with good innate talent, the origins pill was also a great help in becoming a god king. It was said that there were heaven-defying talents that could take 9 nature pills on the day they broke through to the higher divine spirit realm, becoming a lower divine king on the same day. 2 realms in one day. And this sort of case wasn't rare in the plane of gods. Not to mention that god-venerable level influences raised their juniors in this way, even god-emperor level influences would raise the proud sons of heaven with monstrous talent and perception. It was just that very few people received such treatment. For this reason, one could easily imagine the value of a nature pill to a god. The first place in the Heavenly Stairway contest will be rewarded with a nature pill, while the first place in the Divine King realm will be rewarded with a tribulation immunity fruit. Duan Lingtian knew about the nature pill. He had also heard of the tribulation immunity fruit. Unlike the nature pill that was refined by a divine alchemist using various rare medicinal herbs, the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that was naturally nourished by heaven and earth. After consuming it, it had no effect on one's cultivation base. However, it could help a divine king withstand the heavenly tribulation. Whether it was in the realms of gods, the Devata realms, or even the mundane realms, those above the divine king realm would have to face the heavenly tribulation. Once one entered the divine king realm, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger. If one's strength could not keep up with the heavenly tribulation, there was only one outcome for one. One would be killed by the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also precisely because existences above the God-King level had to face heavenly tribulations that kept getting stronger and stronger that many higher deities both yearned for and feared the God-King level. It was to the extent that some people who had set their sights on becoming a God-King would develop inner demons and be unable to break through for a very long time. If one didn't break through to the divine king realm and remained at the higher deity realm, one could still live as long as the heavens and earth. It was just that one's strength would be weaker. But, once one broke through to the divine king realm, they would embark on a path of no return. One would either have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years or die in a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, completely vanishing from this world. And the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that could help a divine king resist a heavenly tribulation. After eating it, one could fuse with their divine power and form a barrier around them. It had a certain effect on resisting the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was only a certain effect. It couldn't completely help a person resist the heavenly tribulation. Even so, it could still increase the chances of successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. If one originally only had a 50% chance of crossing the heavenly tribulation, after eating the tribulation immunity fruit, their chances would rise to 80%. The Hidden Fog sect is truly generous. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh at the Hidden Fog sect's generosity. Was this the background of a divine emperor-level influence? Young Master Duan. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. At first, because the voice was unfamiliar, Duan Lingtian didn't think it was him. It wasn't until the owner of the voice sped up and arrived in front of him that he came to a stop. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person in front of him. This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and his face was firm. His eyebrows were sharp, but as he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Duan, my name is Chong Tiannu. I am a junior of the Chong family. The middle-aged man introduced himself. In truth, Chong Tiannu was not only a junior of the Chong family, but he was also the adopted son of the Chong family's patriarch. The bloodline of the Chong family didn't flow through his veins. He was a foster son that Patriarch Chong had adopted outside. He had been brainwashed by the Chong family since he was a child and was loyal to them. And most importantly, when Chong Tiannu was a teenager, he had been induced by Patriarch Chong to make a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong family. He would never betray the Chong family and would never harm the interests of the Chong family. Because of this, although Chong Tiannu was only the adopted son of the Chong family's patriarch Chong, he was highly valued by him. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had asked Chong Tiannu to give the second thing that he wanted to the second master of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong Tiannu had asked him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, in recent months, Duan Lingtian had been in seclusion. Therefore, Chong Tiannu couldn't give it to Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. Today was the day that the Stairway to Heaven contest would begin. He guessed that Duan Lingtian would join in the fun. Sure enough, when he went out today, he found that Duan Lingtian had left his residence. He hurriedly chased after him and planned to give the thing to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I'm looking for you to give you the thing that my adoptive father gave you. Adoptive father? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know the relationship between Chong Tiannu and the patriarch of the Chong family. My adoptive father is the patriarch of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong, Chong Tiannu said. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, the thing that my adoptive father gave you is in this spatial ring. Patriarch Chong was the patriarch of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Therefore, he calmly took the spatial ring that Chong Tiannu passed to him and dripped his blood on it in front of Chong Tiannu. With just a thought, the space in the spatial ring appeared before his eyes. The things that were stored in the spatial ring caused his breathing to stagnate. Although he was mentally prepared, everything in front of him still made his heart skip a beat. What entered his eyes was a mountain of divine stones. Apart from that, there were various rare materials that Duan Lingtian had only heard of but had never seen before. There were also divine fruits, divine herbs, and some elixir bottles. Every elixir bottle was engraved with words that explained what kind of elixir was inside. Revival elixir? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the words revival elixir on one of the elixir bottles. This caused his breathing to stagnate. The revival elixir was the hidden fog sect's reward for first place in this Stairway to Heaven competition. However, the hidden fog sect's reward was a revival elixir. How many are there? Holding his breath, Duan Lingtian opened the pill bottle that contained the creation pills with just a thought. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept into the bottle and shrouded the pills stored inside. 1, 2, 3. Lingtian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3673. Revival Good Fortune Pill. 9 Good Fortune Pills to Become a King. When Duan Lingtian learned that the Hidden Fog sect was giving out a Revival Good Fortune Pill as a reward for the first-place disciple in the Celestial Stairway competition, he was tempted. In fact, he was already weighing the pros and cons. After all, the current him was only a middle god. Although he was confident he could compete for first place in the Celestial Stairway competition, if he won first place with a middle god cultivation, it would undoubtedly be too high profile. In a god-emperor level force like the Hidden Fog sect, there were many god spirit realm inner sect disciples who had comprehended 3 profound meanings of some law. Moreover, their cultivation was at the upper god spirit realm. If he suppressed these people with a middle god spirit realm cultivation, what would others think of him? And now, the Zhong family had given him a pile of things according to his second request. In addition to a large number of god stones and other things, there was also a revival good fortune pill. Moreover, it wasn't worth 1. 5. A total of 5 revival good fortune pills lay quietly in the pill bottle. This caused Duan Lingtian to be excited for a while before he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he was no longer so obsessed with first place in this Celestial Stairway competition. It was just 1 revival good fortune pill. Now, he had a total of 5 revival good fortune pills in his hands. I never thought the Zhong family would have such a background that they could take out 5 revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, he also felt the Zhong family's sincerity. In addition to these 5 revival good fortune pills, there were other divine pills as well as a large pile of god stones. Although Duan Lingtian didn't count the pile of god stones, he could see at a glance that there were at least 1,000,000 god stones. A god king level family like the Zhong family, the number of god stones they have is at most 1 or 2 million god stones. I'm afraid this is almost half of the Zhong family's god stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There are also revival good fortune pills. The Zhong family took out 5. Why not 1? 2. They are probably worried that I will find out in the future that they have so many revival good fortune pills but only gave me 1. That would anger me again. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the great courage of the Zhong family's patriarch. Although they had never met before, he really admired that person. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Chong Tiannu asked respectfully, my foster father said that after you've seen the things in the spatial ring, he wanted me to ask you. Are you satisfied with our Chong clan's sincerity? I'm satisfied. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, a shrewd light flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, I was going to exterminate the Zhong family. But since the head of the Zhong family is so sincere, I will only kill those who tried to kill me in the past. Let go of the Zhong family completely? Duan Lingtian had never thought of such a thing. After all, some people from the Chong family wanted to kill him. Although the instigator, Chong Keki, was dead, the others who participated in or planned to kill him were still alive and well. Those people, when he had enough strength in the future, he would not let any of them off. Many thanks, young Master Duan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Chong Tiannu heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he automatically stepped aside and no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. When Chong Tiannu sent a message to his foster father, the Zhong family's patriarch, Duan Lingtian continued to walk towards the stairway to heaven under the gazes of many inner sect disciples. Who is he? A newcomer? I've never seen him before. To be able to make Chong Tiannu so respectful. I'm afraid this person's background is not simple. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's back as they discussed. You don't know him? At this moment, someone who knew Duan Lingtian's identity stepped forward. Don't tell me you haven't heard that senior brother Chi Yu has been challenging a new disciple every other month? Chi Yu was one of the top 10 inner sect disciples in the spirit god realm. In the Hidden Fog Academy's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog Academy, he was an influential figure. He is that Duan Lingtian from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. As soon as someone mentioned Chi Yu's challenge, some people immediately reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian? The one who Vice Sect Master Murong recommended to enter the sect early? It is said that his strength and talent are both amazing. He is less than 3,000 years old and is already a medium god. Moreover, he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law that he is proficient in. In the Hidden Fog sect, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it is said that the law that he is proficient in is one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. If I remember correctly, there has never been a disciple under 4,000 years old who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of any of the 4 supreme laws. This Duan Lingtian is indeed a monster. It is said that he will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Vice Sect Master Murong has personally recommended him to become a core disciple. Even for us Hidden Fog Sect inner sect disciples, not everyone has the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment. I never imagined that Vice Sect Master Murong would give him such an opportunity. It has to be known that Vice Sect Master Murong only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. As for the discussions that followed, although Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still hear them clearly. Even the dean only has a limited number of recommendations for inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. This was something that Duan Lingtian had just learned. He originally thought that in the Hidden Fog sect, any inner sect disciple could participate in the core disciple assessment as they wished. He never imagined that they would need a recommendation. We're here? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the person in front of him had stopped. At the same time, he also saw a somewhat illusory staircase floating in the air not too far away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw someone standing in front of the illusory staircase. After receiving a token from an expressionless old man, that person flew up the staircase. And in the next moment, that person was submerged in the staircase. The first step of the staircase flashed, turning into a small dot of light. Then, Duan Lingtian saw that on the third step of the staircase, a small dot of light disappeared into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone, as if that person had come from the staircase. Ha! Hu Jun, you still couldn't pass the third step and step onto the fourth step. You lost. Not too far away from Duan Lingtian, a youth laughed as he saw the person who came out. As for the latter, after passing the token to the old man, he arrived in front of the youth. With a gloomy expression, he took out a pile of divine stones and tossed them to the youth. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you can't reach the fourth step, you will still have to return these divine stones to me. Ha! I will definitely reach the fourth step. The former smiled and took a token from the old man. Then, he jumped into the illusory staircase and disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a small dot of light on the first step. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw that a small dot of light on the first step had jumped up to the second step. Then, another small dot of light on the first step had jumped up to the second step. Are they going to enter the formation? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. At the same time, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness. However, he found that it was blocked by a force and could not penetrate it at all. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a beautiful figure quietly appeared beside Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Before Duan Lingtian could react, there was a burst of low voices around him. It's Tang Wuyan. In terms of strength, Tang Wuyan could only be ranked in the top 3 among the female inner sect disciples. However, in terms of appearance, she was recognized as the number 1 beauty in the Hidden Fog sect. She was also an influential figure in the Hidden Fog sect. Her momentum was even fiercer than Duan Lingtian's, who frequently challenged Duan Lingtian when he was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Wuyan and nodded with a smile. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook only mentioned the Stairway to Heaven competition and briefly introduced it. You don't even know how the Stairway to Heaven competition was formed, right? The current Tang Wuyan seemed to know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. In fact, as soon as she arrived, she saw Duan Lingtian staring at the Heavenly Stairway competition with a puzzled expression on his face. She had the same expression on her face when she first came here. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. As Duan Lingtian nodded, Tang Wuyan also began to explain. On the surface, the Stairway to Heaven competition looks like an illusory array. In fact, it is indeed an array, but it isn't completely an illusory array. An illusory array is just an illusion. Inside, there are many different small planes that are separated. Every small plane is independent, and there are corresponding people who are guarding it, and these people are all inner sect disciples who have committed serious crimes and are imprisoned. Some inner sect disciples have even been imprisoned inside for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to know that it has only been less than 200,000 years since our Hidden Fog sect was established. Once you enter the Stairway to Heaven, you'll first appear in one of the small realms on the first level. The gatekeepers on the small realms on the first level have similar strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to leave the small realms on the first level and be teleported to one of the small realms on the second level. From Tang Wuyan's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the Stairway to Heaven competition was. It turned out that every Stairway to Heaven was an active plane prison. Inside, the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed a grave mistake were imprisoned. Once they were imprisoned, they would be isolated from the world's spiritual energy. They wouldn't be able to cultivate and they wouldn't be able to improve their comprehension of the laws. This was because there was an array formation that interfered with the comprehension of the laws. It could be said that the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were imprisoned inside were living a life worse than death. The only fun they had was the Stairway to Heaven competition. Moreover, not every Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple who was imprisoned inside could be selected to fight with the other inner sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven competition. It all depended on luck. Chapter 3674. Being locked up in there is a fate worse than death. As Duan Lingtian sighed at the methods of the Hidden Fog sect, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who were locked up in the small planes of the Stairway to Heaven. Perhaps many of the people locked up in there couldn't bear the shock and went crazy. Of course, many of the inner sect disciples locked up in there couldn't bear the boredom and chose to commit suicide. Tang Wuyan continued. If the inner sect disciples who challenge the Stairway to Heaven can't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there, wouldn't they be killed? Duan Lingtian asked. This kind of thing almost never happens unless the inner sect disciples are careless. You should have noticed that everyone who participates in the Stairway to Heaven will receive a token before they enter. Tang Wuyan said, and that token is the Stairway to Heaven. If you can't defeat your opponent in there, you can activate the stairway to heaven and be immediately teleported out. Unless you can't activate the stairway to heaven in time, but this is almost impossible. After all, the stairway to heaven is climbed one level at a time. If you can pass the first level, the inner sect disciples locked up in the next level won't be able to kill you before you activate the stairway to heaven. After listening to Tang Wuyan's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly stairway contest. The key to the stairway to heaven was that stairway to heaven. For example, what level you reached, what level you were eliminated on, and how long you lasted on the level you were eliminated on. All of these could be reported to the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder who was guarding the stairway to heaven. In addition, the stairway to heaven was also a life-saving talisman. If you couldn't defeat the inner sect disciples locked up in there during the stairway to heaven, you could use the stairway to heaven to admit defeat and leave. While Tang Wuyan was explaining to Duan Lingtian, he saw the inner sect disciple who made a bet with the other inner sect disciple reach the third level. At the same time, the inner sect disciple who lost the divine stones stared at the little dot of light representing the inner sect disciple who made a bet with him. However, at that moment, most people's gazes were on Duan Lingtian. Among those gazes, there was envy, but even more jealousy. Tang Wuyan was the inner sect's #1 beauty. She was the dream lover of many male disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. She was usually cold and aloof and rarely walked so close to others, much less a male inner sect disciple. Generally speaking, what's the highest level an inner sect disciple in the divine spirit realm can reach? Duan Lingtian asked Tang Wuyan. The stairway to heaven had a total of 19 levels. Now, below the 12th level of the stairway to heaven, there were some small dots of light flickering. However, above the 12th floor, there were no specks of light. On the 11th floor, there was only a small dot of light flickering. During the last stairway to heaven competition, there were 3 divine spirit realm inner sect disciples who managed to ascend to the 8th level. One of them is Chi Yu, the one who challenged you time and time again in the past 3 months. Tang Wuyan said, those 3 people all retreated from the 8th floor in the end. Whoever stays on the 8th floor the longest will be considered the first. Last time, although Chi Yu's result was not bad, he wasn't first. He was only third. Tang Wuyan's words gave Duan Lingtian a certain understanding of the stairway to heaven competition. The stairway to heaven competition was not only targeted at the divine spirit realm inner sect disciples, it was also targeted at the divine king realm inner sect disciples. Those little light dots on the 9th floor and above obviously corresponded to the divine king realm inner sect disciples. After all, the person who obtained first place in the last stairway to heaven competition had only managed to ascend to the 8th floor. That person basically represented the strength of the first echelon of divine spirit realm inner sect disciples. After the stairway to heaven competition ends, the rankings will be released. At that time, the sect will give rewards to the top 10 people in the stairway to heaven competition. 4 people will be rewarded to divine spirit realm inner sect disciples and 4 people will be rewarded to divine king realm inner sect disciples. After listening to Tang Wuyan's introduction, Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a speck of light disappeared from the 3rd floor. Then, the young man who won a divine stone from another inner sect disciple returned his bet with an unlucky expression. I was so close to rushing to the 4th floor. Damn it, I didn't think that guy would choose to risk his life in the end. So what if he won against me? In that state, in that environment, it won't be long before he dies. This young man was obviously scolding the opponent he encountered in the stairway to heaven competition, a Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple who was imprisoned in a small plane. Haha, if you didn't ascend, then you didn't ascend. What's with all this nonsense? There is only one chance in the stairway to heaven competition. Once you fail, you will have to wait for the next opportunity to step onto the stairway to heaven again. The inner sect disciple who took back his divine stone swept away his gloomy mood and a smile bloomed on his face. The quarrel between the two was just a small farce before the stairway to heaven competition. Look! Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu reached the 8th floor again. Just as Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Stairway to Heaven competition, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He followed the gazes of many inner sect disciples and saw that there was another speck of light on the 8th floor. This speck of light was originally on the 7th floor. This time, senior apprentice brother Chiyu spent even less time on the 7th floor. It looks like his strength has improved by quite a bit. An inner sect disciple sighed. Chiyu? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. Although he had never seen that inner sect disciple called Chiyu, he already knew that he was someone Tu Feng had sent to find trouble with him. He wasn't surprised that this person had challenged him again and again. This was because he already knew that this person had his eyes on him because of Tu Feng. The 8th floor? Duan Lingtian glanced at the speck of light that corresponded to Chiyu. He then leaped forward and arrived in front of the old man standing in front of the Stairway to Heaven. Elder, I'm an inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian. I'm an intermediate god, and I wish to participate in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Just now, every person who came before the old man would say the same thing. They would announce their name and their cultivation base. When the old man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't treat him indifferently like the other inner sect disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're Duan Lingtian? From Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've long heard of your name, but this is the first time I've met you. I hope you can achieve good results. A rare smile appeared on the old man's cold face. Then, he took out a token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is the Stairway token. You can activate it by injecting your divine energy into it. If you want to come out, just inject your divine consciousness into it and it will bring you out. Thank you, Elder. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian took the Stairway token and flew up to the 1st floor of the Stairway to Heaven. The special treatment that Duan Lingtian received attracted a lot of attention. He's Duan Lingtian? The monster from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? I was wondering who he is to be favored by Tang Wuyan. Goddess Tang Wuyan favors him? Don't talk nonsense. That's right. Goddess Tang Wuyan has always kept a distance from him. In my opinion, they are just ordinary friends. Duan Lingtian, who had entered the 1st floor of the Stairway to Heaven, didn't hear these people's discussions. However, Tang Wuyan heard them clearly, but she didn't care. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. She didn't have a good impression of this inner sect disciple from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy at first. However, after interacting with him that day, her competitive spirit was aroused. She, Tang Wuyan, was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect. When had she ever been ignored by a man like this? She still remembered that day when she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty. Although she didn't want to be a vase, her beauty had always been one of the sources of her confidence. However, in front of this Duan Lingtian, her confidence was shattered into pieces. Sometimes, women were just so strange. She didn't care about the men who circled around her. However, the men who ignored her only aroused her curiosity. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Now, after he obtained the Stairway to Heaven token and entered the Stairway to Heaven, he arrived in an independent space. It was very similar to the space inside a storage ring. There were no lights, only darkness. Obviously, this was one of the independent small planes that imprisoned the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed great mistakes. Hua! Almost at the same moment Duan Lingtian appeared, a flame suddenly lit up in this dark space. Then, not only did the surrounding environment appear in front of Duan Lingtian, but there was also a sloppy figure. This was a small deserted valley. Outside the valley, there was only darkness. Even light couldn't illuminate the darkness. Obviously, this place was isolated by a space barrier and no light could pass through. Has the sect's Stairway to Heaven competition started again? Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the sloppy young man who was originally sitting cross-legged in the corner of the valley slowly stood up. Flames wrapped around his body. His divine power fused with the mysteries of the law of fire, emitting a scorching aura. Duan Lingtian responded faintly. Make your move. The sloppy young man said. You're not my match. Duan Lingtian said. When the sloppy young man appeared in front of him, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the other party was only an intermediate deity. Moreover, the mysteries of the law of fire that were fused with his divine power were not all at the great mastery level. You're also an intermediate deity. How would you know if you don't try? The sloppy young man asked in a hoarse voice. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, his divine power flashed out. All the mysteries of the law of space that were at the great mastery level appeared, causing the air in the small valley to stagnate. At the same time, the small valley fell into a dead silence. After a while, the sloppy young man slowly said, I admit defeat. Chapter 3675. Then, the sloppy young man raised his hand and pointed in the air. A beam of crimson energy hit the void and hit a certain part of the space barrier. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force sweeping in from all parts of the space barrier and enveloping him. Then, in a flash of darkness and light, he found himself in another place. It was no longer a dark space where he could not even see his own fingers. A gigantic luminous pearl hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire small realm. Duan Lingtian stood in a vast stone forest with strange rocks of varying sizes. However, he did not see anyone at all in this place. It seems that this is one of the small dimensions on the second level of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for why there was no one, Duan Lingtian guessed that the other party must be hiding. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and soon found a figure hiding behind a huge rock not far away. After the other party sensed his divine consciousness, he showed himself at the right time. It was a young man in a long blue robe. His face was cold and his body was smooth and clean. He did not look like someone who had been imprisoned here for many years. This person was the polar opposite of the sloppy young man Duan Lingtian met on the first level of the celestial stairway. Whoosh! Whoosh! The smooth and cold young man looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and directly attacked without saying a word. Divine power swept out and integrated with the water precept. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew why the other party could remain smooth and clean even though he was imprisoned here. It was because he was good at the water precept. The water precept, integrated with divine power, could easily turn into water. In addition, when the young man attacked, Duan Lingtian found that his strength was much stronger than the young man at the first level of the celestial stairway. He had comprehended all the profound meanings of the water precept. However, he had not comprehended the integrated profound meaning. In addition, he was only a middle deity. Bang! In the face of this ferocious opponent, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and casually waved his hand. A devastating spatial storm swept out to shatter his opponent's attack in the blink of an eye before heavily injuring his opponent and sending him flying. PFFF, as he spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. Then, as if afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack again, he hurriedly activated the teleportation array to send Duan Lingtian away. Just like that, Duan Lingtian reached the third level. It was still a crushing defeat. The inner sect disciple imprisoned on the third step of the celestial stairway was an intermediate deity. In addition, all of his metal elemental law profundity had reached greater mastery, and he had also begun to comprehend fusion profundity. However, this little bit of strength was still not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian. He was defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. The fourth level was the same. The fifth level was the same. On the sixth level, Duan Lingtian defeated his opponent after some effort. Of course, this was under the condition that he had concealed his strength. If Duan Lingtian had gone all out, he could have easily defeated his opponent as well. On the 7th level, Duan Lingtian faced an imprisoned inner sect disciple. Not only was he a higher deity, but he had also comprehended multiple dual profundity fusion profundity and was extremely powerful. To Duan Lingtian, who had concealed his strength, he posed a certain amount of pressure. Duan Lingtian was in the midst of a fierce battle with his opponent. All of a sudden, the power of divinity in his body surged. Then, in a bizarre manner, he actually broke through the final bottleneck at this very moment. For a moment, Duan Lingtian successfully stepped into the level of a higher deity in the midst of the fierce battle. A last-minute breakthrough? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's last-minute breakthrough, not only did his opponent, the inner sect disciple imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, show no fear, but instead pounced on him even more ferociously. This was because during a last-minute breakthrough, one would need to spend time to stabilize the transformed power of divinity. Now, this inner sect disciple was trying to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. Once the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely win. Swoosh! However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed that he would strike at this moment. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With a flash, he appeared at another location. Then, the inner sect disciple continued his sneak attack. After Duan Lingtian had slightly calmed down his transformed power of divinity, it was already too late for him to use another teleport. Instantly, his gaze turned cold as he glared at the inner sect disciple who had launched another sneak attack. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. When the inner sect disciple approached, Duan Lingtian immediately used the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of space raged and exploded around him, killing the inner sect disciple on the spot. This was also the first person that Duan Lingtian had killed in the process of challenging the celestial stairway. Along the way, he had not deliberately killed anyone. After all, there was no enmity between them. He felt that there was no need to do so. After killing the inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged on the 7th level of the celestial stairway to cultivate, calming down his newly transformed divine power. At the same time, outside the celestial stairway, many inner sect disciples, including Tang Wuyan, were looking at the little dot of light that Duan Lingtian had turned into. This was because this dot of light was climbing the celestial stairway at an extremely fast speed. From the 1st level to the 6th level, it had maintained an extremely fast speed. From the 6th level to the 7th level, it was slightly slower. However, at the 7th level, it suddenly became quiet. After a long while, it did not reach the 8th level, but it did not disappear either. Looks like that Duan Lingtian is going to stop at the 7th level. An inner sect disciple sighed. To be able to reach the 7th level as a medium deity is already very impressive. As expected of the monster from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his name. That's right. Even the 10 most powerful inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to make it to the 7th floor when they were still intermediate gods. Even if Duan Lingtian is eliminated on the 7th level, he should be proud of himself. Tang Wuyan's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at the little dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. Even she did not know why, but when she heard the voices of those who did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian, she actually hoped that Duan Lingtian could create a miracle. However, she felt that this miracle would not be easy to create. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was the little dot of light on the 8th level that had disappeared. Then, a person appeared in front of the celestial stairway. At this moment, a young man in a brownish-green robe appeared. He was tall and had a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the sparkling eyes of many inner sect female disciples present. It was as if they could not wait to pounce on him. It's Senior Brother Chi Yu. Senior Brother Chi Yu is out. Although he did not pass the 8th level, he stayed on the 8th level for a long time this time. It was obvious that he lasted for a long time. It seems that senior brother Chi Yu is going to be the champion in this celestial stairway contest. Senior brother Chi Yu is really amazing. A group of inner sect disciples stared at Chi Yu with sparkling eyes. They were not stingy with their praises and words of praise. It was a stark contrast to the way they looked at Duan Lingtian just now. Junior sister Wuyan? After Chi Yu came out, he basked in the respect of the group of inner sect disciples. He looked arrogant until he saw Tang Wuyan. His eyes lit up, and his expression softened. Then, Chi Yu handed his celestial stairway token to the elder. After greeting the elder, he came to Tang Wuyan and asked with a smile, Junior sister Wuyan, did you just come here, or did you come out from the celestial stairway? Senior brother Chi Yu. Tang Wuyan greeted Chi Yu and said, I haven't entered the celestial stairway yet. You haven't entered? Chi Yu asked with a smile, are you going to enter now? I remember that although junior sister Wuyan didn't reach the 8th floor last time, you still stayed on the 7th floor for a long time. You almost squeezed into the top 10 in the last celestial stairway contest. This time, I think junior sister Wuyan has a high chance of squeezing into the top 10. Chi Yu said, it seems that I am fated to witness junior sister Wuyan's outstanding performance today. In front of Tang Wuyan, Chi Yu was very enthusiastic. Why? Chi Yu liked Tang Wuyan. This was not a secret in the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog sect. Because of this, although many inner sect male disciples had feelings for Tang Wuyan, they didn't dare to show it. This was because they were all afraid of Chi Yu. I don't plan on going in for the time being. Let's wait for my friend to come out first. As for Chi Yu, Tang Wuyan didn't ignore him, but she didn't want to talk to him. Although Chi Yu was outstanding, his reputation wasn't good. As far as she knew, there were no less than 5 inner sect female disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with him. However, those inner sect female disciples didn't think Chi Yu was a playboy or irresponsible. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't say anything. However, she didn't have a good impression of Chi Yu. Your friend? Who? Do I know him? Chi Yu asked with a smile. You should know him. Tang Wuyan looked deeply at Chi Yu. After all, senior brother Chi Yu, in the past 3 months, you have challenged him 3 times in a row while he was in closed-door cultivation. Chi Yu's pupils shrank. He asked in disbelief, Junior sister Wuyan, the friend you are talking about is that Duan Lingtian? Yes. Tang Wuyan nodded. Then, her gaze fell on the small light that represented Duan Lingtian again. She no longer looked at Chi Yu. When Chi Yu saw how focused Tang Wuyan was, his face became even more ghastly. He clenched his fists tightly. Following Tang Wuyan's gaze, he looked at one of the small light spots on the 7th floor with a cold glint in his eyes. Previously, he had targeted Duan Lingtian only because of Tu Feng. However, from this moment on, even he wanted to target Duan Lingtian. This was the first time he saw Tang Wuyan so focused on caring for a man. This was something that he, Chi Yu, had never experienced. What right did that Duan Lingtian have to do this? Duan Lingtian didn't know that Chi Yu had left the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. He also didn't know that Chi Yu hated him very much because of Tang Wuyan. Okay. I can go to the 8th floor now. After stabilizing his divine power and breaking through to the high-level deity level, Duan Lingtian stabilized his cultivation and then went to the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. Chapter 3676. After dealing with the inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force trying to take him away. It was obviously the teleportation power from the 8th level. However, when he realized that he could ignore this suction force, he began to cultivate on the 7th level. When Duan Lingtian was done cultivating, he calmed his divine energy that had transformed after breaking through to the higher rank deity stage and slightly stabilized his cultivation base as a higher rank deity. Then, he stopped cultivating and allowed the suction force to take him away. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above a sea of blood. It was called a sea of blood because he was now above a blood-red sea. He could smell the pungent stench of blood, but there was no one around him. However, when his divine perception swept out and probed the approximate range of the spatial barrier, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Whoosh! With a teleportation, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, looking down at the sea of blood. The power of bloodline can actually extend to such an illusion and prevent my divine perception from detecting your presence. It's indeed impressive. However, do you think you can sneak up on me by hiding like this? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down at the sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sea of blood beneath his feet boiled and rolled. Then, it completely vanished and transformed into a middle-aged man in a long dark red robe. The middle-aged man was tall and had a determined face. His brows were cold and his eyes were like lightning. You have good eyesight. You can actually tell that it's the power of my bloodline. Now, as the middle-aged man withdrew the sea of blood, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a barren plain without a trace of life. Since I've been teleported here, it's naturally impossible that there's no one here. My divine perception can't detect your presence, so how can I not guess? Duan Lingtian asked in return. You're pretty smart. In the past, many inner sect disciples were killed by me before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to leave with the heavenly stairway badge. The middle-aged man grinned. The days here are too boring. What I'm looking forward to the most is for you inner sect disciples who are challenging the stairway to heaven to come in and give me some fun. Seeing that you're smart, even if I have the chance to kill you today, I won't. From the middle-aged man's words, it was clear that he was very confident in himself. Kill me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then I'll thank you for not killing me. Brat, it seems like you don't care about my words. The blood-robed middle-aged man laughed coldly. However, you will soon know what despair is. I, Shui Haishan, am the second strongest among all the inner sect disciples who are imprisoned on the 8th level of the stairway to heaven if I claim to be first. As soon as the crimson-robed man finished speaking, he moved. Divine power bloomed from his body. Then, it fused with an inexplicable law that caused one's heart to palpitate. Then, as he pointed his finger, the space around him froze. Moreover, this freezing continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the space around Duan Lingtian was shrouded in this space. This familiar aura caused Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The law of time. He saw through it. This higher deity named Shui Haishan was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time. This law of time was also the strangest law of the 4 supreme laws. After all, this law of time could be used to control time, making it impossible to guard against. However, the moment Shui Haishan attacked, Duan Lingtian sensed that he comprehended the law of time. Moreover, he was extremely proficient in the law of time. He even comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. You comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. Although it's only one, it's enough for you to stand out among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Divine power swept out from his body. He fused the space law's fundamental profundities, the space element, and then fused the 3 profundities. Moreover, he fused more than one of the 3 profundities. 2 types of 3 profundities fused and resonated. A mighty spatial storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Shui Haishan's law of time, causing his law of time to be unable to advance any further. This way, it wouldn't affect Duan Lingtian. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space wasn't as strange as the law of time, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Once the 2 types of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together, the surrounding space was immediately sealed. Because the space was sealed, Shui Haishan's law of time couldn't spread towards Duan Ling Tian. It couldn't affect Duan Ling Tian. Shua. Shui Haishan's originally arrogant expression changed drastically at this moment. He completely collapsed. You actually comprehended two types of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Why did Shui Haishan think that none of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were his match? Basically, all of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were higher deities. Moreover, they had all comprehended one type of three profundities of the law of space fused together. Although Shui Haishan was the same, he had comprehended the law of time. The law of time was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was also the leader of the 4 supreme laws. He had the confidence to say that he was the strongest among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. However, the opponent he was facing now didn't just comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space, but also two types of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together. This instantly made him feel hopeless. He wasn't a match for such an existence. Do you still want to continue? Duan Ling Tian thought. The space windstorm continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, it gradually invaded the space affected by Shui Haishan's law of time. During this process, Shui Haishan's power couldn't stop the space windstorm at all. Humph. Shui Haishan snorted coldly. His face turned cold. Then, a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag was square in shape and embroidered with extremely complicated patterns. Once it appeared, Shui Haishan injected his divine power into it. Then, Shui Haishan's attack soared. For a moment, not only was he able to match Duan Ling Tian's attack, but he was even showing signs of suppressing it. Do you think you're the only one who has a medium divine weapon? Although Duan Ling Tian didn't expect Shui Haishan to be able to take out a medium divine weapon, even if it was just a medium divine weapon without a weapon soul, he wasn't afraid at all. With a raise of his hand, a medium divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian injected his divine power into the sword and swung it. In the next moment, the originally suppressed spatial energy was completely guided, turning into a ray of sword light completely condensed from a spatial storm. It streaked through the air and destroyed Shui Haishan's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, it continued to rush forward, only gradually dissipating when it arrived in front of Shui Haishan. At this moment, Shui Haishan's robes fluttered, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. There were even many pieces of cloth on his robes that were torn apart, and there were many hideous bloody wounds on his body. Although Duan Ling Tian stopped in time, because the ray of sword light condensed from the spatial storm was too close to Shui Haishan still suffered some superficial wounds. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Shui Haishan could feel a chill coming from his wounds. However, he was wild with joy. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he didn't expect to have a chance to live. Brother, thank you for showing mercy. Shui Haishan bowed to Duan Ling Tian and thanked him. Brother, Shui Haishan, will remember this kindness in my heart. I wonder how I should address you, brother. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied. The reason he didn't kill Shui Haishan was because Shui Haishan had said earlier that he wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to stop earlier. Duan Ling Tian, I'll remember this. Shui Haishan nodded. If I get out in the future, I'll definitely return this favor, brother. Duan Ling Tian didn't take Shui Haishan's words to heart. In his opinion, the inner sect disciples who were imprisoned in the small realm in the stairway to heaven had all committed grave mistakes. Even if they could get out, it would be a long time later. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's strength was far inferior to his. Even now, it would be difficult for him to return the favor, let alone in the future. Brother, now that you've reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, don't hesitate if you encounter any danger. Just use the stairway heaven token to get out. Since you're able to ascend to the 9th level, you're basically the first among the inner sect disciples in the divine spirit stage in this stairway to heaven battle. Shui Haishan reminded Duan Lingtian before he sent him off. Those on the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, are all God Kings? Duan Lingtian asked. More than 90% of them are God Kings. Shui Haishan nodded. Only a small number of them are higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law. If you're lucky enough to encounter such people, brother, you'll still have a chance to pass the 9th level. If you encounter a God King, even if the other party's comprehension of the law profundities is ordinary, brother, it'll still be difficult for you to be a match for him. When you reach the 9th level, try your best to hold on for a while. If the situation doesn't seem right, just leave. Shui Haishan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll go out and find you for a drink, brother. Shui Haishan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he activated the formation and sent Duan Lingtian out of the 8th level to the 9th level. After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before his eyes, Shui Haishan could not help but sigh. I really didn't expect another higher deity to appear in the sect who has comprehended the fusion of 2 types of 3 profundities of a certain law. Moreover, what he comprehended was the space law. Even in the era before Shui Haishan was imprisoned, such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn in the Hidden Fog sect. In his generation, only his younger brother, Shui Haichuan, had managed to reach this stage. I wonder how that boy Haichuan is doing after 10,000 years. With his talent and perception, even if he isn't a divine emperor, he should be a higher deity king by now, right? Shui Haishan muttered to himself. At the same time, outside the stairway to heaven, there was an uproar. Heavens! Duan Lingtian actually ascended to the 9th level. Am I seeing things? Chapter 3677. When Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, he already had a great reputation. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, apart from those who were particularly ill-informed or in seclusion, everyone knew of him. In addition, in the last 3 months, Chiyu, one of the Hidden Fog sect's top 10 inner sect disciples, had challenged Duan Lingtian time and time again. This caused them to involuntarily pay more attention to Duan Lingtian. They were even looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Chiyu. Of course, most people favored Chiyu. Although it was said that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the space law, Chiyu had also comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the wind law. Moreover, Chiyu was a higher deity while Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate deity. They had comprehended similar profundities of the laws, even if they had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. For Duan Lingtian to jump a cultivation level and defeat Chiyu was tantamount to a fantasy. Today, Duan Lingtian appeared at the Celestial Stairway competition. First, he appeared to be familiar with Tang Wuyan, further attracting attention. Then, he entered the Celestial Stairway and participated in the Celestial Stairway competition. This immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of inner sect disciples outside the Celestial Stairway. When Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th step, the group of people outside the Celestial Stairway were shocked. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to ascend to the 8th step. If Duan Lingtian had a higher deity cultivation, they wouldn't be surprised if he ascended to the 8th step. But the problem was that Duan Lingtian wasn't a higher deity but an intermediate deity. An intermediate deity ascending to the 8th step. How was this possible? It was precisely because of this that when Chiyu came out and saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step, he was also shocked. This Duan Lingtian can last for a moment on the 8th step. That's already pretty good. He stayed on the 7th step for so long. It must have been very difficult for him to ascend. This was what Chiyu thought when he saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. After Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th level of the heavenly stairway, it did not take long before he ascended to the 9th level of the heavenly stairway. One had to know that unless one defeated or killed an inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, or if the other party admitted defeat, it was impossible to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The 8th step of the celestial stairway was more difficult than the 7th step. Duan Lingtian actually reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven. Oh my God! He has passed the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Many people cried out in alarm. Even Tang Wuyan's pretty face was filled with astonishment. He passed the 8th floor? Although Tang Wuyan had never climbed to the 8th level of the stairway, she had climbed to the 7th level. She knew what kind of existence the 7th level of the stairway was. At the very least, she was no match for the inner sect disciples imprisoned there. Otherwise, she would have reached the 8th level of the celestial stairway like Chi Yu. And now, not only had Duan Lingtian reached the 8th level, but he had also reached the 9th level. This also meant that he had successfully passed the 8th level. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? An inner sect disciple couldn't help but guess. After all, Duan Lingtian stayed on the 7th level for such a long time. It's obvious that he barely passed the 7th level. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for him to pass the 8th level. The gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? That's impossible, right? It has to be known that those gatekeepers are inner sect disciples of our hidden fog sect who committed a grave mistake and were locked up. Once they succeed, they can reduce the number of years they can be imprisoned. To them, this is a good thing. In this situation, how could they possibly go easy on us? That being said, in the history of our hidden fog sect, there have been cases of people going easy on him. There are all kinds of reasons. More often than not, it's because the gatekeeper gave up on himself and knew the challenger. As the saying went, 3 people became a tiger. As some inner sect disciples took the lead to voice their doubts, more and more people began to think that Duan Lingtian could pass the 8th level because the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. Humph. So what if he obtained first place in this celestial stairway struggle? No one will believe him. Chi Yu sneered. Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu. Although Tang Wuyan also felt that the possibility of the gatekeeper of the 8th level going easy on Duan Lingtian was very high, she didn't know why, but when she heard Chi Yu's words, she still didn't like it. Are you sure? Can't he pass the 8th level with his own strength? Junior apprentice Sister Wuyan. Chi Yu said with a smile, a person who wasted so much time on the 7th level. Do you think that after he ascends to the 8th level, he will be able to pass so easily with his own strength? Hearing this, Tang Wuyan frowned. Maybe he started cultivating on the 7th floor and only went to the 8th floor after he became a higher deity? Breakthrough? How can there be such a coincidence? Chi Yu was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. He felt that this possibility was very low. Of course, he couldn't help but be wary. That Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate god now. He could still suppress him, but when he broke through to the higher god realm in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Duan Lingtian didn't know what was happening outside. Now, after meeting Shui Haishan on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian had successfully arrived at one of the small dimensions on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The small dimension had picturesque scenery with mountains and rivers. A figure in a white robe stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had an elegant temperament. After Duan Lingtian appeared, his eyes fell on this person. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Although his face was ordinary, the invisible aura he exuded made it impossible for others to ignore him. Even in a crowd, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. You're quite strong to be able to make it here with your cultivation level as a higher god. When Duan Lingtian felt a divine consciousness enveloping him, he heard the middle-aged scholar's voice suddenly speak again. His voice was calm and incomparably confident. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. A higher god? Through the middle-aged scholar's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian immediately confirmed the other party's cultivation level. Just like him, they were both higher gods. Recalling what Shui Haishan said on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian knew that he was lucky to have come to the small dimension where the inner sect disciples at the 9th level of the celestial stairway who were at the higher god realm were imprisoned. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Shui Haishan said before, the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 9th level of the celestial stairway are basically all god kings. There are only a few higher gods, and those higher gods, without exception, have comprehended at least 2 types of fusion of the 3 profound meanings. It seems that the middle-aged man in front of me is that kind of person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Are you surprised that I'm a higher god? The middle-aged scholar saw Duan Lingtian shudder, but the smile on his face was as calm as ever. However, I'm different from the higher gods you've encountered before. Presumably, on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, you've also encountered a higher god who comprehended some kind of law or fusion of the 3 profound meanings, right? I can crush, defeat, or even kill a higher deity like that in a single exchange. The middle-aged scholar's tone was full of pride. I believe that. Duan Lingtian nodded and said in all seriousness, since you can be one of the gatekeepers of the 9th level of the celestial stairway, it means that your strength is far stronger than the gatekeepers on the 8th level of the celestial stairway. However, I'm very curious. Duan Lingtian already faintly understood the middle-aged scholar's background, so he didn't doubt the middle-aged scholar's words. The Hidden Fog sect is actually willing to imprison someone like you here? With a higher god cultivation, to comprehend any kind of law or to fuse 2 or more types of 3 profound meanings together, even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, I'm afraid you are an extremely rare existence. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged scholar, waiting for the other party's response. It seems that a little fellow like you knows a lot. The middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, if it were an ordinary mistake, no matter how great it was, with my talent and perception, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't imprison me here. But do you know what mistake I made? The middle-aged scholar asked in reply. What mistake? Duan Lingtian was startled. I killed my honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect master at the time. The middle-aged scholar grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. But as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He killed the Hidden Fog sect master. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect master was this person's honorable master? Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at the middle-aged scholar was filled with contempt. What? Are you looking down on me? The middle-aged scholar curled his lips, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Do you know why I killed him? Because he wanted me to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and take over his position. He personally gave the order to exterminate my entire family. My entire family, over 1,000 lives, all of them died because of a single order from him. As the middle-aged scholar spoke to this point, he was practically gnashing his teeth. And from his body, bursts of swift and fierce aura swept out in a timely manner. A frightening cyan astral wind revolved around his body as if it had transformed into a cyan wind dragon. The wind howled. As for the middle-aged scholar's voice, it reverberated through this small world, deafening to the ears. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Duan Lingtian frowned. He found it hard to imagine that the former Hidden Fog sect master would exterminate his entire family because of this. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? I can't be wrong. The middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. At that time, when the person he sent reported to him, I just happened to hear it. I heard it with my own ears, so how could I be wrong? In the past, I told him that I had no intention of becoming the next sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I wanted to return to my family and lead them to become a God King level family clan, or even a God Emperor level family clan. He wasn't willing for me to leave the Hidden Fog sect like this, so he wanted to kill my entire family. Chapter 3678. The middle-aged scholar's words were filled with anger. As for Duan Lingtian, he could feel a bone-deep hatred from the middle-aged scholar's tone. At the same time, he finally realized why this middle-aged scholar was imprisoned here. Even if such a person didn't die, he definitely couldn't be released. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would bring disaster to the Hidden Fog sect. To be appointed as the next successor to the Hidden Fog sect master, his talent and perception could be imagined. He was absolutely at the peak. In the future, when he stood up, he would surely be a giant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a divine emperor-level influence. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't kill him, it was impossible for them to allow him to grow. The small world of the Stairway to Heaven was undoubtedly the best place for him to belong. In the Stairway to Heaven's world, there are many people who are imprisoned for an indefinite period of time. Is your imprisonment also permanent? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the middle-aged scholar. What do you think? The middle-aged scholar sneered. He asked in return, I am just over 2,300 years old and yet I have already become a higher deity. Moreover, I have even comprehended the fusion of two types of wind laws, three profound meanings. Even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such achievements can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for them wanting to use me as a gatekeeper for the Stairway to Heaven's struggle to temper their juniors, they would have already killed me. It is impossible for them to release me, my imprisonment is naturally permanent. As he spoke, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a mocking smile. A dignified God-Emperor-level sect is as timid as a mouse. Even a mere higher deity like me is afraid of them. How laughable. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that this middle-aged scholar would have such astonishing achievements at such a young age. All right, enough nonsense, boy, do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you out? The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine energy that had been boosted with the law of wind began to stir as though a terrifying tornado was brewing in his body. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Although I don't intend to pass the 9th level. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to send me out. Duan Lingtian's words made the middle-aged scholar sneer. Kid, it seems like you don't know how strong I am. Fine. Next, I'll let you experience my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar attacked. Whoosh. Crash. Along with the tornado on the middle-aged scholar's body, a terrifying storm swept out towards Duan Lingtian as if it covered the heavens and the earth. It was like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian up the staircase. However, this storm disappeared just as quickly as it came. Boom. Rumble. The spatial storm raged as it crushed this similarly shocking storm that originated from the middle-aged scholar without any effort, causing the middle-aged man's expression to instantly change drastically. You've actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. Although there were only 8 profundities from the law of space that could be fused, it did not mean that only 2 profundities could be fused. It could also be fused 3, 4, or even 5 profundities. It was just that the combinations were different. The more one comprehended, the stronger the power would be. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space to crush the middle-aged scholar's strength. It was similar to how he had defeated Shui Haishan, who was at the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Bang! A violent spatial energy came crashing down like a giant hammer and landed on the middle-aged scholar's body, sending him flying violently. Of course, at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew most of his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died without a doubt. Just as the middle-aged scholar regained his senses, his face turned green and pale. He was shocked when he saw the purple figure standing in the distance had taken out the celestial stairway token and left. The figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. He doesn't plan on going to the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to be too high profile. A higher deity ascending to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, no one has ever done this. The best one has ever done was to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar guessed why the purple-clothed youth didn't go to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. It turned out that he wanted to keep a low profile. I really didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect to produce such a character, the middle-aged scholar sighed with a bit of regret. Such a character was even more outstanding than he was in the past. Outside the celestial stairway. The small dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial stairway, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would soon be eliminated. Even Tang Wuyan felt the same way. However, what surprised them was that after Duan Lingtian ascended to the 9th level of the celestial stairway, he didn't come out for a long time. Could it be that he still has the ability to compete with the people on the 9th level of the celestial stairway? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? An inner sect disciple guessed in horror. Impossible. There must be another reason. Another inner sect disciple shook his head. He obviously didn't want to believe this. After all, he stayed on the 7th level of the celestial stairway for a long time. I think so too. The gatekeeper must have gone easy on him for him to pass the 8th level of the celestial stairway so easily. The group of people outside never expected that the reason Duan Lingtian stayed on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for so long was because he was chatting with the gatekeeper. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the group of people, Duan Lingtian finally appeared. He had stopped on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Naturally, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to come out after defeating the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. They thought Duan Lingtian was mercilessly eliminated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian is out. He stopped on the 9th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 9th level for such a long time. If there are no accidents, he'll be the first in the celestial stairway contest this time. He's really lucky. The group of inner sect disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian heard them loud and clear. Elder. When Duan Lingtian passed the celestial stairway order to the old man asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, did you fight with the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for a long time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, it ended quickly. It could be said that it ended in a single exchange. It ended in a single exchange. The old man was startled. If that's the case, why did you stay on the 9th level for such a long time? At this moment, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they all thought that Duan Lingtian had been defeated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway in a single exchange. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would say that he had defeated the gatekeeper on the 9th level in a single exchange. However, as the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder asked this question, the other inner sect disciples also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were curious as to why Duan Lingtian could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. We chatted for a while. Duan Lingtian's reply caused everyone to be petrified. They never thought that this was the reason. It was because he had chatted with the gatekeeper that he could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. This fellow, how could his luck be so good? He met a gatekeeper who was willing to chat with him. One had to know that it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of chatting with the keeper that they couldn't defeat in order to prolong the time they had to spend on the last floor. However, the keepers seemed to have the attitude of not saying anything more than half a sentence and directly eliminated them mercilessly. You've really run into dog sh*t luck. Chi Yu sneered. As for Chi Yu's voice, it sounded particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment. For a time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at him. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he faintly smiled. Yes, your luck is all right, but even if you want to run into dog sh*t luck, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Seeing Duan Lingtian refute him, Chi Yu's expression sank. At the same time, he sneered, Duan Ling Tian, you finally stopped hiding like a coward. Since you've come out, have you thought about accepting my challenge? Or perhaps, you don't dare? Do you want to continue being a coward? Chi Yu sneered. Challenge? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. For a moment, he didn't react. At this time, Tang Wuyan took a step forward and walked in front of Duan Ling Tian. She said to Duan Ling Tian, he's the inner sect disciple who has challenged you every month for the past 3 months, Chi Yu. Chi Yu? Duan Ling Tian looked at Chi Yu again with a look of realization on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dog that Tu Feng sent to bite me. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even Tang Wuyan, who was standing in front of him, was stunned. She never thought Duan Ling Tian would call Chi Yu a dog in front of Chi Yu. Moreover, he even said that Chi Yu was the dog of another inner sect disciple. Tang Wuyan quickly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you have a grudge with senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Although Tu Feng was also an inner sect disciple, he was an inner sect disciple who had stepped into the Divine King realm. In terms of status and strength, he wasn't someone that ordinary Divine Spirit realm inner sect disciples like them could compare with. Although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not bad, it was not a good thing for him to offend Tu Feng. Not only was Tu Feng a Divine King stage inner sect disciple, but he was also the eldest disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. I don't think it's a conflict, but I don't know what he thinks. Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Before Tang Wuyan could reply to Duan Ling Tian, Chi Yu's voice that was filled with anger and coldness rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, do you want to die? Chapter 3679. Following Chi Yu's stern shout, the atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. A thick smell of gunpowder rose up, causing everyone's heart to subconsciously hang in the air. At the same time, they stared at the two parties involved, Duan Ling Tian and Chi Yu. Courting death? After Chi Yu shouted fiercely, Duan Ling Tian glanced at him unhurriedly with a profound gaze. Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Chi Yu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that just because you were lucky and reached the 9th step of the celestial stairway and had a better result than me, you can look down on me? The ranking of the celestial stairway has never represented the ranking of strength. That's true. You're just a young man who entered the sect not long ago. It's normal that you don't know this. As he spoke, the corners of Chi Yu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In Chi Yu's opinion, this Duan Ling Tian had spent so much time on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. It was impossible for him to pass the 8th step. Yet, he had passed the 8th step so quickly. This meant that the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. If the gatekeeper was an inner sect disciple who had been imprisoned for life, it was normal for him to go easy on him. After all, even if they won, there was no way to reduce their sentence. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had said that he had been defeated in a single move on the 9th step. Although he had stayed on the 9th step for a long time, it was because he had spent a long time chatting with the gatekeeper. Because of this, even if Duan Ling Tian's result in this celestial stairway competition surpassed Chi Yu's, Chi Yu still didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a kid who had been lucky for a while. Lucky? Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Chi Yu. You can try. I'll try then. Chi Yu sneered. Now, do you dare to go to the ultimate martial platform with me? The ultimate martial arena was where the people of the Hidden Fog sect fought. In a duel on the ultimate martial arena, one could admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the opponent could no longer intentionally take one's life. However, if one did not admit defeat in time, even if one was killed by the opponent, it would be a meaningless death. In the Hidden Fog sect, there was no such thing as a life or death arena. If it was only to compare notes, the Hidden Fog sect's people would go to the martial meeting square, which was right below the extreme martial arena. The ultimate martial platform was an elevated platform located in the sky above the martial arts competition square. Ultimate martial dais? Senior apprentice brother Qiyu actually wants to go up the ultimate martial stage with Duan Lingtian? Oh my god. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, you'll be like a sword without eyes. If you don't admit defeat in time, even if you're killed, you'll have died in vain. How much hatred do you have? Senior brother Qiyu, do you really intend to have a life and death duel with Duan Lingtian? When the surrounding inner sect disciples regained their senses, their faces were basically filled with shock. Some of the people who wished for the world to be in chaos even had their eyes glowing, their faces filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Tang Wuyan quickly stopped Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, if you don't admit defeat in time, even if you die, the sect won't punish you. I know. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mentions the ultimate martial platform. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Wuyan and faintly smiled. When this scene fell into Qiyu's eyes, it made him burn with jealousy. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly say such words to Tang Wuyan, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Wuyan must have sent a sound transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian not to agree to the ultimate martial platform battle. Duan Lingtian, genius from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, do you dare? Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile, his tone filled with provocation. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. If you don't have the confidence, don't agree. An old voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, greatly surprising him. This was because this sound transmission came from the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder who was guarding outside the sky stairway. Elder, rest assured. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily do something I'm not confident in. Duan Lingtian replied to the inner sect elder's sound transmission. Then, he looked at Qiyu and lightly said, lead the way. Lead the way. This was Duan Lingtian's reply. Qiyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered and turned to lead the way. The surrounding inner sect disciples also began to boil with excitement. He agreed. He agreed. I really don't understand. Why would Duan Lingtian agree? Since senior apprentice brother Qiyu dares to make such a request, he must be confident in defeating him. An intermediate deity dares to accept a challenge from a higher deity? Amidst the uproar of the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian followed Qiyu's footsteps and headed towards the ultimate martial platform. This fellow, seeing Duan Lingtian not listening to his advice, Tang Wuyan couldn't help but frown. But he still followed. He didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, if there is any danger, admit defeat in time. As long as you admit defeat, Qiyu won't dare to kill you again. At that time, the elder on duty at the ultimate martial platform will also protect you. Duan Lingtian was aware of everything Tang Wuyan had said. However, Duan Lingtian still sent a sound transmission to Tang Wuyan to express his thanks for his concern. Outside the sky stairway, besides the inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway, everyone else who knew that Duan Lingtian had agreed to Qiyu's challenge at the ultimate martial platform followed. The inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway also wanted to follow. But this time, he was the one guarding the sky stairway so he couldn't leave. Where is he? Someone walked out of the sky stairway and was puzzled when he realized that there was no one around except for the inner sect elder on duty. When he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the elder on duty, he immediately rushed to the ultimate martial platform. Senior brother Qiyu is going to fight with that Duan Lingtian who just joined the sect on the ultimate martial platform? This is a good show, we can't miss it. One by one, the inner sect disciples who walked out of the sky stairway rushed to the ultimate martial platform after learning that Duan Lingtian and Qiyu were going to fight on the ultimate martial platform. As a result, more and more people went to the ultimate martial platform. Elder Peng. The inner sect elder on duty outside the sky stairway finally couldn't hold himself back and sent a sound transmission to an elder who was on good terms with him. If I remember correctly, you've been on duty at the ultimate martial platform recently? Are you there today? The other party quickly responded, yes, what's the matter? In a moment, that Chiyu will fight with Duan Lingtian, who was recommended by Vice Sect Master Murong to enter the sect ahead of time. Inform me of the progress at any time. If Duan Lingtian is in danger, remind him to admit defeat with a sound transmission. This little fellow is quite polite and his talent and perception are quite good. If he lives, it will only be beneficial to the sect. The inner sect elder outside the sky stairway said. What? Chiyu and Duan Lingtian are going to fight on the ultimate martial platform? I see them. Don't worry, I don't want such a genius to die. Elder Peng, who was on duty at the ultimate martial platform, saw a group of people in the distance. He saw that the person leading them was their hidden fog sect's Chiyu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that he was a handsome young man in purple clothes. He was clearly following behind Chiyu. There were a total of 19 ultimate martial platforms. They were located in the skies above the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. However, the 19 ultimate martial platforms were usually empty. The most lively place was the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. There were many hidden fog sect inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples sparring there. The hidden fog sect's martial meeting square and ultimate martial platform didn't belong to the inner sect. Rather, they were shared between the inner and outer sect. And they were located between the inner and outer sections. Why are there so many people? How lively! There were many people in the martial meeting square to begin with. When Duan Lingtian, Chiyu, and the group of inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun arrived, they alarmed many people in the martial meeting square. And when they saw the person in the lead, their eyes brightened. It's Chiyu. He's ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Chiyu is going to enter the ultimate martial platform? Who is he going to fight with? That purple-clothed youth behind him, who is he? In the martial meeting square, a group of inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were watching the fun flew into the air out of curiosity. And when they saw that there was no one around them, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were sparring also tacitly stopped and followed. Senior apprentice brother, what's going on? Who is senior apprentice brother Chiyu going to fight with on the ultimate martial platform? Many people asked the inner sect disciples who came from the sky stairway. And when they obtained the answer, they all revealed looks of shock. It's actually that Duan Lingtian who just entered the sect. Isn't he a middle deity? A mere middle deity dares to fight with senior apprentice brother Chiyu on the ultimate martial platform? I've heard of him. Although he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space laws, senior apprentice brother Chiyu has also comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. In addition to senior apprentice brother Chiyu's cultivation being a level higher than his, he will undoubtedly lose. I really don't understand why he would agree to a battle with such a great disparity in strength. Although the group of hidden fog sect disciples couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian would agree to such a battle, it didn't affect them from joining in on the fun. Many geniuses die prematurely because of their carelessness. Many people shook their heads as they looked at the purple figure walking towards the ultimate martial platform with pity on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian followed Chiyu, who was leading the way, and landed on the ultimate martial platform in the center of the 19 platforms. This ultimate martial platform was also the largest. The surrounding 18 smaller ultimate martial platforms surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. After Chiyu landed, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who had also landed and was calmly looking at him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's expression remain so calm at this time, Chiyu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Duan Lingtian could still pretend to be relaxed when he was outside the sky stairway, then he shouldn't be so relaxed now that he was on the ultimate martial platform. After all, Chiyu was much stronger than him. But now, in the end, Chiyu couldn't help but extend his divine sense and envelop Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart filled with shock. He actually broke through to the realm of a higher deity? Chapter 3680. Just now, before the stairway to heaven, Qiyu hadn't thought of using his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. This was because he subconsciously felt that even if Duan Lingtian wanted to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to do so while he was at the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until he arrived at the ultimate martial platform and saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression that Qiyu couldn't help but use his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian. And after he discovered that Duan Lingtian was a higher deity, his heart was in turmoil. The difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's breakthrough was like heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough. But now that Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough, he wasn't confident at all. Although both of them had comprehended the fusion of three profound meanings of a certain law, Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. As for him, he had only comprehended one of the more ordinary five elemental laws, the law of wind. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the realm of a higher deity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he not lower his voice, but he seemed to have deliberately raised it so that it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, including the two elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform. One of the elders was surnamed Peng. Elder Chen, don't you think you're worrying too much? After hearing Qiyu's words, Elder Peng subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded Duan Lingtian. After confirming Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder on duty outside the stairway to heaven. What's wrong? Elder Chen, who was on duty outside the stairway to heaven, was naturally dumbfounded when he received the message. Duan Lingtian is also a higher deity. His chances of winning this battle are higher, okay? You actually want me to remind him to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Elder Peng snappily said. What? Duan Lingtian is a higher deity? Elder Chen, on the other hand, was shocked. But before he entered the stairway to heaven, he was clearly only an intermediate deity. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness to probe him. Could it be that he made a breakthrough when he was fighting someone on the stairway to heaven? That should be the case. He probably made his breakthrough on the seventh step of the celestial stairway. After a period of stalemate, he made a breakthrough at the last moment. Then, he successfully cleared the level. Relying on his higher deity cultivation base, he quickly defeated the guardian on the eighth step of the celestial stairway. In fact, the guardian on the eighth step didn't go easy on him. As for the ninth step of the celestial stairway, it's highly likely that he'll encounter an inner sect disciple of the godly king stage. Even if he becomes a higher deity, it'll be difficult for him to be a match for them. It's very normal for him to be defeated in one move. At this moment, Elder Chen understood many things. At the same time, he realized that he had worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer inferior to Qiyu's. He might even be stronger. I don't know about that. Alright, I'll watch these two little fellows fight first, then I'll tell you the result. However, it's highly likely that Qiyu will admit defeat because I can see fear in his eyes. Elder Peng sent a voice transmission and said, showing fear before the battle is a great taboo. While Elder Peng stopped sending messages and stared intently at the two figures on the ultimate martial platform, the crowd was also abuzz with discussion. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have broken through to become a higher deity. No wonder he dared to accept senior brother Qiyu's challenge. It turns out that he has made a breakthrough. I understand now. Duan Lingtian made a breakthrough on the seventh step of the celestial stairway. Before the breakthrough, he was in a stalemate with the guardian for a long time. After the breakthrough, he easily defeated the guardian on the eighth step of the celestial stairway and ascended to the ninth step. However, he was eliminated by the godly king stage guardian on the ninth step. That must be it. While many inner sect disciples were speculating, Tang Wuyan, who was standing at the side of the crowd, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. So, he has already made a breakthrough. What I said earlier actually came true. Previously, Tang Wuyan had told Qi Yu that Duan Lingtian might have made a breakthrough on the spot and then ascended to the 9th step of the celestial stairway. Of course, it was not that she had much confidence in Duan Lingtian at that time. She just could not stand Qi Yu's attitude. However, she did not expect that what she said would really come true. Why? Are you going to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when Qi Yu pointed out his current cultivation. He stared deeply at Qi Yu and asked meaningfully. However, as far as I know, the rules of the ultimate martial platform state that once one ascends to the ultimate martial platform, one is not allowed to admit defeat within 10 breaths from the start of the battle. Duan Lingtian revealed the rules of the ultimate martial platform that he had learned from the inner sect disciples' handbook. His originally calm expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? Sensing the gazes around him, even though Qi Yu felt a little guilty, he still maintained a tough front on the surface. Duan Lingtian, even if you're a higher deity, you've only just made a breakthrough to become a higher deity. You might not even have had time to consolidate your cultivation, and you want me, Qi Yu, to admit defeat? Ridiculous. As Qi Yu's voice fell, gusts of wind raged around his body. The law of wind fused with divine power appeared as though it had turned into a small tornado. Furthermore, the tornado was still growing stronger. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Both of them had comprehended the law of wind, but the middle-aged scholar that he had encountered on the 9th step of the celestial stairway was far more powerful than Qi Yu. Qi Yu had only comprehended one type of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind, but that person had comprehended 2 types of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind. Their abilities were not on the same level at all. However, the problem was, even that middle-aged scholar was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. Now, I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Yu and said calmly, kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and I'll spare your life. The moment Duan Lingtian said that, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, from his tone, it was as though victory was already in his hands. Presumptuous. As expected, Qi Yu was enraged. He roared angrily and moved with the wind. It was as though he had turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a crescent blade appeared in Qi Yu's hand. As soon as the blade appeared, it was infused with divine power that had merged with the wind elemental attribute. Suddenly, a green light shone brightly. Obviously, the blade in Qi Yu's hand was a divine weapon. Of course, it was only a lower-grade divine weapon. However, even though it was a lower-grade divine weapon, once it was in Qi Yu's hand, the power that was infused into it was extremely shocking. The green blade radiance swept across the sky as though it could split the sky. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of the blade, a terrifying blade radiance bloomed in the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian. However, in the face of Qi Yu's sudden attack, Duan Lingtian did not panic. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared not far behind Qi Yu. You're courting death. Although there was not much movement behind him, Qi Yu, who was fully alert, turned around in an instant and slashed out with his blade. Another green blade radiance bloomed. Although it was not as strong as the previous blade radiance, it was not to be underestimated. Buzz! The blade radiance that Duan Lingtian had dodged seemed to have grown eyes. It turned around in the air and continued to attack Duan Lingtian. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His eyes were calm, and then he took a step forward. A layer of faint armor appeared on the surface of his body. Together with the sudden appearance of the spatial wind leopard, it easily crushed the blade radiance that Qi Yu had slashed out. Then, before Qi Yu's other blade radiance could catch up, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved casually in front of a group of people. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was as light as the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. When the crowd saw that there was a sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, Qi Yu's body had already been decapitated. Then, the spatial windstorm that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, instantly mincing Chiyu into a pool of blood. After Chiyu's death, the saber ray that flashed through the air became much weaker. In the end, it landed on the silhouette of armor that flashed on Duan Ling Tian's body and completely dissipated. Duan Ling Tian was wearing a defensive divine armor. It was one of the dozens of divine weapons given to him by the Zhong family in Tianfeng City. It was a low-grade divine weapon. In terms of value, it was not inferior to an ordinary middle-grade offensive divine weapon. Later, he attacked with a low-grade divine sword given to him by the Zhong family. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood and blood mist scattered all over the ground, leaving behind dazzling, eye-catching marks on the ultimate martial platform. It also caused the surrounding crowd to become silent. No one expected it to end so quickly. From the moment Chiyu attacked to the moment Chiyu died, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. As for Duan Ling Tian, from the moment he moved to the moment he attacked, it was at most a single breath of time. See, the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform were experienced and knowledgeable. Although they were shocked by the scene in front of them, they were the first to react. However, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the purple figure on the platform again, their eyes revealed a bit of shock. Although they also thought that Duan Ling Tian was likely to win. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would win so easily. That was Chiyu. Among the hidden fog sect spirit god realm inner sect disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 10. He was the hidden fog sect signboard. But now, this signboard was gone. However, they didn't feel sad because this signboard was gone. Instead, they felt excited. This was because Chiyu's death announced the appearance of an even stronger inner sect disciple. Duan Ling Tian. This inner sect disciple, who had been recommended by the Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also their Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng, had become the new signboard of their Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, this signboard was even stronger than Chiyu's. This, Tang Wuyan stood on the side of the crowd. After a while, he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the purple figure in disbelief. He just broke through to the higher god realm and he's already so strong? Chiyu was killed by a single sword strike. Chapter 3681. The purple-clad young man stood on the ultimate martial platform with a calm expression on his face. It was as if everything in front of him was of no importance to him. He did not rejoice as if he already knew this would be the result. Because of this, he gave off an unfathomable feeling as he stood there. I gave you a chance. The purple-clad young man's words seemed to echo in many people's ears again. It was not until this moment that they realized that in the eyes of the purple-clad young man, Chiyu was like a chicken that could not withstand a single blow. If you were given a chance, you would live. If you did not cherish it, you would die. When will the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition be released? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian looked up at Tang Wuyan and asked. Huh? Tang Wuyan was still in a daze when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. She immediately returned to her senses and told Duan Ling Tian the date the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition would be released. Understood. I'll take my leave first. After getting the information he wanted, Duan Ling Tian nodded and directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only a pool of blood was left on the ultimate martial platform. After Duan Ling Tian left, the crowd burst into an uproar as expected. Oh my god! Duan Ling Tian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Wind City is actually so strong? Did you see how he insta-killed Chiyu? I feel that his sword move seemed simple, but Chiyu was unable to block it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Most people did not understand how Duan Ling Tian killed Chiyu. The law of space that Duan Ling Tian displayed was only the fusion of 3 profundities. The profundities of the law were not much stronger than the profundities of the law that Chiyu displayed. Is this the difference between the 4 supreme laws and the 5 elemental laws? Some people questioned. However, more people shook their heads and denied it. The 4 supreme laws are stronger than the 5 elemental laws, but not to this extent. Perhaps Duan Lingtian used his bloodline power at the critical moment. Even Tang Wuyan himself didn't understand. Because of this, she couldn't help but send a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how did you kill Qiyu? The space laws you displayed shouldn't be enough to kill him so easily, right? Duan Lingtian quickly responded, embryonic form of sword principle. Embryonic form of sword Dao. When Tang Wuyan received Duan Lingtian's message, Elder Peng and another inner sect elder who were on duty at the ultimate martial arena today looked at each other before they instinctively exclaimed in a low voice. Of course, only they could hear each other's whispers clearly. The others were very far away from them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of discussions, to the extent that their voices were completely drowned out. Compared to revealing the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space, revealing the embryonic form of sword Dao seems to be more low-key. Duan Lingtian had already returned to his residence. After muttering to himself, he took out the 5 creation pills from the pile of gifts that Zhong Tiannu, the patriarch of the Zhong family, had passed to him and swallowed all of them. If Duan Lingtian had 9 creation pills, with his talent, he would be able to break through to the God King stage directly. After all, 9 creation pills would allow one to become a God King. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of people who had just broken through and become a God King after consuming 9 creation pills. However, even without 9 creation pills, 5 creation pills would be enough to allow Duan Lingtian's cultivation base to reach a higher level and bring him closer to the God King stage. He had rushed back precisely because he was desperate to consume the creation pills. Revealing one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Dao of weapons, sword Dao, was the decision Duan Lingtian made on the way to the ultimate martial arena with Qiyu. Of course, he didn't completely reveal his attainments in the sword Dao. He only revealed the embryonic form of sword Dao. Duan Lingtian, who had just comprehended the sword Dao, could already operate the sword Dao as if it were his own arm. It wasn't difficult for him to conceal his attainments in the sword Dao. The embryonic form of sword Dao wasn't necessarily related to talent or perception. It could also be related to luck. In the plains of gods, there was no lack of lucky sword cultivators who would accidentally comprehend the embryonic form of sword Dao due to certain encounters. It was also because of this that revealing the embryonic form of sword Dao was much more low-key for Duan Lingtian than revealing the second fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. It also wouldn't attract too much attention. In truth, it was fine if he attracted too much attention, but what he feared the most was attracting jealousy and hatred. It was easy for geniuses to attract jealousy and hatred. He had just arrived at the Hidden Fog sect not long ago. He didn't have a backer and he had no intention of taking anyone as his master. He naturally had to keep a low profile. However, he didn't plan on keeping a low profile. Like today, when he killed Qiyu, he didn't hold back at all. And besides the fact that Qiyu wanted to kill him, another reason was that he wanted to use Qiyu's death to establish his prestige. Although Duan Lingtian was a new disciple who had just entered the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't some soft persimmon. Once I become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I can obtain the protection of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, even an ordinary core elder won't dare to move against me. At this time, Duan Lingtian thought of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng's master. He had to teach Tu Feng a lesson. It was only a matter of time. And as the saying went, after beating the young, the old will come. After teaching Tu Feng a lesson, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder would most likely stand up for Tu Feng. Even if he didn't personally deal with him, he would certainly use some small tricks. An inner sect disciple could be expelled from the Hidden Fog sect with a casual order. But a core disciple was different. The Hidden Fog sect's second elder didn't have the qualifications to decide whether a core disciple should stay or leave. Next, I'll focus on breaking through to the Divine King realm. 5 revival good fortune pills should be enough for me to take a large step forward. If there aren't any accidents, the first place in this heavenly stairway struggle should be me. At that time, there will be another revival good fortune pill. 6 revival good fortune pills will greatly shorten the gap between me and the Divine King realm. Once I become a Divine King, I will have the initial strength to protect myself in this completely unfamiliar profound handle land. After some thoughts flashed through his mind, Duan Lingtian calmed down and wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. And while Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the people around the extreme martial arena began to disperse one after another. As they left, news of today's battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu spread out. Moreover, in a short period of time, it shook the entire Hidden Fog sect. Even some high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect who knew of this were stunned. Qiyu died? That brat Qiyu actually died? I was planning on asking him later if he was interested in becoming my third disciple. Without Qiyu, we gained a Duan Lingtian. Our Hidden Fog sect didn't suffer a loss. As the true high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were alarmed, Tu Feng, who was cultivating, was also awakened by a message from his master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Tu Feng, didn't you go to Hidden Fog Academy last time and accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple on my behalf? The Hidden Fog sect's second elder was called Wu Fengyin. He was a middle-aged man who wore a loose green robe. Between his eyebrows was a vertical purple diamond-shaped mark. His face was hard, and even though his robe was loose, it couldn't conceal his tall and sturdy figure. Go again and invite that Duan Lingtian over. This time, I will personally accept him as a disciple. Wu Fengyin said. Hearing this sound transmission, Tu Feng, who had just woken up from his cultivation, was stunned. Master, didn't you say last time that since he doesn't know what's good for him, you wouldn't accept him as a disciple? Is that so? Wu Fengyin lightly replied, even if that was the case, it was only a joke. Go and invite him over. He isn't even 3,000 years old and yet he can instantly kill Qiyu. If he becomes my disciple, his future achievements will be something that even I, Wu Fengyin, will have to look up to. If I, Wu Fengyin, can have such a disciple, my status in the Hidden Fog sect will have a chance to rise even further. When Wu Fengyin sent another message, his tone was much more urgent. What? Hearing Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng was scared silly. Duan Lingtian instantly killed Qiyu? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Qiyu you speak of, is he the one who ranks in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples? The one who ranked in the top 3 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in the last celestial stairway struggle? Tu Feng couldn't help but ask. This was because he found it hard to believe that the one Duan Lingtian killed was the Qiyu he knew. Besides him, who else could it be? Wu Fengyin lightly said, I know what you're thinking, that Duan Lingtian, when he first came to the sect, was indeed only a middle divine spirit realm. He wasn't Qiyu's match. But, when he was on the 7th step of the celestial stairway, under the pressure of the gatekeeper, he smoothly broke through to the higher divine spirit realm. Then, he passed through the 8th step and ascended to the 9th before he was eliminated. If there are no accidents, he should be the first among the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in this celestial stairway struggle. In addition, not only did he comprehend the fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the space law, but he also touched upon the embryonic form of the sword Tao. Moreover, he smoothly displayed it and killed Qiyu with a single sword strike. Although the embryonic form of the sword Tao might be due to luck, if he has the confidence, he might be able to grasp the sword Tao. The sword Tao, that is the sword Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Even I, Wu Fengyin, have lived for tens of thousands of years and have yet to touch the surface of any of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. I'll definitely accept this disciple. Alright, you can go now. Wu Fengyin's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, master. Tu Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Wu Fengyin. After he agreed, he was so angry that he smashed the bed under him. Damn it! How can that Duan Lingtian have such strength? Embryonic form of the sword Tao? What kind of dog shit luck did he have? Tu Feng knew that once Duan Lingtian became his master's disciple, even if he was only his junior brother, his position in his master's eyes would be far higher than his. He was destined to be trampled under Duan Lingtian's feet, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was lower than his. Chapter 3682. Did Tu Feng want to go and invite Duan Lingtian? Of course not. He even had the thought of going to Duan Lingtian and directly telling his honored master that Duan Lingtian refused to come. But in the end, he didn't have the courage. His honored master was the same as him, a god king. But he was only a lower god king while his honored master was a higher god king, a peak existence amongst the higher god kings of the Hidden Fog sect. His honored master could kill an ordinary higher god king like a dog, let alone a small lower god king like him. He understood his honored master's temper better than anyone else. He hated disobedient people the most. Thus, he didn't dare to disobey. Even if he felt aggrieved, he still went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when he went to look for Duan Lingtian, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion. He had already activated the sex array disk and arranged an isolation array around his residence, making it so that his voice and sound transmissions couldn't enter. When Tu Feng arrived, there were already many people gathered around Duan Lingtian's residence. And the purpose of these people was basically the same as Tu Feng. They were here on the orders of their honored masters and elders to invite Duan Lingtian over. Their honored masters and elders wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Tu Feng, I remember when you were at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, you were rejected by Duan Lingtian. Why are you here again? A young man saw Tu Feng and couldn't help but tease him. He was also a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons. He was also a lower god king inner sect disciple. He didn't fear Tu Feng, so he dared to joke with him. Xia Xiaofeng, mind your own business. Tu Feng was originally a little aggrieved and irritated. Facing the young man's ridicule, he immediately glared back. The latter laughed, the mocking smile on his face becoming even wider. Tu Feng. At the same time, another young man looked at Tu Feng and smiled. I think you should go back. As far as I know, when junior brother Duan fought with Qiyu, he openly said that Qiyu was your dog. Obviously, he knows that Qiyu was sent by you to cause trouble for him. He hates you too much right now. Do you think it's possible for him to go back with you and become your junior brother? Exactly. Tu Feng, I think you should just leave. After offending junior brother Duan like that, junior brother Duan will never consider joining the second elder's faction again. The group of people present were basically all God King Realm inner sect disciples. They didn't fear Tu Feng at all. Moreover, the elders and masters behind them all had a status in the Hidden Fog sect that was no lower than the second elder behind Tu Feng. Hearing this, Tu Feng's face changed dramatically. He had only just learned about this matter. Qiyu, that idiot. Before he died, he even revealed that he was the one who asked him to find trouble with the Duan Lingtian. Now, Tu Feng could almost foresee what his honorable master would do to him once he learned of this matter. For a time, he felt his entire body turn cold and he couldn't help but shiver. However, in the end, Tu Feng still left. But, he realized that he would soon be summoned by his honorable master. He might even be severely punished. And just as Tu Feng thought, not long after he returned, his honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder Wu Feng Yin, sent him a message, asking him to come over. Tu Feng, was Qiyu sent by you to cause trouble for the Duan Lingtian? In the backyard, Wu Feng Yin had his back to Tu Feng. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back as he looked at a rock garden not too far away from him. Put on. Almost as soon as Wu Feng Yin's voice fell, Tu Feng fell to his knees. Honorable Master, this disciple is not convinced that he refused to become your disciple. He refused to become your disciple. Honorable Master, your status is so high. For you to accept him as your disciple is a blessing that he cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But, he refused. Honorable Master, this disciple feels wronged for you. Tu Feng knelt on the ground, his voice becoming a little hoarse as he spoke. So, it's Master's fault? Wu Feng turned around and looked at Tu Feng indifferently, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This disciple doesn't dare. Tu Feng knelt even lower. It's all this disciple's fault. This disciple didn't have foresight and offended him. That's enough. Get up. Wu Feng waved his hand, his tone becoming much gentler. Thank you, Honorable Master. Tu Feng was already prepared to be punished, but he never imagined that the result would be like this. With his understanding of his Honorable Master, since his Honorable Master acted like this, he definitely wouldn't punish him. After Tu Feng stood up, Wu Feng glanced at him. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for that Duan Ling Tian to become my disciple, right? Tu Feng thought that everything was fine, but when he heard Wu Feng's question, his heart tightened. Even so, he nodded. Yes, Honorable Master. At this moment, Tu Feng's heart was extremely nervous. It wasn't until he heard Wu Feng's next words that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's impossible for him to become my disciple, and he's already your enemy, find an opportunity to get rid of him. Wu Feng said indifferently, for a genius like this, it's fine to kill him in the cradle. If he grows up, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. And as your master, I can't just watch you get killed and do nothing. And once I help you, he will regard me as an enemy. It's not a good thing for me either. Before he becomes a divine king, find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. After listening to Wu Feng's words, Tu Feng's eyes lit up and he respectfully replied, Yes, Honorable Master. Originally, he thought he might still be punished. But he didn't expect that he would receive such words from his Honorable Master. His Honorable Master's current order was something he had always dreamed of. Do you think you can handle this matter well? If you're not sure, I can find someone to help you. Wu Feng asked again. Honorable Master, I can handle a boy who hasn't even stepped into the Divine King realm. Tu Feng shook his head. He knew very well that if he said he couldn't do it well, his Honorable Master would look down on him while finding someone to help him. After all, he was still a lower Divine King. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a higher Divine King? That's good. Wu Feng nodded and said, You may leave. Yes, Honorable Master. Tu Feng respectfully replied and withdrew. In his mind, he had already begun to plan how to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian must have gone into seclusion after the Stairway to Heaven contest to prepare for the core disciple assessment. However, he definitely won't be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Even Elder Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago barely passed the core disciple assessment when he comprehended 2 types of fusion profundities of the law of death at the higher Divine King realm and his bloodline power. As for Duan Ling Tian, he has only comprehended 1 type of fusion profundities of the space laws. As for the elementary sword Dao, it is far inferior to the increase in power brought to him by the fusion of 3 types of profundities. As for the power of bloodline, I'm not sure if he has it, but even if he does, it isn't enough to make up for the disparity. Thinking of this, Tu Feng calmed down. Before the core disciple assessment, it will be difficult to find a chance to make a move, then, after the core disciple assessment is over, I'll think of a way to lure him away from the sect. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng naturally didn't dare to move against Duan Ling Tian. This was because within the Hidden Fog sect, besides the Stairway to Heaven space, every other place was monitored by the sect's array formation and could be seen through a mirror image. If he openly killed someone within the Hidden Fog sect, even if no one else saw it, it would still be exposed through the array formation's mirror image. Thus, it was impossible for Tu Feng to act within the Hidden Fog sect. Because even if he succeeded, he would be executed by the sect. He could only trick Duan Ling Tian into leaving. Duan Ling Tian came out of seclusion half a month later. The medicinal efficacy of the 5 revival good fortune pills is truly astonishing. Moreover, the speed at which I absorbed the medicinal efficacy is also astonishing. In just half a day, I was able to perfectly absorb all the medicinal efficacy, allowing me to take a large step forward. Moreover, it has formed a kind of inertia in my body, causing my normal cultivation speed to become extremely exaggerated. It was only now that it has slowed down. The current me is not far from breaking through the threshold of the Divine King realm. I feel like I don't even need to take 4 revival good fortune pills. Just 2 or 3 revival good fortune pills and I can attempt to break through to the Divine King realm. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's cultivation in the past half a month. Moreover, during this process, he discovered a problem. The reason why his cultivation was able to form a inertia, with the help of so many revival good fortune pills, was related to the 99 heavenly veins in his body. Although the natives of the realms of gods had more than 90 heavenly veins since they were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, they were still able to form the bloodline of the supreme powerhouses. During battles, the advantage he had over the speed at which he could utilize his divine energy was not as obvious. However, he was still able to increase his speed. For example, the reason he was able to kill Chi Yu with a single strike was partly because he could utilize his divine energy faster than Chi Yu. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins in his body would give him such a pleasant surprise after consuming 5 revival good fortune pills. It has been half a month. The rankings for the Heavenly Stairway contest should be out by now. If there are no surprises, I'll definitely rank first. I'll be rewarded with a revival good fortune pill. After tasting the benefits of the revival good fortune pill, Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain even if it was just a revival good fortune pill. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian deactivated the formation. As soon as he deactivated the formation, he heard voices coming from outside his residence. It seemed like there were many people chatting outside. I wonder when Duan Lingtian will come out. My master told me to wait here. I can't go back until he comes out. The voice was filled with resentment. That's about the same. However, which guardian, supreme elder, or core elder do you think Duan Lingtian will choose to become his disciple in the end? I'm not sure. However, since he rejected the second elder, I don't think he'll be interested in a core elder like the second elder. It's normal for a genius to be picky. Chapter 3683. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, Duan Lingtian was a bit stunned. Listening to the conversations of those people outside, he had a rough idea of their intentions. At the same time, he realized that they had been waiting outside for half a month to invite him to see their honorable masters. Their honorable masters wanted to receive him as a disciple. Should I have removed the array formation? Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought, there was a sudden cry of alarm from outside. Duan Lingtian removed the array formation. He's coming out. It's true. Duan Lingtian, I am the second disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's highest elder Huangpingyi, Su He. My honorable master, highest elder Huangpingyi, wishes to invite you to his cultivation place as a guest. Duan Lingtian, I am the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's protector Lu Gangxian, Lin Chongyu. My honorable master, Protector Lu Gangxian, wishes to invite you to his residence as a guest. As soon as the people outside discovered that Duan Lingtian had removed the array formation, there was an uproar. Highest Elder? Protector? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It had to be known that in the Hidden Fog Sect, there weren't many Highest Elders. Moreover, the status of a Highest Elder was above that of the 19 core Elders, including the Second Elder. In addition, the Hidden Fog Sect's 19 protectors had a status above the Second Elder and the other core elders. They were equal to the Vice Sect Master. Among the highest protectors, there were several whose status in the Hidden Fog Sect faintly surpassed that of the Sect Master. They were also the strongest people in the Hidden Fog Sect. And now, several people casually stood out and said they were disciples of the highest elders and protectors. Moreover, the highest elders and protectors were inviting him to be a guest. Although Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of this invitation, he was still surprised. He thought he was low-key enough, but he never imagined that the tip of the iceberg he revealed would attract the attention of so many high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. They actually sent disciples to invite him, intending to accept him as a disciple. Whoosh! In the end, Duan Lingtian did not open the array disc again. Instead, he walked out of the room and appeared in front of the group of people outside. He's out. Duan Lingtian, I am the son of Grand Elder Wu Qiong. My father wishes to take you as his disciple. Are you willing to go? My father said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your treatment will not be worse than mine. Duan Lingtian, I am He Chai, the second disciple of Grand Elder Lu Hugui. My master also wants to accept you as a disciple. My master has prepared 3 cultivation pills for you as a meeting gift. Duan Lingtian, I am the 4th disciple of Protector Zhao Bai, Ouyang Quan. My master said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will get you 9 revival pills within a year and help you become a divine king. Outside the door, there were young men, middle-aged men, and several young women. At the start, they only sent out invitations to Duan Lingtian, inviting him to be a guest. But as some people stated their intentions, others couldn't sit still any longer. Each and every one of them was increasing the price tag. There were even some people who said that they would help Duan Lingtian gather 9 revival pills within half a year. This caused Duan Lingtian to be moved, but it was only moved. Everyone. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian who spoke up, interrupting everyone's chatter. I, Duan Lingtian, entered the Hidden Fog sect and have no intention of becoming a disciple of any elder or protector. So, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint all the elders and protectors here. I entered the Hidden Fog sect in order to enter the Great Dragon sect. Duan Lingtian directly rejected everyone present. So, I'm afraid I will have to let everyone down for waiting here. I apologize. After saying this, Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards everyone. For a time, many people sighed and left. There were also some people who stayed where they were, wanting to continue negotiating with Duan Lingtian. But they were destined to return disappointed. Finally, with a small number of unwilling people following him, Duan Lingtian went to the inner sect's internal affairs hall. He looked at the ranking of the last Stairway to Heaven competition he participated in. Without any surprise, he was the number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition. In fact, before this result came out, anyone who paid attention to the Stairway to Heaven competition would know that he was the number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm. After all, it had been a long time since a Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple had reached the 9th step. It's Duan Lingtian. He is Duan Lingtian, the number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition? That's him. It is said that he is not even 3,000 years old. He was recommended to enter the sect by Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean and our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect leader, Murong Suifeng. It's rare to see such a strong backdoor entrant. Vice sect leader Murong either doesn't use his privileges or uses them to recruit talents for the sect. He is really good to the sect. Isn't that right? Besides the grand elders and the sect leader, the person I admire the most is vice sect leader Murong. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Internal Affairs Palace, some of the inner sect disciples in the Internal Affairs Palace recognized him. Instantly, the surroundings became lively. Listening to the whispers of the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian could tell that Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong had a good reputation in the sect. Everyone, can you tell me where I can receive the reward for the Stairway to Heaven competition? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the crowd. When they heard his question, they immediately gave him directions. This allowed Duan Lingtian to receive the reward for the first place in the Stairway to Heaven competition in a short period of time. A revival pill. Then, Duan Lingtian prepared to return. But at this time, someone called out to him. Duan Lingtian. The one who called out to Duan Lingtian was a chubby inner sect disciple. His fat face that almost completely covered his eyes was particularly eye-catching. You will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Are you confident? You should know that in the history of our hidden fog sect, it was only 10,000 years ago that a divine spirit realm inner sect disciple passed the core disciple assessment. And in the past 100 years, let alone a divine spirit realm inner sect disciple, there hasn't even been a divine king realm inner sect disciple who passed the core disciple assessment. As the chubby man spoke, curious gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It was clear that they wanted to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the chubby man. He faintly smiled and said, I will do my best and strive to become the first person in 10,000 years to do so. As his voice fell, he didn't wait for the chubby man and the others to respond and left the Internal Affairs Hall. For a time, the Internal Affairs Hall was in an uproar. Listening to Duan Lingtian's words, it seems that he is confident. This is really exciting. If he really passes the core disciple assessment, he will become the first divine spirit realm core disciple in our hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. I can't wait for the core disciple assessment to arrive. News of what happened in the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spread. Before long, more than half of the hidden fog sect knew that Duan Lingtian was confident in the upcoming core disciple assessment. He's actually that confident? When Tang Wuyan received the news, she happened to be with her granduncle Tang Chun. When Tang Chun heard her muttering, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? When he heard what happened from Tang Wuyan, he couldn't help but laugh. That kid might really be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Granduncle, you're that confident in him? Tang Wuyan was surprised. The strength he has shown so far isn't enough for him to pass the core disciple assessment, right? Unless he's hiding his strength. Granduncle, do you know that he's hiding his strength? Tang Wuyan asked. Tang Chun shook his head. Although he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian back, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian had shown his full strength or not. However, this didn't affect his confidence in Duan Lingtian. Then why are you so confident in him? Tang Wuyan asked. Maybe it's his personal charisma. If someone else said what he said, would think they were arrogant, but when he said it, I think it's confidence. Tang Chun smiled and looked at Tang Wuyan ambiguously. Wuyan, I heard that you went to see Duan Lingtian when he participated in the stairway competition last time. Did you go there specifically for him? Tang Chun's gaze made Tang Wuyan speechless for a while. Granduncle, I didn't go there for him. I originally planned to participate in the stairway to heaven myself, but he suddenly wanted to go to the ultimate martial platform with Chiyu, so I followed him. After their battle ended, I returned to the stairway to heaven and entered it. Although Tang Wuyan was explaining with a straight face, Tang Chun was looking at her even more dubiously. I know. It's normal for girls to be shy. Tang Wuyan stopped talking after hearing that. She was speechless. However, after hearing Tang Chun's words, she couldn't help but recall that purple figure in her mind, lingering for a long time. Since when did I care so much about a man? Moreover, it's a man who already has a wife and children. Tang Wuyan tried her best to get rid of the purple figure in her mind, but the more she tried, the clearer the figure became. When his face appeared, she found her heart throbbing for a moment. What nonsense! Tu Feng's face was full of disdain when he heard what Duan Lingtian said in the Internal Affairs Hall. Who does he think he is? How dare he say he's going to be the first disciple in the realm of gods to pass the core disciple assessment in 10,000 years? Even if the core disciple assessment for the divine spirit realm is easier than the core disciple assessment for the divine king realm, it's still not something a divine spirit can pass. He wants to be the second Shui Haichuan. He's overestimating himself. Tu Feng didn't think the young man who was on his must-kill list could pass the core disciple assessment for the divine spirit realm. He had participated in the assessment before, so he knew how difficult it was. Chapter 3684. The Azura Hell was only one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. And now, somewhere in the Azura Hell, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void, cultivating. Countless amounts of condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, causing the aura in his body to gradually become stronger. All of a sudden, the blue-robed young man who had his eyes closed opened his eyes. It was as though a torch was burning in his eyes. "I'm just one step away from becoming a medium god king," the blue-clad young man muttered to himself. "However, I've been studying soul attacks lately. With my current attainments in soul attacks, my mastery of the law of destruction, and the destruction sword Dao, should I encounter Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan, again, I'll be able to protect myself. I might even be able to injure him. However, it'll be difficult to kill him." After muttering to himself, the blue-robed young man shook his head again. "I wonder how little Tian is doing now." When the blue-clad young man mentioned little Tian, a hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. "I hope he's safe and sound. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely annihilate the Spectre clan. Even if the Spectre clan has nothing to do with Mi Xian now." As soon as the blue-clad young man finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly. The blue-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had fled to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. With his cultivation base as a primitive god king, his attainments in the law of destruction, and his mastery of the destruction sword Dao, he was not afraid of ordinary medium god kings. In fact, he was confident he could defeat and kill them. However, the medium god king from the Spectre clan was different. The medium god king from the Spectre clan was a soul, and he was skilled in soul attacks. Even Feng Qingyang was not confident he could defeat Mi Xian, the medium god king from the Spectre clan. For a medium god king who was skilled in soul attacks, his soul attack might have arrived as soon as Feng Qingyang made his move. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had decided to hide in the Azura Hell to avoid being hunted down by Mi Xian and to improve his strength. Although the Azura Hell was a terrifying place, it was like his backyard to him. "As long as I become a middle divine king, no matter how skilled that Mi Xian is in soul attacks, he won't be able to destroy my soul in one hit, but I'm strong enough to destroy his soul." Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He was unaware that his disciple, Duan Ling Tian, was no longer in the Devata realm. Instead, he had gone to the profound gangland through the realm battlefield. In fact, before Duan Ling Tian left, he could have gone to the Azura Hell to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, that he was going to the plains of gods. The reason why he didn't come was because he was afraid that his master, Feng Qingyang, would be worried. His master, Feng Qingyang, was not as easy to fool as his family. He, who had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, knew more and understood more. Although the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms like the Azura Hell, it was not as terrifying as the Azura Hell. Many powerful celestial emperors would venture into the undead world. In the undead world, there were many living souls that could be captured and refined into emperor-grade celestial weapons to be used as the weapon's soul. It was also for this reason that the netherworld had become a place that many powerful immortal emperors frequently visited. The Dead Soul clan was one of the stronger clans in the undead world. Not only were there godly beings in the Dead Soul clan, but there were also more than one god king in the clan. However, unlike the prosperous Dead Soul clan in the past, the current Dead Soul clan was filled with misery. "Mi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you harm your own clansmen? You'll die a horrible death one day." An elderly soul was forcefully grabbed by a young man, who then opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. "Old man, even if I die a horrible death one day, you won't be able to see it." The young man who swallowed the old soul was none other than Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul clan. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the undead world and told the Dead Soul clan about Mi Xian's actions, Mi Xian was banished from the Dead Soul clan. Not only was he no longer the patriarch of the Dead Soul clan, but he was also no longer allowed to stay in the Dead Soul clan. It was also at that time that Mi Xian's attitude changed. After possessing the body of Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, and his body was destroyed by Duan Lingtian in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian's soul managed to escape. After that, he recuperated outside for a long time until his soul had fully recovered. After that, he returned to the Dead Soul clan and began to kill and devour his former clansmen to improve his cultivation base. It did not take long before Mi Xian successfully became a prominent celestial king after devouring a few older powerhouses of the Dead Soul clan. It's time for me to leave. After muttering to himself, Mi Xian's figure flickered and vanished. At the same time, a terrifying ripple of energy swept over the place where Mi Xian had been. Soon after, several elderly souls appeared. Their bodies were trembling, and it was clear that their emotions were greatly affected. That bastard Mi Xian escaped again. After breaking through to prominent celestial king, the ancient formation left behind by our ancestors can't do anything to him anymore. Our clansmen can't hide in the clan forever, said one of the elderly souls. His voice was filled with anger, but it was also filled with helplessness. A great disaster had once befallen the Dead Soul clan. A deranged clansman had possessed a human body and returned to wantonly devouring his clansmen. That time, the Dead Soul clan had almost been wiped out. It was also because of that lesson that the ancestor of the dead spirit race hired a formation master from the outside world to set up a shocking killing formation that could kill high god kings and dead spirit clansmen who possessed the bodies of other life forms. It was a precaution against future troubles. However, no one had expected that the clansman who betrayed the Dead Soul clan would be their former patriarch. There's nothing we can do. If he was just an ordinary clansman, it would have been fine, but the problem is that he was once the patriarch. He knew how to activate the ancient formation and was extremely familiar with it. He knew where the flaws of the ancient formation were, which was why he was able to succeed time and time again. Another elderly soul said helplessly. Who would have thought that the former patriarch would end up like this? Who was the one who allowed him to pass when he was in charge of the patriarch examination? If he hadn't become the patriarch back then, he wouldn't have been so familiar with the ancient formation and put our Dead Soul clan in a completely passive state. Now is not the time to shift the blame. Who could have thought of this back then? Elder Mi Chai, I remember that you were the one who strongly approved of Mi Xian becoming the patriarch back then, right? The crisis that the Dead Soul clan faced made it seem like they had sunk into a quagmire shrouded in the aura of death. Although the clan had forbidden entry, there were still people who couldn't help but leave, and in the end, they never returned. At the same time, the cultivation of Mi Xian, who had taken over another body, continued to rise. He was getting closer and closer to the Divine Emperor realm. It's about time I leave for a while and lie low. I remember that old fellow in the clan knows a Divine Emperor expert, and that Divine Emperor seems to owe him a favor. Perhaps he will use this favor to kill me for the sake of the Dead Soul clan. After devouring another clansman of the past, Mi Xian left the netherworld. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from the depths of the netherworld. As a group of souls prostrated themselves before it, it headed in the direction of the Dead Soul clan. Farewell, venerable ancestor. Farewell, venerable ancestor. A group of souls prostrating on the ground or in the void respectfully sent off the owner of the powerful aura. And this person, or rather this powerful Divine Emperor level soul, had been invited out of seclusion by an ancestor of the Dead Soul clan. However, because Mi Xian had stopped while he was ahead, he had come to nothing. The Dead Soul clan was still in danger, but this Divine Emperor expert couldn't stay near the Dead Soul clan forever, so he left after a few days. A few months later, Mi Xian reappeared near the Dead Soul clan and hunted down his former clansmen. At the same time, he also heard that the Divine Emperor expert had come not long ago. While he was shocked, he broke out in a cold sweat. How dangerous, but since I, Mi Xian, have escaped this calamity, I'm destined to soar into the sky in the future. That old fellow dares to meddle in other people's business. When I, Mi Xian, become a Divine Emperor, I'll definitely come to his door and slaughter all his clansmen. We're both lower-level divine emperors, so even if I've just become a divine emperor, he won't be able to kill me. After the shock, Mi Xian's eyes shone with cold killing intent. In the following period of time, Mi Xian stayed in the netherworld for a while, and then left for a while. And that divine emperor expert couldn't be bothered to come back after a few trips. Because every time, he missed. Moreover, Mi Xian's rise seemed unstoppable. He didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the Dead Soul clan anymore, otherwise, when Mi Xian stepped into the divine emperor realm, he might not fear him, but none of his clansmen would be Mi Xian's match. For a time, the Dead Soul clan fell into despair. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian, neither of them knew that Mi Xian was about to become a divine emperor. Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, trying to break through to the Middle God King realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in a divine emperor level sect in the Tongleng province of the Plains of Gods, the Hidden Fog sect. He cultivated while waiting for the core disciple assessment to arrive. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment arrived. And at this time, Duan Lingtian finally walked out of his residence. In the last several months, in addition to digesting the revival good fortune pill from the first place heavenly stairway struggle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the God King realm. He wasn't far from breaking through the bottleneck. Chapter 3685. The Hidden Fog sect's core disciple examination was divided into the God Spirit realm core disciple examination and the God King realm core disciple examination. The difficulty of the latter was naturally higher than the former. But, in terms of difficulty, the latter wasn't as difficult as the former. If a God Spirit realm core disciple can't break through to the God King realm by 50-100 years of age, they will be removed from the inner sect. At that time, they can become outer sect deacons. They can stay in the sect or help out in the sect's businesses outside. When a God King realm inner sect disciple reaches 10,000 years of age, no matter what their cultivation is, they will become famous among the inner sect disciples. Once they step into the middle God King realm or above, they can become inner sect deacons. Lower God Kings can only become outer sect elders. Duan Lingtian had been in the Hidden Fog sect for some time now. He had a good understanding of the positions within the Hidden Fog sect. In the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were outer sect deacons and then outer sect elders. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were inner sect deacons, inner sect elders, core elders, protectors, vice sect master, highest elder, and sect master. Outer sect deacons were generally at least higher God spirits. Outer sect elders were at least lower God kings. Inner sect deacons were at least middle God kings. Inner sect elders were at least upper God kings. Of course, there was a great difference in strength between people of the same cultivation boundary. For instance, the Hidden Fog sect's core elders might be upper God kings like the other inner sect elders, but their strength far surpassed the inner sect elders. If the disparity was so great, they could instantly kill the inner sect elders. Of course, there was no lack of God Emperor powerhouses amongst the core elders and highest elders. Even the protectors were basically divine emperors. As for core disciples, even if they were only God spirits, their status in the Hidden Fog sect was equal to that of upper God King realm inner sect elders. They could enjoy the same treatment as inner sect elders. From this, one could see how highly core disciples were valued in the Hidden Fog sect. And, the Hidden Fog sect never had more than 100 core disciples. From this, one could see how strict the tests were. It was also because of this that the core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect symbolized the backbone of the Hidden Fog sect. If a core disciple grew up, they would at least become a core elder in the future. After becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I won't have to worry about anyone in the Hidden Fog sect finding trouble with me. After all, in the Hidden Fog sect, a core disciple's status is equal to an inner sect elder. They are on equal footing with an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the training hall, where the core disciple assessment was held. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He was thinking about the path he would take after becoming a core disciple. He had never forgotten why he risked his life to come to the mystic Handle land in the Plains of Gods. His purpose was to increase his strength. 300 years later, he would go to the world of divine remains and bring back his wife, Ker, so that they could reunite. Behind Duan Ling Tian, there were quite a number of inner sect disciples. Among these inner sect disciples, a small number of them had also obtained the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, but they all knew that they had no chance. Most of them were just going through the process and gaining experience. This was especially true for those divine spirit realm inner sect disciples. They knew that it was impossible for them to pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Although I don't have the chance to become a core disciple, to be able to participate in the core disciple assessment and see Duan Lingtian's performance, it's worth it. A divine spirit realm inner sect disciple said with a smile. Immediately, many inner sect disciples around him looked at him with envy. Although I obtained the opportunity to participate in the core disciple assessment, I am only a lower God King. I will be participating in the God King level core disciple assessment, and it won't be the same as the divine spirit level core disciple assessment. Thus, I won't have the chance to see Duan Lingtian's performance. A God King level inner sect disciple sighed. In the past several months, Duan Lingtian's name could be said to have spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. Besides the active core disciples, he had become the most famous disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian hadn't been in the Hidden Fog sect for long. During his first time participating in the Celestial Stairway struggle, he had taken first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle. In addition, he had fought with Chiyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit level inner sect disciples. In front of a crowd, he had easily killed Chiyu. Since then, his name had spread far and wide. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had become a legend in the hearts of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. The matter of him participating in the core disciple assessment had been known to everyone in the Hidden Fog sect for a long time. But at the time, they had only heard of him and didn't know of his methods. Thus, they didn't pay much attention to him. But after he took first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle and easily killed the inner sect disciple Chiyu, his participation in the core disciple assessment had received an unprecedented amount of attention. Everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was paying attention to him. Among them, there were also some core disciples. In the skies above the trial hall, a huge stone tablet stood in the air, and a young man in a black robe stood on top of the stone tablet. His face was cold, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he was currently looking in the direction of the trial hall. Shi Tongming, you also came to join in the fun? Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, a ghost-like figure had already appeared behind the black-robed young man who was standing on the blanket with his hands behind his back. This was a blue-robed young man. He carried a sheathed sword on his back and his eyebrows were sharp. He looked at the young man standing atop the stone tablet with surprise in his eyes. Lineajian, aren't you also here? The black-robed young man glanced at the blue-robed young man and lightly said. Ha! I had nothing to do, so I came to join in the fun. The blue-robed young man laughed and said, you came because you are like me. You must be curious as to whether or not that Duan Lingtian can pass the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment, right? Although I don't think it's possible for him to pass, I still have some expectations. After all, he is an existence that has comprehended the elementary form of Sword Dao. As the blue-robed young man spoke of the elementary form of Sword Dao, his eyes blazed with an incomparable heat. No. The blue-robed young man shook his head. My honorable master told me to come. If he passes the core disciple assessment, I am to bring him to see my honorable master. My honorable master will accept him as a disciple. Highest elder? The blue-robed young man was shocked. He knew that this person's honorable master was one of the strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if the sect master saw him, he would have to respectfully bow to him. such an existence was actually interested in Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Now, if an inner sect disciple that had been in the Hidden Fog sect for many years were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these two youths standing in the air above the trial hall were the two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Currently, the Hidden Fog sect had a total of 62 core disciples. For these two to become core disciples, their talent, perception, and strength could be imagined. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had come to the Hidden Fog sect's trial hall. The trial hall's doors were wide and the entire hall seemed simple and grand. After walking in, what greeted his eyes was a wide field, as if it were a completely different world. And at this time, a loud and clear voice echoed out from the trial hall. Besides the inner sect disciples that have the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, everyone else is to leave the trial hall. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As soon as the voice left his mouth, the group of inner sect disciples who followed Duan Lingtian immediately turned around and left the trial palace. Why are they chasing us away? I've never heard of the trial hall having such rules before. Maybe it's because there are too many people following us. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have bothered to go in. As the group of inner sect disciples walked out of the trial hall, they didn't forget to complain. But, no matter how much they complained, they didn't dare to challenge the authority of the person who spoke within the trial hall. Even if it was an inner sect deacon of the trial hall, as long as his methods were reasonable, he still had the authority to kill these inner sect disciples. As the group of people left the trial hall, the number of people in the trial hall's wide field became much fewer. Besides Duan Lingtian, there were around 100 people present. Because the field was so large, these 100 people were scattered in all directions, making them seem very sparse. Divine King Realm Inner Sect Disciples, enter. As the loud voice sounded out once more, in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, at the end of the wide field, a space crack appeared out of thin air. Then, it transformed into an open door. Behind the door was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. Before he came, he already knew that the core disciple assessment was conducted in an independent world opened up by the Hidden Fog sect's trial hall's hall master or vice hall master. And in truth, that was their inner small world. Normally speaking, the divine spirit level core disciple assessment is conducted in the vice hall master's inner small world. As for the God King level core disciple assessment, it is conducted in the hall master's inner small world. Normally, the trial hall vice hall master opens his inner small world first and the divine spirit realm inner sect disciples enter first. This time, the divine king realm inner sect disciples are actually the ones who enter first? That's not right. The aura coming from this door is similar to Elder Tang Chun's God Force aura. It is the aura of a high God King. This is the trial hall vice hall master's inner small world. The trial hall vice hall master is a protector of the Hidden Fog sect. And the 19 protectors of the Hidden Fog sect are all divine emperor powerhouses. Could it be that the God King level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the vice hall master's inner small world? Instead, the divine spirit level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the vice hall master's body? If that's the case, then why are they doing this? Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that it was because of his appearance that the trial hall vice hall master had changed his mind. He was originally in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, but now he was in charge of the divine spirit level core disciple assessment. Chapter 3686. The second elder's eldest disciple, Tu Feng, didn't participate. That's the second elder's second disciple, Liu. When the group of God King Realm Inner Sect disciples walked through the Void Gate, Duan Lingtian also heard the conversation of several God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. His gaze followed their gazes and fell on one of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. This Inner Sect disciple was a young man wearing a light blue robe. When Lin Ming looked over, the Inner Sect disciple also looked back at him. His eyes were indifferent, without any expression. It wasn't until he saw Duan Ling Tian looking over that he retracted his gaze and walked through the void gate in front of him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard the following conversation. It turned out that Tu Feng always came to join in the fun during the core disciple assessment. But this time, he didn't come, so it was beyond everyone's expectations. However, whether Tu Feng came or not didn't affect Duan Ling Tian. If these people hadn't mentioned him, he wouldn't have thought of Tu Feng at all. Of course, from the moment Tu Feng found Shi Yu to deal with him, he had already regarded Tu Feng as an enemy. Once he broke through to the God King realm, he wouldn't let Tu Feng off so easily. Even if he was the second elder's eldest disciple. A moment later, the group of God King realm inner sect disciples entered the void gate. Then, the void gate closed and they left. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the God Spirit realm inner sect disciples were left in the vast field. However, Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the God Spirit realm inner sect disciples only added up to around 30 people. Although there were many high-level inner sect disciples who could recommend God Spirit realm inner sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment, many of them didn't recommend God Spirit realm inner sect disciples because they didn't think it was necessary. Most of the God Spirit realm inner sect disciples who came to participate in the core disciple assessment came because they wanted to. Then, they asked their elders or friends to recommend them. A small half of them came purely to watch Duan Ling Tian take the core disciple assessment. In the past, in the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple examination, it was already considered a lot if 10 divine spirit realm inner sect disciples came. Sometimes, there were even only a handful of them. Although it was impossible to pass the core disciple test, it was just a formality. But in the process of the test, it was inevitable that there would be some injuries. If he didn't react in time, he might even be seriously injured and leave behind sequelae. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you can pass the core disciple test? A few divine spirit realm inner sect disciples finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and came to Duan Ling Tian's side. They surrounded Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously. Whether I'm confident or not, won't you know when the results are out? Duan Ling Tian treated the few of them who had no ill intentions with a smile. His amiable demeanor had unknowingly closed the distance between him and the few inner sect disciples. It seems that you are very confident. In front of Duan Ling Tian, a skinny young man in a green robe grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhang Yaoji, a disciple of a higher deity sect. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at him. The latter's smile became even brighter. I know. At this time, the other inner sect disciples that surrounded them also introduced themselves. They were all very enthusiastic. However, as they continued to chat, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the other inner sect disciples were obviously wary of the skinny young man named Zhang Yaoji. It was as though Zhang Yaoji was some sort of scourge. Every time Zhang Yaoji opened his mouth, even if they hadn't finished speaking, they would abruptly interrupt him without a trace of displeasure. It seems that this Zhang Yaoji's background isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After waiting for a while, Duan Ling Tian and the rest still didn't see the door of the void open. Moreover, the trial hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. Other than the few of them, no other sound could be heard. Senior brother Zhang, do you want to rush him? An inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Yaoji and asked tentatively. Rush him? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Zhang Yaoji nodded when he heard that. It seems that we have waited for quite a long time. Then, in front of Duan Ling Tian and the rest, Zhang Yaoji turned to look at the other side of the trial hall and said loudly, Old man, what are you waiting for? I've been waiting for so long that it's too late. When Zhang Yaoji said that, Duan Ling Tian was instantly dumbfounded. Old man? Who is this Zhang Yaoji talking to? Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings and noticed that the surrounding inner sect disciples had a calm expression on their faces as though they were not surprised by this at all. Humph. Just as Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. "You little brat, you're still so impatient." In the next moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man. His eyebrows were sharp and dignified. As he stood there, he gave off an illusory feeling. But there was no doubt that he existed. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that this middle-aged man looked very similar to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man actually looked 70 to 80% similar to Zhang Yaoji, like a middle-aged version of Zhang Yaoji. Lord Temple Master. Lord Temple Master. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yaoji, the other inner sect disciples all bowed towards the middle-aged man. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Yaoji was the temple master of the trial hall, the protector of the hidden fog sect, Zhang Tianheng. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the surrounding inner sect disciples were taking care of Zhang Yaoji. It was because Zhang Yaoji had a protector father. Lord Temple Master. Although Duan Lingtian was behind the others, he still bowed towards the newcomer. "Do you see? Duan Lingtian is much more mature than you." Zhang Tianheng glared at Zhang Yaoji in annoyance as he spoke with a stern tone. However, Zhang Yaoji obviously did not fall for this trick. "Even if Duan Lingtian is more steady than me, that's only because his father gave him a shocking natural talent and comprehension ability. Have you given me any?" Zhang Yaoji refuted Zhang Tianheng with a single sentence. Zhang Tianheng could only helplessly shake his head. "You brat, you will suffer a loss sooner or later." As soon as Zhang Tianheng finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yaoji. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, I'm only in charge of the core disciple assessment at the divine spirit stage because of you." Duan Lingtian is flattered. Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. Earlier, he was still wondering why the person in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly monarch realm disciples wasn't the trial hall's hall master. Who would have thought that the trial hall's hall master would be in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly monarch realm disciples? You don't need to be humble. Zhang Tianheng looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "Vice Sect Master Murong rarely makes mistakes. Someone who can obtain his recommendation twice can't be an ordinary person. I am also curious whether or not you can pass the God Spirit Realm Core Disciple Assessment. I won't hold back or go easy on you. Moreover, even if I wanted to hold back or go easy on you, it would be useless. Your participation in the assessment will be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master for review. The Core Disciple Assessment Authority will ultimately be in the hands of the sect master." As Zhang Tianheng spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. His gaze was calm. After all, he never thought that the person in charge of the core disciple assessment would go easy on him. In fact, in his opinion, it would be fine as long as they didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. However, after hearing Zhang Tianheng's words, he relaxed. Since the final assessment authority was in the hands of the hidden fog sect master and the process would be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master, he naturally didn't need to worry about the person in charge of the assessment making things difficult for him. "Alright, you should all go in." Seeing Duan Lingtian's expression remain unchanged, Zhang Tianheng looked at him with appreciation. Then, he opened the door to his own small world, revealing an even more magnificent door in the void for Duan Lingtian and the others to enter. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered Zhang Tianheng's small world, they discovered that they had appeared in an abyss. Looking down, they saw a pitch-black world beneath their feet. Looking up, they could faintly make out a star-like light, far beyond their reach. What is this place? Every core disciple assessment is different. Could it be that the core disciple assessment this time requires us to rush out of this place? Isn't this too simple? Can't we just fly out? Simple? Aren't you thinking too much? According to what I know, within Hall Master Zhang Tianheng's small world, besides the monster beasts he hunted, there are also many slave deathsworn warriors. There is no lack of God-King realm existences. You mean, if we want to leave, we will face layers upon layers of obstructions? It's obvious. Just as the group of inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian were discussing animatedly, a loud voice suddenly sounded from the direction of the small dot of light above the abyss. The place you are in now is an extreme abyss that I created in my small world. You are now in the deepest part of the abyss. What you need to do is to walk out of the abyss. As long as you can walk out of the abyss, you will pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. The voice belonged to Hall Master Zhang Tianheng of the Trial Hall. It's just as I said. Let's go. Let's go up. After a few voices, a few inner sect disciples took the lead and stepped into the air, wanting to rush up to the abyss. However, just as they stepped into the air and reached a height of 100 meters, a low roar suddenly sounded from one side of the abyss. Then, more than 10 figures walked out of the darkness. Sabers and swords flashed as divine powers shot out in all directions, accompanied by various profundities of the law. Chapter 3687. Their slave death guards. A series of exclamations rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to focus his attention on the dozen figures that appeared in the air. There were more than a dozen people. Among them were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. All of them had one thing in common. Their eyes were empty as though they had no soul. Naturally, they only looked soulless. If one used their divine consciousness to examine them, it would not be difficult to discover that they were no different from ordinary humans. If there was a difference, it would be that they were indifferent to everything. Slave death guards? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this term after coming to the profound Handle land. His confusion attracted the attention of Zhang Yaoji, who was standing not far away. Duan Lingtian, you don't know about slave death guards? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There was no need for him to pretend that he did not know. Moreover, he was also curious about what slave death guards were. When he was still in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, he had seen slave death guards in the training ground of the 10-star students. However, those slave death guards looked completely different from the ones in front of him. Those slave death guards looked no different from ordinary humans from head to toe. Their eyes were bright. On the other hand, the slave death guards in front of him looked as though they had lost their souls. They looked very dull. However, although they were wooden, their attacks were not the slightest bit sluggish. In fact, they were completely attacking without defending. It was extremely swift and fierce. Unless one's strength completely suppressed them, even if one could kill them, it was inevitable that one would be injured. Slave death guards are existences who have their memories erased by a secret technique and trained into slave death guards. Slave death guards only recognize their master's aura. The master's aura is usually an object. Most people use it as a pendant. Zhang Yaoji explained, as long as you give them an order through the pendant, they'll obey unconditionally. Even if you ask them to die, they won't even frown. What kind of people were these slave death guards before they became slaves? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are all kinds of people. Zhang Yaoji said with a sigh, this is one of the most dangerous places in the realms of gods. If a person is imprisoned and doesn't choose to commit suicide, he or she will become a slave or a sacrificial warrior. For example, even if it's a higher deity or a god king with a slightly stronger soul, they can use a formation to erase the former's memories and turn them into slaves. God King level slave death warriors require a God Emperor with a powerful soul. The God Kings and God Emperors with powerful souls here are basically God Kings and God Emperors who specialize in soul attacks. As long as you have enough wealth, you can buy them. Moreover, they won't turn against their masters. Even if it's a lesser deity, even if it's an existence that hasn't ascended to godhood, as long as it has the token to control the slave death warriors, it can even control the legendary God Emperor level slave death warriors, let alone God King level slave death warriors. After listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of slave death guards. At the same time, he also realized that once one became a slave death guard, one would be doomed eternally. Zhang Yaoji spoke casually, but Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Naturally, after listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized it was not easy to make someone a slave death guard even if their cultivation base was a whole realm higher than theirs. Only those who specialize in soul attacks would be able to do so. Moreover, if it was someone who had a divine artifact to protect their soul would be protected by the divine artifact. Before the divine artifact's defense was breached, no one would be able to brainwash them into becoming a slave death guard. Actually, you don't have to think too much about it. Zhang Yaoji said with a smile, in the sect, no one will treat you this way. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to use such a method on you, they'll be doomed eternally. In the realms of gods, every force has a rule that forbids them from using secret techniques on their fellow sect members and turning them into slave death guards. No matter how grave the crime is, even if they're sentenced to death, they still won't punish someone in such a manner. After all, it's inhumane. However, a force may be able to control its own members, but it can't control those outside. Moreover, driven by profit, there are many people out there who intend to create slave death guards. After all, the price of slave death guards is extremely high in the market. For this reason, you have to be extremely careful when you're out there. In fact, before you're strong enough, I don't recommend traveling alone. It's fine if you're robbed or killed. However, you're most afraid of becoming a slave death guard and becoming someone else's weapon. Moreover, if you become a weapon, there's a possibility you'll harm your friends and family in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian understood Zhang Yaoji's words. Only when there was a transaction would there be harm. If there was no demand, naturally, no one would do such a thing. However, it was precisely because there was a demand, a huge demand, that many people would turn a living person into a slave death guard. These slave death guards are emotionless. They only follow their master's orders. They'll do whatever their master tells them to do. For example, my old man must have ordered them to guard the first checkpoint and not let us go up. As soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, he flew out. His body shone with golden light as he made his move. Swoosh! 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 Thousands of dazzling golden sword rays shot out from Zhang Yaoji's body. It was clear he had comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, his law of metal had fused three profundities together. With just one move, he forced the slave death guards to retreat. However, when the remaining slave death guards charged forward, Zhang Yaoji felt the strain. At the same time, he roared, "Why aren't all of you coming to help?" Almost as soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, the few inner sect disciples who had been forced back earlier, as well as the other inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian, stepped into the air. The group of people joined forces and easily forced the dozen or so slave death guards to retreat. Moreover, when the latter sensed that they were no match for them, they tactfully retreated. Only a few slave death guards were injured. No slave death guards were killed. These slave death guards are all higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of multiple profundities of a certain law. Moreover, the weapons in their hands are all inferior divine weapons. This battle allowed Duan Lingtian to see the strength of the dozen or so slave death guards. At the same time, he could tell that the trial hall master, Zhang Tianheng, must have ordered these slave death guards to retreat if they were no match for them. After all, every slave death guard was worth a fortune. There was no need to waste them on the assessment of the inner sect disciples. Just like that, Duan Lingtian passed this checkpoint without doing anything. The first checkpoint of the ultimate abyss. But Zhang Yaoji's strength is actually not weaker than Qi Yu's. Zhang Yaoji's attack earlier made Duan Lingtian realize that his strength was not ordinary. Unlike Qi Yu, he should also be in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples who could enter the godly spirit realm. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and came to Zhang Yaoji's side. No matter how strong I am, I can't be stronger than a freak like you. Zhang Yaoji smiled bitterly when he heard that. Even if I were to face Qiyu, who was killed by your sword, would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. You can defeat Qiyu? It seems that your strength ranking among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm is higher than Qiyu's. Duan Lingtian said in surprise. Of course. Zhang Yaoji lifted his head proudly. Qiyu was at most in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm, but I'm in the top 5. Of course, whether it is me or anyone else, we can't compare to a freak like you. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, Zhang Yaoji was like a deflated balloon. Ha! Senior apprentice brother Zhang, aren't you just looking for trouble by comparing yourself with senior apprentice brother Duan? Not too far away, an inner sect disciple shook his head and laughed. That's right. Senior apprentice brother Duan is someone who has a high chance of becoming a core disciple of our hidden fog sect with his godly spirit realm cultivation. Comparing yourself with him is just looking for trouble. Another inner sect disciple echoed. Alright, let's continue. Zhang Yaoji, who didn't want to suffer another blow, changed the topic and said, people like us are bound to be unable to walk to the end. I suggest that we allow Duan Lingtian to rest more during the following journey. In this way, his chances of passing the test will be greater. We will help him pass the tests ahead. If he can smoothly become a core disciple, then when we go out in the future, we can brag to you that the hidden fog sect's first godly spirit realm core disciple in 10,000 years is from the same generation as us. We watched him pass the test with our own eyes. As Zhang Yaoji spoke, the eyes of the other inner sect disciples lit up. I agree. Then it's decided. Senior apprentice brother Duan, for the rest of the journey, if you can avoid fighting, then don't. Try to preserve your strength as much as possible. We will try our best to send you up a bit more. The group of inner sect disciples around Duan Lingtian were all incomparably enthusiastic under Zhang Yaoji's suggestion. As for Duan Lingtian, although he didn't think it was necessary, he didn't reject everyone's enthusiasm. He nodded and said, then I thank everyone. Let's go. With Zhang Yaoji's order, the other inner sect disciples immediately stepped into the air and soared into the horizon. Of course, after charging for a short distance, a few demon beasts that were like enormous mountains appeared and guarded the sky. They glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others as if they were tigers that were blocking their path. Kill! Zhang Yaoji and the others charged forward. This time, they spent a bit more time before forcing the monster beasts back. Of course, this was the second test, so it was normal for it to be a bit more difficult. Duan Lingtian still didn't make a move. This brat, he doesn't care about himself and is helping others, really. Chapter 3688. The old man beside Zhang Tianheng was a vice hall master of the trial hall. At the same time, he was an extremely powerful inner sect elder. His strength was second only to the 19 core elders, including the hidden fog sect's second elder. He was also one of the inner sect elders with the highest hopes of becoming a core elder. Hall master, rest assured. Everything is going smoothly. The old man smiled. Did anyone have an outstanding performance? Zhang Tianheng asked again, is there a chance of a core disciple being born? Facing Zhang Tianheng's second question, the old man bitterly smiled. Hall master, it isn't that easy to become a core disciple. Their performance so far has been average. It's basically impossible for anyone to smoothly pass the assessment. I think that Duan Lingtian has a higher chance of becoming a core disciple than them. The old man couldn't help but ask curiously, Hall master, how is it on your side? How is Duan Lingtian doing? He hasn't made a move yet. Zhang Tianheng shook his head. That boy from my family is currently encouraging the other inner sect disciples to help Duan Lingtian open the way for him to pass the core disciple assessment. I really don't know what he's thinking. As Zhang Tianheng spoke, he helplessly shook his head. The old man bitterly smiled. Young hall master probably doesn't know. Even with him and the other inner sect disciples helping at the beginning, the core disciple assessment Duan Lingtian will have to go through at the end won't be any easier. After all, the assessment can change at any time. That's why I think that boy from my family is a fool and wasting my efforts. Zhang Tianheng said. The old man shook his head. Hall Master, you can't say that. Maybe the young Hall Master intends to befriend Duan Lingtian? That Duan Lingtian, even if he can't become a core disciple this time, as long as he can grow, he will surely become a powerhouse that can support our hidden fog sect. If that boy had such thoughts, I wouldn't need to spend so much effort on him. Zhang Tianheng clearly didn't think that his son would have such thoughts. In my opinion, he just hopes that after Duan Lingtian becomes a core disciple, he can brag to others that he witnessed the birth of a divine spirit realm core disciple. Zhang Yaoji didn't know what his father thought of him. If he knew, he would definitely think that his father knew him best. The ultimate abyss in Zhang Tianheng's small world was naturally created by him. At his level of cultivation, the small world in his body had undergone many transformations compared to the small worlds of ordinary gods. With a single thought, he could evolve the small world in his body and create any space in his small world. As for the creatures in the small world in his body, he could arrange where they would appear with just a thought. He had complete control over the small world in his body. This was similar to a supreme expert controlling a realm of gods. Rumor had it that a realm of gods was a little world that belonged to a supreme expert. In the ultimate abyss, Duan Lingtian did not make a move at the first few checkpoints. It was only when Zhang Yaoji and the others began to feel strained and some of them were almost injured that Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! Crash! As the spatial storm swept out, the inner sect disciples who were struggling suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. After that, they even realized that the slaves and demon beasts that were oppressing them were all forced to retreat. Moreover, after they retreated, they did not dare to come up again. The slaves and demon beasts were still fine since they did not show any signs of emotion. However, the demon beasts looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. The slaves and demon beasts did not have any emotions and did not know fear. Although the demon beasts did not have any intelligence, their memories were not erased, so they still had animal instincts. After a few more checkpoints, Zhang Yaoji and 2 other inner sect disciples were the only ones who were still able to persevere. The rest of the inner sect disciples had stopped in their tracks. Senior brother Duan, we won't hold you back anymore. One of the inner sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, if it wasn't for you, we might have been eliminated in the last 2 checkpoints. This is as far as we can go. Good luck to you. The other inner sect disciples who were weaker nodded in agreement. Apart from thanking Duan Lingtian, they were also looking forward to Duan Lingtian passing the God Grade Core Disciple Assessment. It's really too difficult. We're only halfway there. One of the inner sect disciples looked at the sky and realized that the path he had taken was at most halfway to the exit of the ultimate abyss. In fact, it seemed like it was only a small part of the way. Yeah. I wonder how Senior Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago passed. Another inner sect disciple nodded in agreement. Just like that, the group that had originally ascended into the air was only left with Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples. At the same time, the group of inner sect disciples who stayed behind also realized that Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples did not go with them. Hence, their speed in breaking through the checkpoints became much faster. The demon beasts and slave and demon beasts did not even have a chance to get close to them. Just now, because of their presence, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not dare to make a move. They were deeply afraid that they would be implicated and accidentally hurt them. When can I be as strong as Senior Duan Lingtian? Among the group of inner sect disciples who did not continue to break through the checkpoints, a young man with a slightly childish face muttered softly. Hearing his words, another inner sect disciple shook his head. Not to mention Senior Duan, even if you can be as strong as Senior Zhang, it would be good enough. These 2 people's strength is not weaker than Qi Yu's. Along the way, Duan Lingtian also realized that the inner sect disciples who continued to break through the checkpoints with him and Zhang Yaoji had also mastered the fusion of three profound meanings that they were good at. Their strength was not much different from Qi Yu and Zhang Yaoji's. It was also because of this that they were able to persevere until now. Looks like they are on the same level as Zhang Yaoji and Qi Yu. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's getting harder. I'll take a break first. Although the current Zhang Yaoji was not in a bad state, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. As for the other two, they were not in a bad state either. Only Duan Lingtian looked the same as before. It did not seem like he was exhausted at all. Zhang Yaoji only took a glance at Duan Lingtian and could not help but curse him in his heart. What a freak. Duan Lingtian, you don't know these two people, right? Zhang Yaoji did not forget to introduce the other two people. First, he looked at the young man in the gray robe with a cold expression. This is Guardian Yun Huai's fourth disciple, Qiao. This is third elder's second disciple, Sha Yuding. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Sha Yuding was a middle-aged man in a light blue robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your abilities. Now that I've met you today, you live up to your reputation. Sha Yuding sighed emotionally. As for Qiao, although he seemed to be serious in speech and manner, he still forced a smile at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're very powerful. Duan Lingtian was just about to exchange pleasantries when he was interrupted by a beast's roar that suddenly came from above his head. Roar. Accompanied by a beast's roar, there was actually a demonic beast that was as big as a mountain. It carried more than 10 slave warriors and descended from the sky, charging toward Duan Lingtian and the others. Isn't the old man too ruthless? He won't even give us time to rest. Zhang Yaoji cursed loudly when he saw this scene. It should be known that when they had ascended from the sky earlier, they had only appeared when they reached a certain height. Now, they had clearly not reached the next level, but the demonic beast and slave warriors had appeared in advance and charged toward them. Qiao and Sha Yuding's expressions also became solemn at this moment. The divine power on their bodies surged again, ready to be unleashed. All of you have a good rest. I'll go up first. Faced with the menacing demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors, Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Yaoji and the others before he ascended into the sky to meet them. Then, a low-grade divine sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. With a point of the sword, a spatial storm suddenly appeared and transformed into a huge sword that swept out. Even though the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors tried their best to resist, they were still repelled and sent flying by Duan Lingtian's sword. Blood filled the sky. The demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors were all injured by Duan Lingtian, and blood spurted wildly from their mouths. Then, as though they had received an order, they retreated. This scene also stunned Zhang Yaoji and the others. This is the embryonic form of sword principle. Now, the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors had attacked earlier, so they could vaguely see the other party's strength. Even if the three of them joined forces now, they would at most be able to repel them with great difficulty. This was because they had consumed a lot of energy earlier. If they were at their peak, the two of them would be able to repel them together. However, even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to repel the other party within a few moves, let alone one move. Now, Duan Lingtian had only used one move. To be precise, it was only one move. With one move, the gods and demons would retreat. This was nothing more than that. If I were to face that move, I'm afraid I would die without a doubt. Qi Yu didn't die in vain. Sha Yuding muttered as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, who continued to soar up into the air as though nothing had happened and charged towards the next trial. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to pass the next stage, Zhang Yaoji said. However, when Duan Lingtian reached the next stage, he was stunned again. This was because Duan Tian still managed to defeat the demon beast and slave Deathsworn at the checkpoint with just a swing of his sword. Then, he continued to advance. Another move. Another move. God! How did he do it? Zhang Yaoji was completely stunned. At this moment, Chiu spoke with a solemn expression on her face. He must have comprehended the fusion of two profundities from the law of space. Coupled with the embryonic form of sword principle, he's invincible. His current strength is even stronger than Shui Haichuan, who passed the God-grade core disciple assessment 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3689. Duan Tian was like a flood dragon. Space storms wreaked havoc around him. Sword energy shot out, finally converging into a sword light that seemed endless as it shot into the skies. In that moment, the hidden fog sect intersect disciples in the extreme abyss, including Zhang Yaoji, Chiu, and Sha Yuding, were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene unfold before them. At this moment, the originally dark abyss was illuminated by this sword light. The dull gray light seemed incomparably dazzling. Sword energy swept out for 30,000 miles, a single sword light chilling 19 prefectures. Let's go all out and rush out. The 99 heavenly veins in Duan Tian's body began to circulate as a vast and majestic divine energy surged out at the fastest speed. After he fused the two profundities from the law of space, the spatial windstorm continued to circulate at a high speed. Awoo! However, all the demonic beasts that rushed forward were either injured or sent flying. There were even some slave Deathsworn soldiers that retreated too slowly. They were directly killed by the sword light condensed from the space storm, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down like red roses. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation hadn't reached the final threshold of breaking into the God-King realm, but he was incomparably close. The improvement that the 6 creation pills brought to him was even comparable to the improvement that an ordinary monstrously talented person would get if they took 8 creation pills. His power of divinity was definitely among the best even among higher deities. With this divine strength as a foundation, he could further display the power of space laws. In addition to the elementary form of sword Dao that he intentionally displayed, Duan Tian soared upwards, his momentum swift and fierce. And this was also the first time that Duan Tian had displayed such strength in front of others. Even when he killed Qiyu, the strength he displayed was far inferior to what he was displaying now. He's going up. Under the aghast gazes of Zhang Yaoji and the others, Duan Tian was like an arrow that shot into the skies. He didn't seem to encounter any obstacles along the way, but the truth was that all obstacles were easily resolved by him. In front of him, the God Spirit level core disciple test was nothing but a joke. Like this, they watched as Duan Tian rushed out of the abyss. He's out. Duan Tian has succeeded. After today, our hidden fog sect will give birth to another divine spirit level core disciple. While Zhang Yaoji, Chiu, and Sha Yuding had complicated expressions on their faces, the group of inner sect disciples below were shouting excitedly, as if the one who had passed the test wasn't Duan Tian, but themselves. At the same time, Duan Tian stood outside the abyss, looking down at the ultimate abyss with a calm expression. He wasn't surprised that he could pass the core disciple test. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Moreover, even now, he still hadn't used his full strength. He was still holding back, and he was still holding back quite a bit. After becoming a god, wanting to defeat an opponent a whole realm higher than you is extremely difficult. It's like a fantasy story. But, if it was me, the current me may only be a higher god, but there aren't many lower god that can defeat me. With the help of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine spark, Duan Tian had already comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, he had the high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As his cultivation increased, the power that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword could display also increased. Even the strength of the artifact soul, Huang, wasn't below his current strength. This, as the trial hall master, Zhang Tianheng naturally knew about the situation in his own small world. Moreover, he had already set up the ultimate abyss that he had constructed. If one wanted to rush out of the ultimate abyss, it was impossible without a certain level of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed Qi Yu with a single sword strike and became famous in the Hidden Fog sect, the strength he displayed at that time wasn't enough to rush out of the ultimate abyss. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rushed out of the ultimate abyss like a bolt of lightning, he couldn't help but be shocked. This brat, he was actually hiding his strength? Hall master, what is it? The old man beside Zhang Tianheng, the vice-trial hall master who was in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, couldn't help but ask curiously as he saw Zhang Tianheng's expression change. That Duan Lingtian has just passed the assessment. Zhang Tianheng said with a complicated expression. What? As expected, the old man was shocked. I remember, didn't they start the assessment at the end? They passed the assessment so quickly. Hall master, what kind of assessment did you set for them? The old man asked curiously. There were many core disciple assessments that targeted inner sect disciples, and they were all passed down by the Hidden Fog sect. Even they had to follow those assessment methods. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they only admitted that those assessments were presumptuous. Ultimate Abyss. Zhang Tianheng sighed. The Ultimate Abyss was one of the core disciple assessments passed down by the Hidden Fog sect for inner sect disciples. It was also one of the more classic methods. If one didn't have sufficient strength, it was impossible to pass. Ultimate Abyss? He passed it so quickly. The old man's pupils shrank. Did he hide his strength before? He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. In particular, after the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu, Duan Lingtian had killed Qi Yu with a single sword strike. Duan Lingtian's fame had risen in the Hidden Fog sect, and he had the momentum of becoming the number one God Spirit level inner sect disciple. Even so, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the core disciple assessment. As the vice-trial hall master, he was well aware of how difficult the God Spirit level inner sect disciple assessment was. The strength Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Qi Yu wasn't enough to smoothly pass. Thus, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had passed the assessment, his first thought was that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength. Not only is he hiding his strength, but he's also hiding a great deal of it. Zhang Tianheng sighed. He has comprehended the fusion of two types of space law's three profound meanings. He had comprehended the fusion of two types of space law's three profound meanings. Zhang Tianheng's words caused the old man's complexion to change once more. What? He has comprehended the fusion of two types of space law's three profound meanings? That's right. His attainments in the space laws are no weaker than yours. The old man also comprehended the space laws. Moreover, he had comprehended the fusion of two types of space law's three profound meanings. By relying on this comprehension of laws in addition to the strength of his bloodline, when looking at the entire Hidden Fog sect, besides the 19 ranked core elders, he didn't think there was anyone below the core elders who could be his match. However, how long had he lived and how old was Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian wasn't even 3,000 years old and yet he had already caught up to him in comprehension of laws? It had to be known that he was already over 30,000 years old. Now, do you know why he was able to pass the core disciple assessment and become the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years? Zhang Tianheng smiled. Alright, I will deliver the floating image pearl to the sect master for inspection. If the sect master feels that there is no problem with Duan Lingtian passing the assessment, then from this day forth, he will be a core disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. As his voice fell, Zhang Tianheng left the trial hall. Its protector Zhang Tianheng. As Zhang Tianheng appeared outside the trial palace, everyone's gazes immediately gathered on him. Now, besides a group of inner sect disciples, there were also many core disciples standing guard outside the trial hall. These core disciples were basically here to watch the show. This was because according to the rumors, that inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian was far too confident in himself. And if Duan Lingtian really passed the core disciple assessment, he would become the first God Spirit level core disciple amongst them. So many people came to watch the show. Zhang Tianheng swept his eyes around and faintly smiled. Lord Temple Master. At this time, a bold inner sect disciple stepped forward and loudly asked Zhang Tianheng, as the trial hall's temple master, do you think that Duan Lingtian has a chance of passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years? Now, it hadn't been long since Duan Lingtian and the others entered. No one thought that the assessment was over. Almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was still desperately trying to pass the core disciple assessment and that the final results hadn't come out yet. As for Zhang Tianheng, the trial hall's temple master, suddenly coming out, it was likely that he had something to do, so he wasn't in charge of this core disciple assessment. As the bold inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Tianheng and asked this question, the other inner sect disciples all looked at Zhang Tianheng. Even the several core disciples present were looking at Zhang Tianheng. Zhang Tianheng looked at the inner sect disciple who asked the question and smiled. He said, if it was before, I wouldn't have been able to answer your question. But now, perhaps I can get Duan Lingtian to tell you. Just as Zhang Tianheng's voice faded, a figure appeared beside him in a timely manner. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian came out of the ultimate abyss, he waited for Zhang Tianheng to send him out. As expected, after waiting for a while, he was brought out by Zhang Tianheng. However, when he came out, he discovered that he was no longer in the trial hall. Instead, he appeared outside the trial hall and was surrounded by a group of inner sect disciples who were looking forward to seeing him. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came out so quickly. Could it be that he failed? When the group of inner sect disciples saw Duan Lingtian and could not help but whisper among themselves, Zhang Tianheng, who was next to Duan Lingtian, suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Only Duan Lingtian was left and he became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian, weren't you confident that you could pass the core disciple test and become the first spirit god realm core disciple in our hidden fog sect in 10,000 years? How did you get eliminated so quickly? A voice filled with mockery and divine power suddenly sounded, covering the noise of the scene. Tu Feng. When Duan Lingtian saw the owner of the voice, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The person who spoke was the eldest disciple of the hidden fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. In the past, he had seen Tu Feng at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy, so he recognized him at a glance. Chapter 3690. This was the second time Duan Lingtian had seen Tu Feng. Tu Feng hadn't changed much from the past. Moreover, his face was the same as before. The moment a cold light flashed in his eyes, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tu Feng, how do you know I was eliminated? Could it be that I couldn't have smoothly passed the assessment and then come out? Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Tu Feng from a distance. The cold light in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a playful look. Passed the assessment? As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, everyone, including the several core disciples who had come to join in the fun, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a strange look in their eyes. Duan Lingtian, passed the assessment? Chi. Tu Feng sneered, the sarcastic look on his face growing stronger. Duan Lingtian, in my opinion, you've gone crazy trying to pass the assessment, haven't you? How long has it been since you entered the test hall? Do you really think you can pass the assessment? Even if it was the simplest assessment, it wouldn't have been enough to pass it in such a short amount of time. 10,000 years ago, Senior Shui Haichuan took half a day to pass the assessment, and he was also injured. You look like you're not injured at all, and you came out so quickly. Do you really think you passed the assessment? Do you think I, Tu Feng, believe that? Tu Feng's eyes were full of contempt. As soon as Tu Feng opened his mouth, the eyes of the crowd fell on Duan Lingtian again changed. What Tu Feng said seems to make sense. This Duan Lingtian, Could it be that he felt he couldn't pass the assessment, so he came out early? He was very confident that he could pass the assessment. Isn't this too much of a slap to his face? Who knows? The eyes that fell on Duan Lingtian changed several times, and after a few moments, they were filled with doubt. This was because Duan Lingtian had come out too quickly. It wasn't that they didn't believe that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to pass the test. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't be here. The reason they were here was to witness a miracle. But now, Duan Lingtian had come out so early. They found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had passed the test. Idiot. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Tu Feng and slowly spat out 2 words. Instantly, the entire place was dead silent. No one would have thought that Duan Lingtian would do this in public. One must know that to a certain extent, this could already be considered a form of humiliation. Ha 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 ha. While everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian calling Tu Feng an idiot, Tu Feng, the person involved, actually began to laugh. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. After a while, Tu Feng stopped laughing and looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, you and I are both inner sect disciples, but you humiliated me in public. According to the sect rules, if I challenge you on the ultimate martial arena, you can't refuse. Now, I, Tu Feng, invite you to the extreme martial stage to fight. Everything will be according to the rules of the extreme martial stage. You will not have the chance to admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. I'm curious, if you, Duan Lingtian, can last 10 breaths of time under my, Tu Feng's, hands. Tu Feng's eyes flashed with a fanatical light. Originally, he had been thinking about how to lure Duan Lingtian away from the hidden fog sect in the future and then kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. Without a doubt, this had given him a fair and square opportunity. On the extreme martial stage, one could not admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was good, as a lower god king, Tu Feng was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian within 10 breaths of time. There is such a rule? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at Tu Feng and sneered, Tu Feng, you didn't make up this rule, did you? If the sect doesn't have such a rule, then making up a rule is a great crime. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the others couldn't help but shake their heads. They all knew that the sect did have such a rule. Moreover, it was written in the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook. Did this Duan Lingtian not read the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook properly? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tu Feng's smile became even more brilliant. I, Tu Feng, naturally wouldn't joke about the sect's rules. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here. Following Tu Feng's words, an inner sect disciple immediately tried to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect does have such a rule. You should quickly apologize to senior brother Tu Feng and ask for his forgiveness. If you want me to forgive you, I can. Tu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kneel down, lick my shoes clean, and crawl under my crotch. I can consider forgiving you. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, everyone present could feel the smell of gunpowder rising. Tu Feng's words clearly showed that he was not willing to let Duan Lingtian go. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Under the regretful gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke. Looking at Tu Feng, his tone was indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead man. I want to die. Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Duan Lingtian, have you lost your mind? Although your strength is not bad, you really don't have the ability to kill me. You are just a little higher god, yet you want to kill me, a lower god? You're just dreaming. Even if my comprehension of the laws is not as good as yours, the gap in cultivation is enough for me to crush you. Obviously, Tu Feng was very confident in his own strength. I will wait for you at the ultimate martial stage. Duan Lingtian left these words before he vanished on the spot with a flash. When he appeared again, he was already on the way to the ultimate martial arena. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. The corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a grim grin before his figure flickered and he followed. In an instant, the group of inner sect disciples who were originally surrounding the training hall all left the area and followed after them. The reason they appeared here was because of Duan Lingtian. They wanted to see whether or not Duan Lingtian could really become the first spirit god realm inner sect disciple of their hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Once Duan Lingtian really passed the assessment, they would be the first to witness this moment. To them, this was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. And now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, seemed to have stopped the assessment ahead of time. Moreover, he was going to the ultimate martial stage to fight Tu Feng. They naturally had no interest in staying here. Shi Tongming, should we go and take a look? The green-robed youth with a sheathed longsword looked at the other youth standing on the stone tablet suspended in the air and asked. The latter didn't answer him. Instead, he controlled the stone tablet and flew towards the ultimate martial stage. Ha! Lineajian, that Shi Tongming is famous for not liking to talk. Why are you paying attention to him? Not far away, the other youth smiled at the green-robed youth. Let's go. Let's also go and take a look, that Duan Lingtian actually dares to fight the God King realm Tu Feng. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. This youth was also a core disciple. Like Lineajian and Shi Tongming, he had also come to watch the fun. The ultimate martial stage. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter. In the past, it was on this ultimate martial stage that Qiyu had died at Duan Lingtian's hands. As Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, and a group of inner sect disciples arrived, the group of inner and outer sect disciples in the martial meeting square below the ultimate martial stage all came over to join in the fun. Those that were originally exchanging pointers also stopped. What's going on? What's going on? Is someone going to the ultimate martial stage again? At the beginning, the people that came from the martial meeting square didn't know what was happening. They only saw that someone was going to fight on the ultimate martial stage. Moreover, many people came to watch. Isn't that Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother Duan? Isn't he participating in the trial hall's core disciple assessment today? Why is he here at the ultimate martial stage? It really is senior apprentice brother Duan. The current Duan Lingtian, after his battle with Qiyu, had become famous in the hidden fog sect. And now, in the group of people that came from the martial meeting square, there was no lack of people that had seen Duan Lingtian before. They had been present when Duan Lingtian and Qiyu fought. That is senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Why is senior apprentice brother Tu Feng here? Isn't he a lower god king? He wants to fight senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian. While the group of people that came from the martial meeting square were still in a daze, many inner sect disciples from the trial hall had already come over and explained to them what was happening. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian called senior apprentice brother Tu Feng an idiot in front of everyone and humiliated him. Then, senior apprentice brother Tu Feng forcefully invited him to the ultimate martial stage to fight? Heavens! Senior apprentice brother Duan is too impulsive. Senior apprentice brother Tu Feng is a god king powerhouse. A lower god king against a lower god king? Even if his comprehension of laws surpasses a lower god king's, it is nearly impossible for him to defeat the latter. The difference in cultivation is too great. It is an entire great boundary. No one was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Duan Lingtian, what are you doing? A beautiful figure appeared, attracting the gazes of many people. It was Tang Wuyan, the one with the halo of Hidden Fog Sect's #1 beauty. Today, she wore a light purple dress. Her entire person seemed indifferent and elegant, like a celestial maiden standing atop a violet orchid. With just a single glance, one couldn't bear to look away. Tu Feng already has a grudge with you. Why did you agree to let him enter the ultimate martial stage? Hurry up and come down. I've already sent a message to my great-uncle to come. If you leave now, once he arrives, he will help you solve this matter. When the time comes, just lower your head and apologize to Tu Feng. There is no need to humiliate yourself like he asked. Tang Wuyan said to Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. She had also heard about what happened outside the trial hall and had rushed over as soon as she could. Even she didn't know why, but when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she immediately rushed over. All along the way, there was only one thought in her mind: to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the ultimate martial stage and fighting Tu Feng. At the same time, she sent a message to her great-uncle, the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder Tang Chun, urging him to come over. Chapter 3691. Tang Wuyan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. From what she said, it was obvious that she already knew the details of the matter. When my grandmaster comes, even Tu Feng will have to give him face. Tang Wuyan said through voice transmission. No need. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him, but it was also because of this that he felt helpless and vigilant. Don't get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Duan Lingtian refused Tang Wuyan's kindness. Handle it yourself? How will you handle it? Tang Wuyan frowned and said through voice transmission, you are just a higher god, and he is a lower god king. Even if you comprehend more profound laws than him, it will be difficult for you to be his opponent. Then you don't have to worry about it. When Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice again, his tone was a bit colder. There was a kind of indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Tang Wuyan was dumbfounded. The current Duan Lingtian gave her the feeling that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. And it was very sudden. She was a little caught off guard. Why did he do this? Is it because he is afraid that I will get involved and offend Tu Feng? Thinking of this, Tang Wuyan felt warm in her heart. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Otherwise, he would be speechless because he didn't mean that at all. The reason why he suddenly became cold was because of the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him. If he was single, he might be happy because of this, even if he didn't like Tang Wuyan. After all, Tang Wuyan was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect. To be liked by her was an honor for any man. Of course, he also knew that Tang Wuyan might not like him now. But there were already some signs. And now, he wanted to strangle these signs in the cradle and not let Tang Wuyan have any fantasies. Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, you want to fight on the ultimate martial platform? At this moment, the two inner sect elders who were on duty at the extreme martial platform also appeared. They were not the two inner sect elders who were on duty during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Usually, more than 10 inner sect elders would take turns to be on duty at the extreme martial platform. Two elders, please bear witness to this properly. The rules of the ultimate martial platform is that one cannot admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Don't break the rules. Tu Feng looked at the two inner sect elders on the extreme martial stage and grinned. If it is not 10 breaths of time, his surrender is invalid. If the two elders are biased, I'm afraid I'll have to ask my teacher to find the two elders and reason with them. Tu Feng heavily emphasized the words theory, and there was no lack of threat in them. As for the two inner sect elders, although they were very unhappy with Tu Feng's words, they didn't show it on their faces. Martial nephew Tu Feng, rest assured, we will do our job properly. That's right. We won't be biased. The two of them said. That's good. Tu Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flew into the arena and stood opposite Duan Lingtian, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I really admire your courage. However, in today's battle, you can't avoid humiliating me in public. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, the two inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial stage suddenly understood. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had humiliated Tu Feng in public and was forced to fight on the extreme martial stage by Tu Feng. Just now, they were thinking that Duan Lingtian was just a god realm cultivator, So how could he have the courage to fight Tu Feng, a lower-rank god king, on the extreme martial stage? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Martial nephew Tu Feng. With a loud voice, an old figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Tang Chun. Tang Wuyan's granduncle was also called over by Tang Wuyan to save the day. In fact, even now, Tang Chun was still a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian would agree to Tu Feng's challenge, so when he was about to arrive, he deliberately extended his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian's cultivation. He thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god king, so he dared to fight Tu Feng on the extreme martial stage. However, when his divine sense fell on Duan Lingtian, the feedback he received was that Duan Lingtian was still a higher-rank god and not a god king. For a time, he couldn't help but speed up his appearance, ready to stop this duel. I already understand the ins and outs of this matter. Can you give me, Tang Chun, some face? I can make Duan Lingtian apologize to you. As soon as Tang Chun appeared, he went to find Tu Feng because he knew that the key to this duel was Tu Feng. If Tu Feng was willing to call a truce, this duel could be avoided. Among the inner sect elders, Tang Chun could be considered relatively strong. If it were any other time, Tu Feng might give him some face against an ordinary person. But today, Tu Feng's opponent was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't just someone he wanted to kill, but also someone his honorable master had ordered him to kill. How could he miss this chance to kill Duan Lingtian because of Tang Chun's interference? Elder Tang Chun, I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't agree. Tu Feng glanced at Tang Chun and lightly said, "So, don't blame me for not giving you face. Of course, if you want me to stop, that's fine, you can have my honorable master send me a message. As long as my honorable master personally sends me a message and tells me to stop, I will stop." As soon as Tu Feng said this, Tang Chun's complexion turned ugly. But in the end, he still sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Feng Yin. "Tang Chun, an old man like you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation." He thought that Wu Feng Yin would give him face, but Tang Chun never imagined that he would receive such a response. I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian once refused to become Wu Feng Yin's disciple. In addition, the gap between Tu Feng and Duan Lingtian isn't small. Last time, when Qiyu targeted Duan Lingtian, it was also Tu Feng who incited him. Thinking of this, Tang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps even the second elder wants Duan Lingtian to die. Should I remind him that Duan Lingtian's background isn't ordinary? Thinking of this, Tang Chun's pupils shrank. That's right. How could I forget this? With Duan Lingtian's mysterious background and the miracles he has created time and time again, if he didn't have confidence, would he have followed Tu Feng to the ultimate martial stage? Tang Chun subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, he found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of panic. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but calm down. It's me who became anxious because of that girl Wu Yan, otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten about his mysterious background. For Tang Chun, the fear and politeness of the people of Heavenly Wind City's God King Rank Chong family when facing Duan Lingtian was still vivid in his mind. "Granduncle, have you contacted the second elder?" When she heard Tu Feng's words, Tang Wuyan's expression changed, and she immediately sent a message to Tang Chun. She thought that Tang Chun hadn't contacted the second elder because the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng was about to begin. On Tu Feng's body, the divine force of a god king was already raging. "I did, but he refused," Tang Chun replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Tang Wuyan, "Don't worry, Duan Lingtian should be confident, which is why he agreed to this battle with Tu Feng. Don't you see his calm face, as if victory is already in his grasp?" Confident? Victory in his grasp? Tang Wuyan felt bitter in her heart. Duan Lingtian was indeed calm right now, but when she thought of the difference in cultivation between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian. Granduncle, why don't you ask Vice Sect Master Murong for help? Wasn't Duan Lingtian recommended by him to enter the sect in advance and participate in the core disciple assessment? If you tell him about this matter, he definitely won't stand idly by. Tang Wuyan thought of the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Heavenly Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. There's no need. Almost as Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun and sent another message to urge him, Tang Chun's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She saw Tang Chun staring blankly at the ultimate martial stage in front of him, his throat violently moving as he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, Tang Wuyan also discovered that the originally noisy scene had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence. What happened? With curiosity, Tang Wuyan turned to look at the ultimate martial stage. What she saw was a purple figure standing in the air next to where Tu Feng had been standing. Tu Feng was nowhere to be seen, but there was a cloud of blood mist floating in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Tang Wuyan heard a slight, ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in her ears. Tu Feng is dead? Tang Wuyan's autumn eyes widened, and her beautiful cheeks were filled with disbelief. And now, she wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. Most of the other onlookers were also in disbelief. The rest of the people were basically horrified. Just now, they didn't even realize what was going on. Duan Lingtian had appeared behind Tu Feng like a ghost. Then, the moment Tu Feng reacted, he had already struck out like lightning. He defeated Tu Feng with one sword strike, and then the sword light exploded, turning into countless tiny sword lights that cut Tu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Even the two inner elders on duty at the ultimate martial stage today looked at each other in disbelief. What a fast attack. Is Duan Lingtian the owner of 99 heavenly veins? I'm afraid only the owner of 99 heavenly veins can stimulate divine power to such an extent. Also, did you notice? Just now, in addition to the fusion of the embryonic form of the sword principle and one of the three profundities of the law of space, he also fused another three profundities. I noticed. He has comprehended the fusion of two profundities of the law of space. Last time, when he fought with Chiyu, he hid his strength. His strength has already surpassed Shui Haichuan, who hadn't broken through to the Divine King stage 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3692. Duan Lingtian's attack was very fast. He teleported behind Tu Feng, who had just mobilized his divine energy and was about to attack, and killed Tu Feng before Tu Feng could react. If Tu Feng had been given a little more time, he would have been able to block Duan Lingtian's killing move. However, slow was slow. The slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian relied on the advantage of mobilizing the divine energy from his 99 heavenly veins and the element of surprise from the teleportation profundity to kill Tu Feng. Ordinary people who did not have 99 heavenly veins, even if they had comprehended the law of space, fused two of the three profundities, and the embryonic form of the sword Tao, would not have the courage to do so. Because it was too risky. The slightest carelessness could allow the opponent to block his killing move, and because of the close distance, he would be in a passive position. However, Duan Lingtian did not take any risks. After all, his true strength was not limited to this. Even if he failed to catch Tu Feng off guard, he still had the ability to turn the situation around. At most, he would just have to show more of his negatives. Of course, if he could keep his trump cards, he would rather keep them. For Duan Lingtian, this was like a gamble. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would at most be more high profile. However, no matter what, Tu Feng was destined to die. It was just a question of how he would die. Fortunately, I didn't reveal too much of my strength. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had won the gamble and killed Tu Feng without further revealing his strength. The strength he revealed when he killed Tu Feng was no different from when he had passed the core disciple assessment in Zhang Tianheng's little world. Higher God Cultivation Base. 2 of the 3 profundities from the law of space. Embryonic form of the sword Tao. Low-grade divine sword. Of course, he also revealed the number of heavenly veins in his body. He suspected to have 99 heavenly veins, but as long as no one investigated him, they would not be able to find out whether he really had 99 heavenly veins or not. At most, they would only be suspicious. After all, 99 heavenly veins were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, there were still many of them. After all, the natives of the realms of gods had the blood of supreme powerhouses flowing in their veins. This Duan Lingtian has definitely passed the core disciple assessment. High up in the sky, the core disciple Lin Yijian said with absolute certainty, "This is the first time I've seen a lesser deity comprehend the fusion of 2 types of 3 profound meanings of any one of the 4 supreme laws of nature." Although the divine spirit level core disciple assessment is difficult for divine spirit level inner sect disciples, it's not difficult at all for Duan Lingtian. The other core disciple nodded. Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the young man in a black robe who had remained on the huge stone tablet suspended in the air had already descended. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the ultimate martial platform. He kept the stone tablet and looked straight at Duan Lingtian. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, many people in the surroundings turned to look at him. "It's senior brother Shi Tongming. I didn't expect to see senior brother Shi Tongming again after so many years here." When senior brother Shi Tongming was still an inner sect disciple, he was the strongest inner sect disciple. Later on, when he entered the God King realm, he passed the core disciple assessment and became a core disciple. That's nothing. The most important thing is that after senior brother Shi Tongming became a core disciple, due to his outstanding performance, our hidden fog sect supreme elder, Elder Lei, took a liking to him and accepted him as a personal disciple. Elder Lei? He's one of the 4 supreme elders in our hidden fog sect? That's right. The strongest of our hidden fog sect's highest elders are Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud, and Elder Fog. Their seniority is also very high. Even if the sect master were to see them, he would have to respectfully bow to them. And this senior brother Shi Tongming is Elder Lei's personal disciple. The 4 supreme elders of Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Mist rarely accept disciples. Unless one's talent is particularly amazing, they won't even think of accepting a disciple. For senior brother Shi Tongming to be accepted by Elder Lei, his talent and perception can be imagined. As soon as Shi Tongming appeared, he didn't even need to introduce himself. Duan Lingtian learned his identity from the surrounding chatter. The hidden fog sect had 4 supreme elders. They represented the highest combat strength of the hidden fog sect. He already knew this. The 4 supreme elders were said to be stronger than the hidden fog sect master. They were the leaders of the hidden fog sect supreme elders. Let alone the core elders, even the 19 protectors and the several vice sect masters were only little brothers in front of them. Even if the latter's seniority wasn't low and was even higher than theirs, they still had to be respectful in front of them. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. Senior apprentice brother Shi, are you looking for me for something? After learning of Shi Tongming's identity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask why Shi Tongming had called out to him and why he had appeared at such a timely moment. You passed the core disciple test? Shi Tongming asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian killed Tu Feng, everyone present had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had passed the core disciple test. But now that they saw Duan Lingtian personally admit it, they couldn't help but be shocked. Very good. Shi Tongming looked at Duan Lingtian with appreciation. Then, he got straight to the point and said, Duan Lingtian, my honorable master is Elder Lei. Are you willing to become his disciple and acknowledge him as your master? If you are willing, then from now on you will be my junior apprentice brother. In the Hidden Fog sect, if anyone dares to offend you, that is the same as offending me, Shi Tongming. Shi Tongming wasn't a talkative person to begin with. Thus, as soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. As Shi Tongming's voice fell, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Elder Lei wants to receive Duan Lingtian as his disciple? Didn't you hear senior apprentice brother Shi Tongming ask whether or not Duan Lingtian passed the core disciple test before asking? It's clear that Elder Lei has some requirements for accepting Duan Lingtian as his disciple. At the very least, Duan Lingtian has to pass the core disciple test and become a core disciple. Elder Lei is one of the 4 highest existences in the Hidden Fog sect. If one becomes his disciple, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the sect in the future? How enviable. Unfortunately, I don't have this life. Now, it wasn't just the group of inner and outer sect disciples. Even the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial arena were looking at Duan Lingtian with envy. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was about to reach the heavens in a single bound. Elder Lei, Tang Wuyan also recovered from the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Tu Feng. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Those who didn't know might have thought that Elder Lei wanted to take her as his disciple instead of Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyan was the same as everyone else. She felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't refuse to become Elder Lei's disciple. Even if Duan Lingtian had refused many core elders, protectors, and even people sent by the Grand Elders to find him, Elder Lei couldn't be compared to the Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders at all. Perhaps Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take ordinary Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders as his master because he was waiting for the 4 Grand Elders to take the initiative to accept him as their disciple. And now, Duan Lingtian had waited for Elder Lei. How could he refuse? Senior apprentice brother Shi. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and faintly smiled. Please help me tell Elder Lei that I, Duan Lingtian, thank him for his kindness. It's just that I, Duan Lingtian, already have a master, so I can only miss out on his kindness. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Shi Tongming froze for a moment. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, so that's how it is. What a pity. As his voice fell, Shi Tongming stepped into the air. A giant stone tablet appeared beneath his feet, carrying him and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It was only at this time that the surrounding people recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian rejecting Shi Tongming. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would reject Shi Tongming and Elder Lei. After all, this was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian actually rejected Elder Lei? Heavens! Should I call him honest or stupid? So what if he has a master? Elder Lei is willing to accept him as a disciple. As long as he doesn't mention it, why would Elder Lei care? Perhaps, this is the pride of a genius. Most of the inner and outer sect disciples present found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian's choice. Even Tang Wuyan was the same. Duan Lingtian, you should have agreed. Now that you've killed Tu Feng, even if the second elder won't easily act against you in the sect, he definitely won't let you off. The second elder is famous for being protective of his own people, he definitely won't let Tu Feng's death go. And if you become Elder Lei's disciple, even he will have to consider whether it is worth it to make a move against you for Tu Feng's sake. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, it will be the same as having another life-saving charm. Tang Wuyan's thoughts were simple. Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng and offended the second elder. If he had Elder Lei as a protective umbrella, the second elder wouldn't dare to make a move against him. But now, Duan Lingtian had refused, and he was putting himself in danger. Everyone has their own ambitions. Facing Tang Wuyan's dissuasion, Duan Lingtian responded with a sound transmission. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest hint of regret. You! Tang Wuyan was so angry that her face flushed red. She nearly vomited blood. She stomped her feet like a little girl and turned around to leave. Her angry appearance was like a little girl who was angry at her first love and had a conflict with her lover. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, also relaxed after learning that Duan Lingtian had rejected Shi Tongming and refused to become Elder Lei's disciple. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Stupid brat, if you become Elder Lei's disciple, I definitely won't dare to make a move against you. Chapter 3693. Several breaths of time after Tu Feng was killed by Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, received a sound transmission telling him that Tu Feng had been killed. At first, he didn't believe it. But when the second and third sound transmissions arrived, he had no choice but to believe it was true. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple with a higher deity cultivation, had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. Was he angry? Of course. Tu Feng was his first disciple. Even if he was usually strict, he still regarded him as his own. But now, he was dead. The moment he confirmed this news, he even had the impulse to rush to the ultimate martial arena and kill Duan Lingtian to take revenge for Tu Feng. But in the end, he dispelled this thought. If he did so, even if he was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Shi Tongming, you actually publicly declared that Elder Thunder accepted Duan Lingtian as a disciple? When Wu Fengyin learned of what happened at the ultimate martial arena, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It had to be known that he was already thinking about how to find a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the future and take revenge for his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. But now, the other disciples he sent to the ultimate martial arena told him that Elder Thunder intended to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Moreover, as long as Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could immediately become Elder Thunder's disciple. Who was Elder Thunder? He was one of the most powerful people in the Hidden Fog sect, an existence that could kill him with a flick of his finger. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him. At that moment, Wu Fengyin had already made preparations to dispel any thoughts of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian. This was because in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refuse. It was also because of this that when he learned that Duan Lingtian had refused Elder Thunder, he felt that Duan Lingtian was stupid. But at the same time, he was overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation. That Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension are too high. I have to find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. In this situation, even if I really don't want to be his enemy, he might not believe me. Instead of waiting for him to grow and deal with me, I might as well get rid of him now. A cold light flashed in Wu Fengyin's eyes. Duan Lingtian, with his upper divine spirit cultivation, had taken the initiative to instantly kill the lower divine king realm inner sect disciple Tu Feng. This news soon spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they were naturally shocked by this. A higher deity had killed a lesser deity king. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such a matter had never occurred before. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's actions were unprecedented in the Hidden Fog sect. In addition, news of Duan Lingtian passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years also spread out. In particular, after the Hidden Fog sect's sect master personally issued an announcement, Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's only spirit god realm core disciple, could be considered to have a true status. Of course, there were also people who questioned this. What qualifications does Duan Lingtian have to become a core disciple? Is there some inside story behind this? However, as news of Duan Lingtian's method spread, these questions were quickly suppressed. Higher deity. He had comprehended two different types of space laws, fusing three profound meanings. Elementary sword Dao. Low-grade god sword. With such strength, it would be inexcusable if he couldn't pass the core disciple assessment. That little fellow, he didn't disappoint me. I didn't recommend him twice in vain. Far away in Skywind City, Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong Suifeng was also smiling when he heard the news from the Hidden Fog sect. In truth, When he recommended Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Fog Academy ahead of time, he was hoping that Duan Lingtian would become the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. Many people didn't know what Duan Lingtian experienced in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, but he knew. Duan Lingtian wasn't that simple. And the facts proved that this was indeed the case. At the same time that Murong Suifeng received the news, the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also received the news. On one hand, they were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but on the other hand, they were inner sect elders or outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They had their own network of connections within the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't difficult for them to find out what happened there. Duan Lingtian is amazing. The Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes. Duan Lingtian hasn't been at the academy for long, but his achievements in the Hidden Fog sect are too shocking. Once the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy found out, the students naturally found out as well. Whether they knew Duan Lingtian or not, they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian, amazing. I'll be going to the Hidden Fog sect soon. At that time, you'll have to cover for me. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was following Tang Chun to the core disciple's residence when he received a message from the Hidden Fog Academy. It was from Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was the God King level sect's 10,000 leaves sect's junior sect master. He was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't known him for a long time, because of his enthusiasm and sincerity, Duan Lingtian considered him one of his only 2 friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. The other person was Ding Yan. Ding Yan. Although he wasn't as strong as Ho Qingning, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was even more mysterious. This was because before the 10-star student trial began, Ding Yan had told him that as long as he followed him, even if he encountered someone from a God King level family, he could protect him with his status. At that time, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that Ding Yan had an extraordinary status. At the very least, that status was enough to intimidate the God King level family clans of Skywind City. Since you've come to the Hidden Fog sect, feel free to look for me if you have any problems. However, the premise is that you're in the right. If you cause trouble, I won't wipe your ass for you. Duan Lingtian laughed in response to Ho Qingning. Do I look like that kind of person? Ho Qingning said somewhat angrily. You don't look like. Just as Ho Qingning let out a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment and then said again, because you are that kind of person. Can't you finish your sentence in one breath? Ho Qingning was flustered and exasperated. Oh right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I suddenly remembered something. Before the 10-star student trial began, you said you wanted to spar with me. But I was so busy with a series of things that I couldn't find the time. Aren't you coming to the Hidden Fog sect soon? When you arrive, you and I can make up for our previous spar. Duan Lingtian's message caused Ho Qingning, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, to shiver. Spar? Who wants to spar with a freak like you? Of course, this was Ho Qingning's innermost thoughts. He didn't say them out loud. Did I promise to spar with you? Did you remember wrongly? You must have remembered wrong. I still have things to do, so let's leave it at that for now. Oh right, there is one more thing. Not long after you went to the Hidden Fog sect, Ding Yan also left the academy. He dropped out ahead of time. Ho Qingning said, he didn't even tell me that he left. I only found out from others that he dropped out, then, there was no news of him. I tried to contact him but he didn't reply. Have you been in contact with him recently? Because of his relationship with Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning and Ding Yan became familiar with each other not long after they met Duan Lingtian. They even exchanged soul beads. Dropped out? After receiving Ho Qingning's message, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously sent a message to Ding Yan through the soul bead Ding Yan left with him. However, there was no response. I didn't contact him after that. I sent him a message just now, but he didn't reply either. Duan Lingtian asked, did he show any unusual behavior before he left? Although he and Ding Yen could only be considered ordinary friends, he was still one of the few friends he had in the realm of gods. After hearing that Ding Yen had left the academy without any news, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but worry. No. Ho Qingning sighed. I sent a message to my father and asked him to help investigate, but he didn't find anything. That guy's origin is very mysterious. I have no idea where he came from. Ho Qingning said. After communicating with Ho Qingning, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him and said, Elder Tang Chun, you should be able to contact Dean Murong, right? Yes, what's the matter? Tang Chun naturally knew who Dean Murong was that Duan Lingtian was talking about. Help me ask him if he knows the 10-star student Ding Yan's origin. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Chun quickly helped Duan Lingtian ask. Duan Lingtian, Vice Sect Master Murong said that he doesn't know where Ding Yan came from. He only knows that Ding Yan passed the 9-star disciple exam and entered the Hidden Fog Academy. I also asked other people I know in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. They also don't know where Ding Yan came from. Obviously, Tang Chun took Duan Lingtian's words to heart. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his heart sank slightly. Ding Yan should be fine, right? After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed down. He had thought it through. It was useless to think too much about Ding Yan. There was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. This way, even if Ding Yan needed his help in the future, he would be able to help. Elder Tang Chun, if I follow you to the Core Disciple Registration Office to choose the Core Disciple entrance reward, can I change it to something else? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun and asked. Now, he was following Tang Chun to go through the Core Disciple entrance procedures. An inner disciple had to go through other procedures to become a Core Disciple. They had to change their identity token, and according to the rules of the sect, they could also receive a reward. The reward would be at least a middle-grade divine weapon. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't care about middle-grade divine weapons. In fact, there were many things that were equivalent to mid-grade divine artifacts that he didn't fancy or use. It's not possible under normal circumstances. Tang Chun shook his head. Chapter 3694. It won't work? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had thought that it would work. If it did not work, would he not be able to get another creation pill in the near future? Now, what he wanted the most was the creation pill. In fact, with just 1 or 2 creation pills, he was confident that he would be able to break through to become a lesser godly king. 1 creation pill would give him more than a 50% chance of success. 2 creation pills would give him a 100% chance of success. Of course, the prerequisite was that the creation pill's effect was no different from the rumored one. It could directly break through the bottleneck barrier between a higher godly king and a lesser godly king. Elder Tang Chun, is there a creation pill among the rewards I chose? Duan Lingtian asked. Creation pill? Tang Chun was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. No. The creation pill is a divine pill for gods. Core disciples are usually already godly kings, so they have no use for creation pills. You're asking this because you want the creation pill? Tang Chun asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. If you want the creation pill, it's actually very simple. Tang Chun said, when you receive the core disciple reward later, choose something of higher value and exchange it for the creation pill. I think someone will be willing to exchange it with you. It's also because I've given the few creation pills I've accumulated to Wuyan. Otherwise, I think she would be willing to let me transfer the creation pill to you. At this point, Tang Chun sighed. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to see if there was any change in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he realized that Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Was his granddaughter's charm so small? Who in the sect has a creation pill? Elder Tang Chun, do you know? The kind that I can exchange with him. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Chun. I'm not too sure about that. Tang Chun shook his head. After all, something like the good fortune pill is too useful for immortals. If news of someone having a good fortune pill spreads, a group of people will immediately trade with him. Everyone wants to get more good fortune pills for their descendants. I suggest that you comprehend a valuable treasure that many people want. That way, you can exchange it for the nature pill. Within the sect, there is a specialized trading hall where you can exchange for creation pills. Speaking of the trading hall, why don't we make a trip there first? Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something. At this point, Tang Chun paused at the right time. Tang Chun's decision was approved by Duan Lingtian. Compared to becoming a core disciple and choosing a core disciple's entry reward, he cared more about the creation pill. The origin pill was what he needed the most right now. Under Tang Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect's trade hall. It was a great hall that was several times larger than the trial hall. There were stalls neatly arranged everywhere in the great hall. And behind the stalls, there were Hidden Fog Sect disciples. Looking at the status tokens at their waists, it was clear that there were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. And in front of some stalls, there was a white cloth with some words written on it. Most of them were asking to buy something. There was no lack of people asking to buy a divine pill like the nature pill. There were also people asking to buy the Jia Yi Bing San divine pill. As for some people, they even listed a pile of things that they could take out in exchange for a certain item. Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something else. If I have it, I can trade with them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked past the stalls. Elder Tang Chun. And along the way, many people recognized Tang Chun, who was leading Duan Lingtian. They respectfully greeted him. Then, when some people recognized Duan Lingtian, there was naturally a stir. Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian, hello. Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian, I saw your battle with Tu Feng. You are too strong. With your divine spirit realm cultivation, you were able to kill a god king. You are the first person in our Hidden Fog sect to accomplish this. Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian, I admire you. One by one, the inner and outer sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. They were just like the fanatical fans who chased after celebrities on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to such a passionate group of people. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed and he asked in a loud voice, everyone, do you see anyone wanting to exchange the nature pill for something? I want to exchange for several nature pills. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, many people began to look in the same direction. At the same time, someone took the lead and said to Duan Lingtian, Senior Apprentice Brother Duan, there's an inner sect senior brother over there. He wants to exchange the nature pill for a mediocre grade divine artifact. Oh. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Mediocre grade divine artifact? He did not lack such things at all. In his possession, whether it was the mediocre grade divine artifacts he obtained in the realms of gods or the heavenly wind city's Zhong clan, there were a few mediocre grade divine artifacts in his possession. Senior Apprentice Brother Duan, that inner sect senior brother is a little greedy. He wants to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact, but he only took out 2 nature pills. Senior Apprentice Brother Duan, under normal circumstances, a mediocre grade divine artifact can be exchanged for no less than 4 nature pills. If someone has a mediocre grade divine artifact and has enough nature pills, he might even be willing to take out 5 or more nature pills to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact. The group of Hidden Fog sect disciples around Duan Lingtian seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would suffer a loss. They all spoke up to warn him. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had a mediocre-grade divine artifact, he must have obtained it from the core disciple's entrance gift after he became a core disciple. If there was only one mediocre-grade divine artifact, it would be of great significance. After all, Duan Lingtian had only used a mediocre-grade divine artifact in the past. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian smiled at the crowd and then walked in the direction they were looking at. Along the way, the group of Hidden Fog sect disciples consciously opened up a path for him. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is going to exchange for nature pills? He's going to do such a losing business? It can't be, right? Does he lack nature pills that much? Under the stunned gazes of a group of people, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of a stall set up by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. As he saw Duan Lingtian approach, his solemn face revealed a smile. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I've heard of you. Now that I've seen you today, you are indeed as handsome and elegant as the rumors say. Senior apprentice brother praises me too much. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. From the way this person addressed him, it wasn't hard to determine that this person was a God King level inner sect disciple. Wu Feng. At this time, Tang Chun, who had followed Duan Lingtian, recognized the middle-aged man. I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you return to the sect? Elder Tang Chun. Seeing Tang Chun, Wu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and bowed to Tang Chun. I returned to the sect several days ago. I haven't had the time to visit you yet. Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. Judging from Wu Feng's behavior, it seemed like he was rather respectful to Tang Chun. 2 nature pills in exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. Why didn't you tell me you wanted a mediocre-grade god weapon? Tang Chun shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a 5-foot-long saber that was completely surrounded by a silver halo appeared in his hand. Take this mediocre-grade god weapon. As for the 2 nature pills in your hand, give them to Duan Lingtian. As Tang Chun spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian who was next to him. In Tang Chun's opinion, it was definitely beneficial to give Duan Lingtian a favor if he had the opportunity. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Wu Feng. Even if he gave Wu Feng a mediocre-grade god weapon, it wouldn't be a big deal. Doing this was undoubtedly pleasing both sides. Elder Tang Chun. Wu Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. I haven't even had the time to repay you for saving my life. How can I accept your things? I'll give the 2 nature pills to junior apprentice brother Duan. As for the god weapon, I can't accept it. As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a pill bottle and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you have such a relationship with Elder Tang Chun, take these 2 nature pills as a gift from me. Wu Feng. Just as Tang Chun frowned and was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. He looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Wu Feng. However, I, Duan Lingtian, won't take someone's things for free. I have a mediocre-grade god weapon. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was completely enshrouded in green light. As soon as it appeared, a fierce sword intent seemed to spread out, giving off a sharp feeling. Clearly, although they were both mediocre-grade god weapons, the quality of this sword was above the saber in Tang Chun's hand. Wu Feng's eyes could not help but light up. When Tang Chun saw this, he smiled wryly to himself and silently put away the saber in his hand. Only then did he recall that with Duan Lingtian's identity and background, it was normal for him to have a mediocre-grade god weapon in his possession. In fact, the Zhong clan might even give Duan Lingtian a few mediocre-grade god weapons as an apology. The image of the former second-in-command of the Zhong clan, Zhong heir, humbling himself in front of Duan Lingtian was still vivid in Tang Chun's mind. Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng glanced at the mediocre-grade god sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I've indeed taken advantage of you by using 2 nature pills to exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. This time, I, Wu Feng, owe you a favor. Wu Feng did indeed want a mediocre-grade god weapon. When he saw Duan Lingtian take out a mediocre-grade god weapon, he hurriedly exchanged it with him. At the same time, he also exchanged soul pearls with Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Wu Feng, you're too kind. In my eyes now, the value of these two nature pills is no less than a mediocre-grade god weapon. When Duan Lingtian put away the medicinal pill bottle that contained the two creation pills, his heart that was originally as calm as still water could not help but ripple. As long as the effects of the nature pills were not exaggerated. If he consumed these two nature pills, he would definitely become a god king. My words are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Even after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng still persisted. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of this inner sect senior brother he had just met. Chapter 3695. As the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples saw Wu Feng use two revival good fortune pills to exchange for a high-quality medium-grade divine sword from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples blazed. Senior apprentice brother Duan is giving away his core disciple entrance gift just like that? In our Hidden Fog sect, every core disciple's first medium-grade divine artifact is chosen when they choose their entrance reward. If senior apprentice brother Duan misses this chance, it will be difficult for him to obtain another medium-grade divine artifact in the future. Listening to the whispers of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, it was clear that they all thought that the medium-grade divine sword Duan Lingtian exchanged for was his entrance reward for becoming a core disciple. After all, after becoming a core disciple, one had a chance to choose their entrance reward. This was something they all knew. And among the entrance rewards they could choose, there was bound to be a medium-grade divine artifact. Tang Chun stood to the side. As he heard these whispers, the corners of his lips unconsciously twitched. He was the only one who knew that Duan Lingtian had not gone through the procedures to become a core disciple and had not chosen his reward. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Lingtian had given away was merely a mediocre divine weapon that he already had. And whether it was when he killed Qi Yu or Tu Feng on the extreme martial arena, he hadn't used a medium-grade divine artifact. He had only used a low-grade divine artifact. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you're in such a hurry to obtain the revival good fortune pill, are you about to break through and become a god king? Duan Lingtian nodded at Wu Feng and was about to call Tang Chun to leave and go through the core disciple entrance procedures when Wu Feng's sound transmission suddenly echoed in his ears. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As he faced Wu Feng, he could see a sharp light flash in Wu Feng's eyes. Finally, he responded with a sound transmission, yes. How long will it take to break through? Wu Feng continued to ask with a sound transmission, if you can break through in a short period of time, I might be able to return your favor soon. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, there's no need for favors. There's really no need. Duan Lingtian rejected him with a sound transmission once more. To me, the value of these two revival good fortune pills far surpasses a mere medium-grade divine artifact. Junior brother Duan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Wu Feng said telepathically, I think you are a trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to obtain a medium-quality divine artifact is because I'll need it soon. I need to raise my strength to a new level in a short period of time. Me and the other four found a divine treasury. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor. The five of us each hold a key to open the door to the divine treasury. We agreed to open it soon. At that time, if I want to obtain more benefits from the divine treasure trove, I will need to have stronger strength. As for my strength, I am well aware of it. If I want to increase my strength in the short term, I can only rely on external forces. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said through a sound transmission with a burning gaze, Junior brother Duan, the date we agreed on is 3 months later. However, due to the distance, we have to leave a month's time on the road. Therefore, I have to set off in 2 months. The 5 of us can each bring a companion with us. However, the companion's cultivation can't be higher than a lesser god king. At most, he can only be a lesser god king. Originally, I planned to find one of my friends who are also inner sect disciples to go with me. However, I haven't greeted anyone yet. How about this? If you can break through and become a god king in 2 months, I'll bring you along. What do you think? I'm also looking forward to seeing your strength after you break through and become a lesser god king. You're a core disciple who managed to kill the lesser god king, Tu Feng, even though you're only a greater god. Of course, I have my own selfish motives as well. You're strong, so I have an advantage over them. In Wu Feng's opinion, this junior brother Duan was able to kill Tu Feng, who wasn't much weaker than him, when he was only a greater god. Once he broke through and became a god king, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, in the vicinity of Tungleng province, apart from the top prodigies of God Emperor forces, no one with the same cultivation level would be a match for him. As for the other 4 people who discovered the suspected divine treasure left behind by a god emperor, they were only lesser god kings of God Emperor forces. Suspected divine treasure left behind by a god emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He had to admit that he was tempted. In the plains of gods, a god emperor was able to rule over a vast area and support an emperor god force. In the plains of gods, emperor god forces were second only to godly venerable forces. For example, in the Tungleng province where the hidden fog sect was located, there were no godly venerable forces. The strongest forces were only a few god emperor forces. In the Tungleng province, god emperors were definitely the strongest powerhouses. How could the divine treasure left behind by such an existence be ordinary? I don't care about divine weapons. After all, I have the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs that can increase one's cultivation level are precious treasures to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng again with surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Wu Feng, senior brother Wu Feng. If I break through to the God King realm, I will inform you immediately. If there are no accidents, I should be able to break through in 2 months. Duan Lingtian said. Alright, I will wait for you, Wu Feng replied. I just thought about it. 2 months later, when I depart, if you haven't broken through by then, you can come with me. Although you are not a god king, your strength is not weaker than mine. I was thinking too much into it just now. I thought that since we are both god kings, you must also break through to the god king realm before you can come with us. In truth, there is no cultivation limit to entering the divine treasure left behind by a god emperor. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally expressed his thanks again and again. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. This was because although he had a certain degree of confidence, he was also afraid that the medicinal effects of the revival good fortune pill wouldn't be like the rumors. He wouldn't encounter bottlenecks on the road to the God King realm. Once that happened, he might not be able to break through to the God King realm in a short period of time. Of course, under normal circumstances, 2 revival good fortune pills would be enough for him to break through. Moreover, if you were to go with me with a cultivation at the divine spirit realm, they would definitely look down on you, and from there, look down on our group. Perhaps, we could even wait for the 8 of them to start fighting and reap the benefits. Wu Feng smiled and said, of course, it's best if you can break through. After chatting with Wu Feng for a bit more, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells. Then, under the watchful eyes of the hidden fog sect disciples, he and Tang Chun left the exchange hall to complete the core disciple entrance procedures. The core disciple entrance procedures weren't too troublesome. When they arrived at the place, under Tang Chun's arrangement, Duan Lingtian handed in his inner sect disciple identity token and received a new identity token that belonged to him. It was the core disciple identity token. Once a core disciple enters the sect, you can receive a reward. Do you want to receive it now? The core elder responsible for handling the core disciple entrance procedures for Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian. This core elder was the hidden fog sect's 17th elder. Even Tang Chun had to be respectful in front of him, not daring to slight him. The 17th elder was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. He was slightly fat and looked more like a wealthy merchant. He didn't have the air of a god king at all. Of course, as a core elder, he wasn't as simple as a god king. His strength could be placed in the front ranks of the hidden fog sect's upper god kings. He was only a step away from the divine sovereign realm. He wasn't much weaker than the hidden fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin. As for the core elders, besides a few extremely strong ones, the rest of the core elders who were ranked were all about the same in strength. In fact, some of the core elders who were ranked were already stronger than the core elders who were ranked above them. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the guidance of the core elder, he walked in and headed towards the chamber where the entrance rewards were stored. As for Tang Chun, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Later, he would head to the core disciple residences. The 17th elder would arrange for someone to lead Duan Lingtian there. However, before he left, Tang Chun reminded Duan Lingtian. If you don't have any other rewards you want, then choose a medium-grade divine artifact. Even if you don't have any use for it, you can still maximize its value and exchange it for something you want. If you're lucky, you can even exchange it for several revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian didn't take Tang Chun's reminder to heart. This was because he felt that he had his own choice in this matter. Even if it was a treasure that was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact, as long as he needed it, he would choose it. He didn't lack medium-grade divine artifacts. As for exchanging a medium-grade divine artifact for something else, he would have to wait for someone to sell it. He didn't have the patience to wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for Wu Feng's 2 revival good fortune pills. It had to be known that a medium-grade divine artifact could be exchanged for 4 or more revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of you a long time ago. I also heard that you refused Elder Thunder. On the way to the chamber, the 17th elder narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I already have a master in the Devata realm, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge another master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were perfunctory. Previously, when they were still in the Devata realm, he had discussed this matter with Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had told him that he didn't have to worry too much about it. If he really felt that it would be helpful to him, it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge another master. Compared to this, he was more concerned about his position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Many people would even kill their only master for their own benefits. So what if such people only acknowledged one master? Did his master not die a horrible death in the end? However, there were some people who, even if they had many masters, could still guarantee their respect for each master. They would not look down on their previous masters just because their strength was greater than their previous masters. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.